Ball game of the week. Tonight, the Hillsborough Terriers entertain the Plant High Panthers. Hello, everyone. I'm Jim Henderson. Welcome to what ought to be an outstanding high school football game tonight. Two teams with combined records of 7 wins and 1 loss. Jerry Bell, the Plant Panthers, 4-0. Last week, these guys gave us a point a minute against Tampa Bay Tech, 32 points. They're a good football team.
Yes, and we had the opportunity to see them come back from a 21-0 deficit. So it's a team that plays with character. It's a hard-playing team. It's a well-coached team, and we're going to see them play a good game tonight.
Hillsborough was down 21-6 last week against Gaither before coming back to win. Another team that knows how to get it done when they have to.
Yes, and they're coming in here with a 3-1 record. After losing the first game to East Bay, they've won their last 3, so they're on a roll, as well as Plant at 4-0. So we're liable to see a great game here tonight.
And of course, Plant and Hillsborough, the oldest rivalry in Hillsborough County. Always something a little bit special with this game.
Yeah, it seems like everyone always gives a little extra when the rivalries are out here. So this should be an exceptional game.
So it will be the Hillsborough Terriers against the Plant High Panthers. Jerry and I will come back with the lineups and the kickoff right after this.
Wake up all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say.
The power of teaching.
World won't get no better if we're just
The power to wake up young minds. The power to wake up the world. Teachers have that power. Reach for the power. Teach. I'm Edward James Olmos, and we're recruiting new teachers. Call 1-800-45-TEACH.
Welcome back to Hillsborough High School. We are set to go. High school football here tonight between the Plant Panthers and the Hillsborough Terriers. Plant will kick off. Brad Wakefield will do the honors. And he will kick it to an up back for the Terriers. And the ball carrier Kevin Abrams will not get much at all on the kickoff return. And Jerry, last week against Tampa Bay Tech, we saw Plant's kickoffs very effective. Looks like more the same tonight.
Yeah, they're doing pretty much the same things of the low squib kicks and not getting up high, so Hillsborough can set up a return, and it was very effective on this play.
Mario Covington will be the Hillsborough quarterback. And keep an eye on number 4, Corey Durant. He is the tailback and leading rusher for the Terriers. Hillsborough comes in with a record of 3 victories and 1 loss, and the Terriers are on a 3-game winning streak. Durant, the lone setback, behind the quarterback, Covington. First offensive play of the game. Covington will keep the football on the option, and now he will pitch it wide to Clanny Green. Green has a little room around the left end, will get some yardage.
A very effective use of the option there. Quarterback faked the option into the line of scrimmage and led the play out wide and took the play about as long as he could. And when he got a little pressure, he pitched it, and the running back got about an extra 5 yards on the pitch.
Green gets 8 altogether. Second down, 2 yards to go for the Terriers. Just underway here at Chelo Huerta Field, the home of the Hillsborough Terriers. The annual battle between Plant and Hillsborough. Both teams in different districts this year, but still the rivalry is there. B.J. Parker splits out wide right on 2nd and 2. And a good job by the center of the Plant defense to stop the Terriers for no gain. So it'll be 3rd down, 3 yards to go now for the Hillsborough Terriers. And checking back into the game, Clanny Green will bring the play in from the bench. Damon Pringle, the running back, will come out. Once again, Parker will split out wide right on the open side of the field. First 3rd down play of the game for Hillsborough. Ball is handed off to Corey Durant. And Durant will get close to the first down. Jerry, I think he's going to be a little shy.
He does look to be a little shy. It looked as though the Plant defense kind of swarmed on that play and stopped them short of the first down.
So a good first defensive series for the Plant Panthers, who will get the ball now for the first time. Dropping back to get it is Rhett Dixon. Dixon will stand back at about his own 35-yard line. And back to punt for the Terriers is Justin Terrell. And he will stand at his own 15. Good snap. And Terrell will get it away under some pressure. And it takes a big bounce in favor of Hillsborough. Ball will roll all the way down to the 25-yard line. A brilliant kick, 55 yards on a punt for Justin Terrell. And Jerry, it didn't look like it was going to start out that way at all.
No, it didn't. Plant had some penetration up the middle and looked as though it might have been a block punt, but punter got the ball off and it got the right roll, and it's a 55-yarder.
First chance tonight to see the Panthers on offense. That means Greg Thomas and Dante Williams. These guys ran wild last week against Tampa Bay Votech. Quarterback again, Brad Wakefield, the 5'10", 175-pound senior. Dante Williams gets the ball on Plant's first offensive play, and the right side of that Terrier defensive line does the job. Stops Williams after a gain of only 2.
Last week we had the opportunity to see Dante Williams rush for over 100 yards, and coming into the game last week, Greg Thomas was the featured back. He was the one with all the yards and all the touchdowns, and I believe in that Tampa Bay Votech Plant game that Dante Williams kind of shocked him. But I don't think that he'll shock the Hillsboro Terriers tonight because they've seen him on film and they know what he can do.
Williams had a kickoff return for a touchdown last week, as well as a 64-yard run from scrimmage. 2nd and 7. This is Dante Williams again, right side. Flag is down, and Williams is going to be cut down after a gain of only a yard.
And Jim, whenever you see the flag in the middle of the field like that, it's going to be an offensive holding call.
And certainly last week in the Plant Tampa Bay Votech game, we had more than our share of penalties, over 200 yards in infractions called in that game. 500 yards of rushing, Jerry, and 200 yards in penalties. Not much passing, thank goodness.
No, and that's a little unusual to have a game last as long as that game did and have so many rushing yards. But as we discussed, the penalties was what stopped the clock and stopped the game and made it a little longer than what it should have been.
Panthers are penalized 10 yards for holding. So it'll be a 2nd and 17 now for Plant. The ball all the way back to the Panther 18-yard line. 8:27 to go, first quarter, no score in the game. Wakefield, the quarterback for Plant. Greg Thomas, his first carry tonight, will gain only about a yard up to the 20. So it will bring up 3rd and long, 3rd and 16 for the Panthers. Plant is 4-0 and Hillsboro 3-1. Both teams off to excellent starts as we near the halfway point of this season. Jerry, seems like it just started.
Yes, it did. Games are going fast, but as you mentioned, both of them are on a roll, and tonight's going to see which team can keep this roll up.
3rd down, 16 yards to go for a Panther first down. Wakefield keeps the football, and he is going to be hit hard behind the line of scrimmage for a loss. Outstanding play by Adrian Harrison, the junior linebacker for the Terriers.
And I'll tell you, Jim, if Wakefield had another minute, he had 2 receivers up the field that were wide open. I think Hillsboro came, and they know that Plant's a predominantly running team, and they had 11 men on the line of scrimmage. Plant went back to pass and just did not have the time to get it off, and it resulted in a sack.
Jimmy English will stand back at his own goal line to punt. Terriers ought to get great field position on their next possession. Low snap. English does a nice job just to get it away. And the ball will hit and take an excellent bounce for the Panthers. So what looked to be almost disaster for Plant doesn't turn out to be too bad after all. Ball will be in Plant territory, but only at the 44-yard line. So we have seen 2 excellent punts so far in the game. But Hillsboro certainly with great field position here. 6:55 to go in the first quarter. Terriers coming off a 26-21 come from behind win at Gaither last week. So both teams won by 5 in their previous encounter. Durant the lone setback behind the quarterback, Covington. Durant will get the ball, has a hole left side. Corey Durant with some room. He will be pushed out of bounds down to the 25-yard line of Plant. First down, Hillsboro. Our first down of the game. Excellent run by Corey Durant. 19 yards. And the Terriers have something going. 1st and 10 from Plant's 25. Parker splits out wide right, and Matt Booth splits out wide left on the short side. Handoff once again, Durant up the middle. Corey Durant still on his feet. He will go. Let's see. No signal yet. It will be close. It looks like he is going to be stopped just shy of the goal line.
And Jim, that was an exceptional run. Durant broke up the middle, broke a lot of tackles. And it's just a shame he was unable to put that in the end zone.
You can see there as one of the Panthers inadvertently kicked the football. It is inside the 1-yard line. Looks like about the half-yard line. 24-yard run by Corey Durant. First and goal for the Terriers. Covington calling signals. He will keep the football. He will push in. Mario Covington scores for Hillsborough. So Mario Covington will go in from about the 6-inch line to get the Terriers the early lead here, 6-0.
There was nothing unusual about that call. It was just a quarterback sneak on the 1-inch line, and the Hillsborough offensive lineman just kind of pushed Plant back a little bit, and it was touchdown Covington.
Certainly not an unusual position for the Panthers to be behind. We'll now see the try for the extra point from Justin Terrell. Covington will hold. Terrell's kick is up. It will split the uprights. And with 6:01 to go, first quarter, the Hillsborough Terriers draw first blood, leading 7-0. Pretty good drive for a touchdown, Jerry. Terriers didn't hesitate at all. Took it right down the middle and scored.
Yes, it was. In fact, it was a very good drive. Corey Durant pretty much carried the ball on down the field on a couple carries. So
the Terriers will kick it off now. Plant will get a chance to try to come back. And again, Plant was down 21-0 last week against Tampa Bay Votech before roaring back to win. Dante Williams will drop back to about his own 5-yard line to receive the kick. He'll be joined back there by Ricky Graves, the 5'9", 160-pound junior. Terrell will kick it off for the Terriers. And we're just about ready to go. Terrell will roll it up the middle. Dante Williams will pick it up at his own 8. He will fake the handoff on the reverse, keep the football, and he will be snowed under at about the 20-yard line as the flag goes down well away from the ball.
if you remember last week in the Plant game, they didn't fake that reverse. They actually handed it off to Dante Williams, and that was the long touchdown run that he actually had. So I guess they figured that Hillsborough's got some good scouts, and they've seen it, and they'd fake it today.
Clipping will be called against the Panthers. Another penalty against Plant. That will hurt. Plant had more than its share of penalties last week against Tampa Bay Votech.
I'll tell you, though, Plant is not in an unusual position to be behind, and it's not unusual for them to get the penalties they are. They've been playing that way this year, but they've shown character, and they've come back from being behind, and right now they're probably sitting in a position where they're not really concerned about what's going on.
Plant now with 2 penalties for 25 yards. The ball is all the way back to the 10-yard line of Plant. Long way to go for Brad Wakefield and his team. 5:40 to go, first quarter. Hillsborough leads 7-0. Wakefield will give the ball to Greg Thomas, piling straight up the middle, where he is met by a host of Terriers.
It looks like Coach Acosta is going to adhere to the same game plan as he did last week, which is basically give Thomas the ball up the middle, kind of pound them and wear them down, and then give the ball to Williams on the outside, hopefully for big runs. He's got the offensive line to do it. He's got the running backs to play that type game, and that seems to be his style here tonight.
Panthers like to run the wing tee. Chevalier Charles in the backfield now for Plant. On 2nd and 9. And it looks like it's going to be Charles with a football circling right end. Give him a gain of 5, make it 3rd, and a long 5, short 6 coming up for the Panthers.
You know, Jim, when we looked at the exceptional running game that Plant has, the first question you would ask Coach O'Brien from Hillsborough is how is he going to stop the run? Well, looking out there right now, he's got 11 men within 2 or 3 yards of the line of scrimmage, and that's a pretty good way of stopping the run.
Greg Thomas not in the game right now for Plant as Williams goes in motion. Charles gets the football, and he's going to have some company. He will be dropped for a loss. Again, a great pursuit by the Hillsborough defense. Leading the way for the Terriers on the tackle was Tyvon Sunday, the junior defensive back. And boy, Jerry, got to be impressed with Hillsborough so far on the defensive end of the football.
They're not a bad defensive team, and every time you have the rivalries like we do here today, there's always that little extra that people are giving, and they're going to play that much harder. So their defense has been impressive, and they've stopped Plant so far tonight.
Good look at Jimmy English, the punter. That time it's a little bit of a high snap, but he gets it away without any difficulty. Fair catch will be called for right at the 45-yard line. Outstanding punt by Jimmy English. Ball fair caught by Matt Booth out there. And once again, the Hillsboro Terriers will get excellent field position. 1st and 10 from the 45, and this is just about where they got it last time. And they punched it right in for a touchdown.
And don't be surprised to see pretty much the same things they were doing during the last drive. Hillsboro's going to come at Plant until they can stop them with what they're doing. And you're going to see a lot more of Durant here probably in this drive.
Where you got to look at our score, 7-0 in favor of the Hillsboro Terriers. Clanny Green in the backfield behind Covington. And Green will get the ball. This time he'll go up the middle, cuts back to his right. Clanny Green with some room. He heads down that right sideline. He is finally dragged down inside the 20-yard line. 1st down, Terriers. A 26-yard run for Clanny Green down to the 19. 1st and 10 for the Hillsboro Terriers. Jerry, the Panthers having some trouble defensively, just like they did last week with Charlie Davis.
Yes, they are. Well,
good run there by Clanny Green. This is Green again with the ball. And he will be hit down before he gets to the 15. Good job by that Panther defense. 2nd down, 7 yards to go now for the Terriers. Hillsboro leads 7-0, and the Terriers threatening to get another one here in the 1st quarter. Still 3:20 to go. Clarence Brooks will split out wide left, and Parker will go wide right. Green in the backfield behind Covington on 2nd and 7. Covington keeps, now pitches the ball to Pringle. Pringle with some room. Still on his feet as the flag goes down. Finally dragged down around the 10-yard line.
And that was a play of a different sort. Pringle lined up in the slot position and off the snap backed up about 2 yards, and they ran the option to the left side with him. It resulted in a good gain, possibly 8 to 10 yards, but there is a flag on the field. And Jim, we haven't seen Corey Durant on this drive. I don't know if he's hurt or not, but he's...
Well, here he comes right now. Looks like he's strapping on his helmet and getting ready to come in.
Maybe Coach O'Brien's piped into our mic here, huh?
Penalty will go against the Terriers. Holding will be the call against Hillsboro. So that will bring up 2nd down and 10 yards to go. Ball is back to the 20-yard line. Booth is split wide left and Parker wide right. Durant now the lone setback behind Covington. This is Durant right up the middle again. Corey Durant cuts to his left. Dragged down inside the 5-yard line. 1st and goal, Hillsboro.
I tell you have to be impressed with Corey Durant here tonight. He's running up the middle, running to the outside, and getting a lot of yardage. Corey Durant and this Hillsboro Terrier offensive line seems to be doing the job tonight.
Unofficially, Durant was 62 yards and 4 carries for Hillsboro. Ball is at the 3-yard line. 1st and goal for the Terriers. Clock down to 2:30 to go in the 1st quarter. Same offensive alignment this time for Hillsboro on 1st and goal. This is Durant, and he will be stopped, and he may even lose a yard on that one. Good job by the Plant defense.
Yes, it is. We've always talked about once you get inside the 20, inside the 10-yard line, defense gets tougher. The Plant defense there came up, and number 51, Neil Leonard, made the stop for no gain.
As a matter of fact, looks like they might have lost a couple. Ball has been spotted back at the 5-yard line. So we'll call it 2nd and goal from the 5. Clock down to 1:45 to go in the 1st quarter. This time the Terriers come with double wideouts right side, Pringle and Parker. Durant behind Covington. Durant gets the ball. He wants to go right, but he is going to be dragged down from behind. Outstanding tackle by Antoine Allen of Plant. And once again, Durant will be thrown for a loss.
Hillsboro split 2 receivers out wide to the right to try to stretch the field out a little bit. Try to open up the running lanes for Corey Durant. And it didn't seem to work that play because he tried to take it wide, and that's where they actually spread the defense, and Plant made the tackle for a loss.
Durant has been stopped for 5 yards and losses his last 2 tries. 3rd and goal now for the Terriers from the 7. This time the Terriers will come out with double wideouts to the left side, Matt Booth and B.J. Parker. Covington calls signals. He will keep the ball, roll to his left. Looking end zone, pass will be incomplete. Overthrown, intended for Matthew Booth. And it looks like we may have a flag on a play. We do, and we'll have to see what it is.
We just saw something unusual. Hillsboro tried to throw a pass here tonight. As we mentioned earlier, both Plant and Hillsboro are very run-dominant teams and not very effective passing teams.
Holding against the Terriers will be declined by Plant to bring up a 4th down. And Hillsboro will bring on the field goal unit. Justin Terrell has come on. Interesting call there. I guess you could have taken it. It would have been 3rd down, but it would have been 10 yards further back. But we will see how that works. Terrell will try the field goal from 24 yards away. Covington will hold. Good snap. Spot is there. Kick is up. Plenty of distance. And he drills it through the uprights. 24-yard field goal by Justin Terrell. And with 41 seconds to go in the quarter, the Hillsboro Terriers have jumped on top of the Panthers 10-0.
And I'll tell you, Jim, if you would have taken that penalty and put Hillsboro back 10 yards, he still would have had another 20 yards to make that field goal. That was an exceptional kick. He kicked that ball well, and it was a long kick and probably more foot in it than he needed to. But again, it's 10-0 Hillsboro now. So
41 seconds to go in the quarter. Good job that time defensively by Plant, however. The Terriers had a 1st and goal from the 3 and had to settle for a field goal off the foot of Justin Terrell. Good look at the Hillsboro sidelines here. It's been a good year for Coach Dick O'Brien, who recently got his 100th win here as the head football coach at Hillsboro. We want to congratulate Coach O'Brien on that achievement. Dick's certainly a longtime veteran of high school football here in Hillsboro County. His 29th season of coaching football. Terrell will kick it off. It will come to Ricky Graves. Graves will be on his feet, but finally spun down as he crosses the 20-yard line out to the 21.
It was interesting. It looked like the kickoff return team had set up to run the return to the right side, and Graves ran to the left. And when you seem to do that, you run out of blocking real fast, and that's exactly what happened there for the tackle.
So the Plant Panthers find themselves down 10-0 as the clock ticking down inside of 25 seconds to go in the first quarter. Craig Thomas now back in the ball game for Plant. He lines up as the lone setback in the wing tee behind Wakefield. Dante Williams in motion, will have the ball right side. Can he get outside? Dante Williams will get out across the 30-yard line. Looks like he has enough for a Plant 1st down.
Jim, Plant is going to continue to run Thomas up the middle to set up those runs, those outside runs by Duran there. So you're going to see Plant continually run Thomas into the line and then eventually turn around and try to get Williams running on the outside. And it was successful there because that's what set that play up.
And that will bring us to the end of quarter number 1 here at Chelo Huerta Field. The Hillsboro Terriers on a 1-yard run by quarterback Mario Covington. An extra point and 24-yard field goal by Justin Terrell have a 10-0 lead over the Plant Panthers, rather. Plant 4-0 so far this season. Keep in mind this is a non-district game, and Jerry, that's got to mean something for both teams. Even though the rivalry is big, a loss does not hurt either one tonight.
No, it doesn't, but you come out to win every week in and week out. You come out and you play to win, and it's always a positive thing to do that and to win. And your record looks better when you get another win. So I think that although it's not going to be a district loss for either one of them, they're coming out to play hard and they're coming out to win, and that's a positive thing for the team.
And we are ready to begin the second quarter now. The Panthers with the ball at their own 32-yard line. Williams in motion, gets the ball. He is hit in the backfield, and he fights to get back to the line of scrimmage. Good job of pursuit from the backside by the Terriers. Adrian Harrison, the linebacker. And Jerry, we've already called his name a couple times tonight for Hillsboro.
Yes, we have. That Hillsboro defense is playing tough. As I mentioned earlier, there's about 10 or 11 guys up within the 2-3 yard line of scrimmage. They challenging Plant to throw the football, and as we know, Plant is not a very effective passing team, but they're going to have to try to at least put it up once to keep Hillsboro honest on defense.
Of course, the Panthers scored their winning touchdown last week against Tampa Bay Vo-Tech via the pass. Let's see what they do here on 2nd and 12. The inside handoff is to the wingback for the Panthers. And his number not listed in the program, so we'll call him good old number 44. Anthony Hernandez, thank you very much. Hernandez, the ball carrier for the Panthers, and he will get about 6 yards. But a third down coming up now for Plant. Call it 3rd and 7. Third and 7 for the Panthers. Wakefield, pass over the middle, complete to Bobby King, the tight end. And it looks like it will be enough for a Panther first down. And Bobby King certainly had a good week last week, Jerry, against Tampa Bay Vo-Tech.
Yeah, I like Bobby King. Last week he came up with a couple big plays at the time when they needed these plays. And today it looks like he's going to be on that same track. I mentioned earlier that they need to at least get 1 or 2 passes off to keep Hillsboro honest. And they hit King with a quick slant there. And don't be surprised if he catches a couple more here tonight.
Ball at the 47-yard line of Plant. Wakefield will keep the ball again. Wants to throw, has King out there, and it will be overthrown. He actually had 2 receivers and kind of put it between both of them. Joining King out there for Plant was Charles Rothenberg, the other tight end. Looks like if the Panthers going to throw, Jerry, they like to throw to the tight ends.
Yes, they do. And I tell you, King is a very good tight end, and I believe that's why they like to go with him. Plus, when you have a weak passing attack, it's a lot easier to throw to your tight end who's going to run his routes 8 to 10 yards in the line of scrimmage versus 20-yard ins and outs and precision routes.
Thomas is in the backfield for Plant on 2nd and 10. 10 minutes to go in the first half. The reverse, the ball will be picked up by Hernandez, and he's going to have all kinds of company. Chief among them, number 70, Jorge Villanueva, the big defensive lineman for the Terriers.
That was a very busy play. I mean, they had running backs going left and right, crossing all in the backfield, and there were so many people back there that it just happened to Hillsboro Terrier just was standing there waiting on the guy to catch the ball so he can make the tackle.
Once again, that Hillsboro defense rising to the occasion. 3rd down, 15 yards to go for the Plant Panthers. Plant with double wide outs to the left side. Wakefield from the shotgun, lots of pressure, unloads to Dante Williams on the screen. Williams has some room. Dante Williams dragged down from behind all the way down to the 31-yard line of Hillsboro. First down, Plant.
And that was a great play. It was just a middle screen to the running back to Dante Williams, who is a big play, just overall player, big play receiver, big play running back. He seems to get the job done, and it's a great play for the Plant. As you see Dante Williams catching the ball in the middle, just breaking up, he dodges a referee there, and he gets caught from behind. But it was a big gain and a first down for Plant.
Wakefield gives the ball to Williams again, and this time he'll be stopped right at the line of scrimmage. And so far tonight, Jerry, they're calling Dante Williams' name a few more times than Greg Thomas.
Yeah, Dante seems to be the workhorse here tonight, but you can believe Greg Thomas will start getting the ball. He's got 454 yards for the season. He's 3rd in the county in rushing with 10 touchdowns. You'll see him get the ball before tonight's over with.
2nd down, 10 yards to go for the Panthers. The ball at Hillsboro's 32-yard line. Deepest penetration of the football game for Plant. Wakefield, the inside handoff to Thomas. He will cross the 30 down to the 29.
Thomas is a tough running back. He takes that ball in between the tackles. He takes a hit, but he usually gets about another yard or two when after someone's hit him, and that's the sign of a good, hard running fullback.
Panthers once again faced with a big third down, this time 3rd and 7. The Panthers have converted their last 2 third down situations. Clock is inside of 8 minutes to go in the first half. Plant leads Hillsboro 10 to 0, or Hillsboro leads Plant rather 10 to 0. Rothenberg will split out wide left on 3rd and 7. Long count by Wakefield. He'll keep the football. Still looking, will throw to Bobby King. King has it, and he's got some room left side. Bobby King will get inside the 15-yard line as the flag goes down. It looks like first down for the Panthers, but let's check the flag.
And it's a shame you can't see how Bobby King took that play that was really a bust and made a great play out of it. He made an intelligent choice. He ran back to run a tight end screen, and Hillsboro had it covered like a blanket. So Bobby King decided just to turn the ball and run it upfield like he was in a pass route. And Wakefield hit him on the pass, and they made that play work when it looked as though nothing was going to happen. As you can see, Bobby King drops back, and number 12 is right there in this play, and Bobby just turned around, ran upfield. He got open, and that's the sign of a good receiver when you can get open when you're covered. He made a big play out of it, but it looks like it's going to be called back because of the penalty.
Penalty will be against the Panthers and will nullify a very good gain on the pass play from Wakefield to King. Bobby King, a 6'2", 210-pound senior tight end, and Jerry, he's got some good size and looks like he has good hands.
Yes, he is, and I like to see a good tight end, and I like to see him catch the ball.
So the ball will be marched back all the way to the 44-yard line of Hillsboro. So it will be 3rd and a bunch, or make it 4th and a bunch for the Panthers. They're going to have to kick the ball away on the loss of down.
If you remember, Jim, last week, Plant had these same problems with a lot of penalties and getting a lot of 3rd and 20s and 4th and 29s. But as we mentioned, they had the character to stay in the game and come back. And right now, I'll tell you, with down 10 to nothing with 7 minutes to go in the first half, this game's got a long way to go. So Plant's still in it. If they can just keep their poise and their character and just remember that they've come from behind before.
Yeah, it's funny. One of the first things Coach Acosta said to us tonight is, you guys had us beat last week and we were down 21 to nothing. We're going to be real careful about that tonight.
Yeah, and I think I can remember saying that if they scored another touchdown, it was like putting the nail in the coffin. And for them to have to come back and win the game like that, well, that's why we're up in the booth and we're not coaching today.
Well, the Terriers have called a timeout with 7:13 to go in the first half. So far, Hillsboro has looked very impressive in running to a 10-0 lead. You get a good look at the Plant High School Panthers right there. Plant 4-0 so far this season. And a big district game coming up for the Panthers in a couple of weeks against Bradenton Southeast. Next week they get Bradenton Bayshore in the district. That's the weaker of the two Bradenton teams, and gives us a chance to remind you that we are going to see Southeast next week when they come to Tampa to play Jefferson over at Jefferson. That will be our game next week. We had originally been scheduled to do Gaither and Leto, but we had a conflict as far as doing a game on Thursday night, so we do the next best thing and go to Friday and get Southeast and Jefferson, and we're looking forward to seeing that great team from Bradenton. Well, English will get the punt away on 4th down, and it will roll out of bounds at the 17-yard line, and that's where the Terriers will put the ball in play. So, Jerry, a pretty promising drive for Plant, but once again, those penalties really hurt.
Yes, it did, because when you looked at where they were before the penalty started, they were inside the 20, and they were on their way in to get some points. A couple penalties moved them all the way back to the 50-yard line, so it did hurt them. But they know from this last drive that they can move the ball on this team. And the most important thing was they started throwing the football, and that's going to probably get Hillsboro out of putting 11 men in the 2 yards from the line of scrimmage trying to stop Plant's run.
Terriers will come out with double wideouts to the left. Green the flanker on the left side, and Parker the split end. Mario Covington, the quarterback, will hand to Corey Durant. He is hit behind the line of scrimmage for a loss. Outstanding job by the Plant Panthers, leading the way. Chevalier Charles, the linebacker. Loss of 2, make it 2nd down and 12 yards to go. Ball back to the 15-yard line. Clock down to 6:40 to go in the first half. The Hillsborough Terriers with 10 first quarter points have a 10-0 lead. Same offensive alignment this time for Hillsborough on 2nd and 12. Covington will give to Durant. Corey Durant tries to go up the middle and fights for yardage before being smacked down hard by a host of Panthers. Travis Finkhausen, Jarrell Cogman, and Shannon Leaks all corral Durant on that one after a gain of 3. So that will bring up 3rd and 9 for the Terriers. Ball at the Hillsborough 19-yard line. And a big play coming up here for Plant's defense. Plants can get the ball back in pretty good position if it can hold Hillsborough here.
And we might get another opportunity to see Hillsborough attempt a pass here.
Covington calling signals. He will keep the football on the option. Good job by Mario Covington. And he may well get it. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like he got it, Jerry, but I haven't seen a signal yet.
It looks like he has it from where the spot is.
And they're going to give a first down to the Hillsborough Terriers. So a nice job on the option that time by Mario Covington. He certainly fooled Plant's interior defensive line. And, of course, that enables Hillsborough to keep the ball as the clock winding down towards the 5-minute mark to go here in the first half. Terriers lead at 10-0. Good look at Mario Covington. He will give the ball to the tailback. And fighting ahead for some tough yardage once again, Corey Durant.
It's kind of interesting what Hillsborough's doing from the offensive side. They're spreading out the field. They've got receivers. 2 receivers split out to the wide side of the field, almost out to the sideline, and then got a receiver split out on the left side of the field. So they're trying to spread the Plant defense out to give Corey Durant more room to run.
2 veteran coaches, of course, Dick O'Brien for Hillsborough and Roland Acosta of Plant. They have faced each other many times. Covington hands the ball to the tailback for Hillsborough, knifing ahead for some yardage, Robert Moore. And Moore will get the first down.
Green on the carry.
I'll make it Clanny Green, my mistake. But it's still a first down for Hillsborough. Green came in with 140 yards and 31 carries. Corey Durant had 405 coming into the game, as Jerry mentioned. 88 carries, 8 touchdowns, a 4.6 average. First and 10 for Hillsborough. Ball is dropped. Let's see, but looks like Plant's going to come up with a football. Bobby King makes the fumble recovery for the Panthers. Corey Durant just never got the handle.
No, it looked like there was just a bad exchange between the quarterback and Corey Durant. Corey never really had a hold of the ball. The ball started sliding down his stomach. His knee kicked it out, and Mr. King, that tight end friend of ours, recovered it for a first down for Plant.
There you see the score of tonight's game here at Cello Huerta Field at Hillsborough, but maybe a break now for the Plant Panthers. Panthers will have the ball first and 10 at Hillsborough's 42-yard line. This is the second time in the quarter that the Panthers will have the ball in Terrier territory. And Jerry, on the fumble, we'll probably be able to get a chance to see right here, just miscommunication on the handoff.
Just never had the ball. It looks like the Corey Durant never had a firm hold on the ball, and it was just a fumble.
Wakefield keeps the ball. He is dragged down from behind. Outstanding defensive play by Tavon Sunday.
Sunday on a Thursday night sack.
It doesn't look as though Hillsborough is going to be fooled on a lot of these fake runs into the line. I think they're looking for
Second and 20.
Wakefield to break out a fake handoff or run a fake bootleg, because somebody's been on him every time he's given a handoff. And if you watch for the rest of the night, he'll hand it off to Thomas or Dante Williams and run around the one end, and there'll be a Hillsborough Terrier guarding him. So they're watching him tonight.
Second and 20 following the 8-yard loss on the sack. Inside handoff is to Greg Thomas. Thomas will get the ball back into Hillsborough territory, but only to the 46-yard line.
It's kind of interesting to watch Thomas run because early in the game last week and this week, he seems to be somewhat ineffective. I mean, early in the game, he gets the ball, he gets 2 or 3 yards, but he keeps pounding on you. And by the third and fourth period, he's getting 8 to 10 yards a crack on some of these runs. So he seems to be a slow starter, but he wears on you. And then he seems to get the job done in the third and fourth quarter.
Plant has called a timeout with 2:15 to go here in the first half. Panthers will be faced with a 3rd and 16 for a first down. The Panthers have to get the ball to Hillsborough's 32-yard line. And a pretty big play coming up here for the Panthers, Jerry. There's still time, but they need to keep the ball. Are they now in 2-down territory?
I would say not. I think that what they need to do now is yes, concentrate on getting this first down. With 2 minutes left, if they don't get this and punt the ball away, Hillsborough still has time to go down the length of the field and score a touchdown, if not a field goal, because they do have an exceptional field goal kicker. I think that Plant needs to, I don't think this is 2-down territory because it could hurt them by giving Hillsborough great field position.
Well, let's see what the Panthers have devised on 3rd down and 16 yards to go. Ball is back at the 47-yard line. Wakefield, the quarterback, will pitch to Greg Thomas. Thomas, big hole left side, and finally dragged down at the 35-yard line. Boy, Jerry, I thought for a second there Thomas might be off to the races.
Yeah, it looked like he was going, and I tell you, when you get 235 pounds up to a full head of steam, it's kind of hard to take him down, but that was a great tackle.
And we do have a flag on this play as we get a chance to see a great individual effort here from Greg Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas right here puts his head down, tries to run over number 15 there. And Thomas Miller just made a great stop. He stopped him short of the first down, which would have been a great play, but seeing the penalty takes him back further. And it kind of nullifies that run by Thomas.
Now, once again, the Panthers kind of self-destruct on a holding call. Ball is now all the way back to Plant's 43-yard line. So that will bring up 3rd and a bunch. Keep in mind the Panthers have to get to Hillsborough's 32. Wakefield will hand the ball to Dante Williams, looks for a hole, right side. Dante Williams has it and then some. He may go all the way. One man to beat. Dante Williams dragged down from behind on a great saving tackle by Adrian Harrison. But it will be 1st and goal for the Panthers.
And I told you, Dante Williams is an exciting and explosive runner, and he showed it on that run there right now. But it was also an exceptional tackle by Adrian Harrison, because you're talking about a linebacker that ran down an offensive running back, and that was pretty exceptional on his part. Dante Williams takes the handoff here around the right end. He just cuts inside of all the blocking, a couple moves here, gets a block from the receiver right there, and then he just tries to make it to the end zone, and Mr. Harrison takes him down at the 1. Exceptional run by Dante Williams.
Hand off to Greg Thomas, touchdown Plant.
And that's what Greg Thomas does best. He gets those short yardage touchdowns. He's leading the county in touchdowns, and he just added another one to his total of 10.
So Greg Thomas now with 11, and the Panthers on the board, trailing 10-6 with a minute and a half to go in the first half. Dante Williams once again showing some very great explosive power. Unofficially, about a 55-yard run. Flags are down as the kick is up. It's going to be off. No good. And let's wait on the penalty. And it's going to go against the Panthers, so that's going to hurt. And once again, Jerry, Plant has some kicking game problems.
Yes, we sat up here last week and we saw that Plant was unsuccessful in about 3 of their extra points. Coach Acosta said they took some time and worked on it this week. He said the problems they were having last week is an actual protection problem. Guys were running in the middle untouched. So it looks like their kicking woes are still out here tonight.
There's our score. The Hillsborough Terriers continue to lead, but the Panthers are on the board. And you know what I was most impressed about on that great run, Jerry, was the tremendous defensive play by Harrison. When we watched the replay, he was in the play all the way, just couldn't quite catch up with him. He just never quit and finally ran him down.
Well, Dante was bobbing and weaving and throwing some moves and faking other people out here, and Harrison was behind him all the way, but he couldn't actually just close in on him. Well, when he got into the open field and it just became a foot race, it was kind of shocking to see a linebacker kind of catch a running back in a flat-out foot race. So it's an exceptional play by Harrison.
Wakefield will kick it off. And it takes a wicket hop again, picked up out there by the Terriers. Kevin Abrams with the ball, and he's going to be snowed down right there.
You know, Jim, the thing you want to do when you squib kick the ball like that is give your men the opportunity to run down there and to get about 10 yards from the kick returner by the time he's able to pick the ball up. And that's what's been happening here tonight, and that's why Plant has been successful with their squib kicks.
Terriers will come out quickly, 1:20 to go in the half. 1st and 10 for Hillsborough, the ball at its own 20 line. No setbacks for Covington. He'll throw the quick out pass complete to Matthew Booth, who immediately steps out of bounds at the 28 to stop the clock. So the Terriers will try to get it going. A gain of 6, 2nd down, 4 yards to go. Good look at Matthew Booth, his first reception tonight.
Terriers are in their 2-minute drill trying to get some points out of this last minute and 10 seconds, and you do that by throwing out patterns and getting out of bounds and stopping the clock like Hillsborough did right there.
Booth now with 11 receptions this year for Hillsborough. Covington drops the throw again, comes across the middle, incomplete, almost intercepted out there by Plant. And if Shannon Leaks had caught it, Jerry, I think he might have had a shot.
Yes, he stepped right in front of that slant route, and as you mentioned, if he would have caught that ball, he'd still be running into the end zone with it. Hillsborough was kind of lucky on that play that he dropped the ball, because it was definitely an interception.
3rd and 4 for the Terriers. 1:07 to go in the first half. Hillsborough leads Plant 10-6.
3rd and 4.
Booth comes out wide left and Parker wide right on this big 3rd down play for Hillsborough. Covington fakes the handoff, wants to throw, will come out, pass complete, 1st down Hillsborough, flag down, and it looks like it might be roughing the quarterback. Covington connected with Matthew Booth.
And that was great execution on the play. It was a rollout to the left side. The receiver ran a go route and turned around and came back and was standing there wide open. Covington hit him with the pass, and it looks as though he did get roughed after that play. And that's going to tack on another 15 yards.
Panthers are really hurting themselves with penalties once again.
But, Jim, remember, we saw this last week with the Plant Panthers. Penalties hurt them. They got down 21-0, and then all of a sudden they decided it was time to play. So they've been through this before.
Penalty, of course, will be declined. They will not tack it on here, so it will be 1st down now for Hillsborough. The ball will be at midfield. Clock down to a minute to go in the first half. Still time for the Terriers. Double wide outs right side for Mario Covington. Durant now moves up into the slot. Covington will roll left short side. Pass will be thrown. It looks like it was incomplete. Looks like Booth was out of bounds.
2nd down, 2nd and 10.
So that will make it 2nd and 10. Clock is down to 53 seconds to go in the half.
The Terriers did something a little different on that play. Usually when you have a quarterback rollout, you'll roll them out to the wide side of the field. With the hash mark on the left side of the field, Hillsborough tried to roll Covington to the left side. And he didn't have much room to really run or make anything happen. So that play didn't have the success that he wanted it to.
2nd and 10. Covington keeps it, got some pressure, gets rid of the ball. It will be incomplete. And Mario Covington came very close to being sacked for a big loss.
And that's what you want your quarterback to do. When you get close to getting sacked, to get rid of the ball. Maybe not float it up there for someone to catch it and run for a touchdown, but get rid of the ball so you don't take the 10-yard loss and a sack and probably put yourself out of the possibility of getting some points or a field goal.
Pringle checks in and Clanny Green comes out for the Terriers. 3rd and 10 from midfield. 45 seconds to go in the half. And the Terriers will call a timeout. Obviously, Jerry, when they came to the line of scrimmage, they saw something they didn't like.
The Plant defense.
Well, and there's a good look at the guy who's been around this county a long time. Dick O'Brien, the head coach at Hillsborough, 29 years in the business here.
The Coach O'Brien has been around a while, as well as Costa. I was reading the Tampa Tribune today. Doug Carlson wrote, and I need to read this. He says, with Roland Acosta and Dick O'Brien, two coaches who've been around longer than face masks. I mean, that has something to say about the amount of time that they've had, yeah.
Well, Acosta and Dick O'Brien, certainly two of the deans of coaches here in Hillsborough County. They've been around a long time. And, Jerry, I guess the thing that is most impressive about those guys, and guys like Billy Turner and some of the other ones here in the county, is that the number of kids that they have sent on to college via the scholarship route from their football programs.
And it's interesting because when we were talking with Coach O'Brien before the game, he felt as though it was his job, his responsibility to develop these kids and to send them on to college to do well. And that's, he's not putting the win in front of the developing of his kids. And that's just a sign of a great coach as well as a great person. And you know, hats off to Coach O'Brien for saying something like that and believing it.
Ready to go again. Third down now for the Terriers. Durant moves up into the slot. Covington keeps, quarterback sneak up the middle, and Mario Covington dragged down near the first down at the Plant 40.
Good play call with everybody expecting a pass. He just ran the quarterback draw play
Clock's running.
and got a modest gain on it.
And it looks like he will come up short. It will be 4th and inches. Covington passes to Matthew Booth. That will be enough for the first down, and Booth quickly gets out of bounds to stop the clock with 28 seconds to go in the half.
Jim, I was a little nervous on that one. I thought he was going to throw the ball away.
You and me both. I couldn't see anybody over there for a second, but then Booth has certainly been all over the field for the Terriers here in the first half. He latched onto it and got out of bounds.
And Covington's doing a good job on this 2-minute drill, trying to get some points on. He's been steady. He's been throwing the ball real well. He's been running it when he had to. I'd like to see if he can finish this off with some points.
1st and 10 at the 37-yard line of Plant. 28 seconds to go in the half. Once again, Durant moves up into the slot. And movement on the line. Let's see who moved first.
See a procedure call, but do it again.
And it will be Plant. And the Panthers once again hurt themselves with penalties. So that will make it 1st and 5, but more importantly, 5 yards closer to the goal. And a potential field goal from Justin Terrell if the Terriers can't score 6. Covington drops the throw, steps up, gets away from 2 tacklers, now tries to go up the middle. Mario Covington hit down at the 25-yard line, but that's enough for another Hillsborough first down. Clock is stopped momentarily at 18 seconds to go. And the Terriers will call a timeout right there. Once again, nice movement by that young man, quarterback Mario Covington.
He's out there making things happen. It looked like Coach Bryant's going to go with the percentage play, and instead of trying to get another play in and going towards the end zone, he's going to go with his field goal. It's smart. You want to get something out of this drive. I mean, they've drove this ball pretty much the length of the field here, and to get some points out of it would be good to go in the half.
Will be a 41-yard field goal try by Justin Terrell. Mario Covington will hold.
Terrell has the leg to do it. We saw him just kicking 40-yarders during the pregame.
And you can watch with us. Let's see if Justin Terrell can get it. Ball is spotted. Kick is up. It has the distance right through the uprights. 41 yards. Justin Terrell, 13 seconds to go in a half. And the Hillsborough Terriers take a 13-6 lead over Plant.
Justin Terrell has an extremely strong leg. That ball went through the uprights and could have gone another 10 yards. So that field goal was a result of that 2-minute drills. And you have to give your hats off to Mario Covington for leading his team down the field with about 1:10, I believe, when they had the ball. And led down and got some points from it. So this could be a good momentum builder for Hillsborough going into the half. But remember, Plant ran back a kickoff last week, and as long as Dante Williams is back there, anything can happen.
And Dante Williams is back there along with Ricky Grace. They're going to be standing at about their own 5-yard line. Justin Terrell will kick off for Hillsborough. Terrell easily the best kicker we have seen this year in the county. And he's only a sophomore. He will squib kick it, and it will be covered by Bobby King of Plant. And the Panthers will have 12 seconds to get off a play. And it was not King, it was 60 Alex Beard who covered the ball for Plant. So let's see what the Panthers elect to do with 12 seconds to go in the half. Wakefield is lining up quickly, triple wideouts left side. He's in the shotgun, drops the throws, got some time, going long right side for Rothenberg. Ball is intercepted out there by the Hillsborough Terriers. Good job on the interception by Kevin Abrams. And on that note, we have come to the end of the first half here at Chelo Huerta Field. And Jerry, got to be impressed. Both teams played pretty well. Right now, Hillsborough up by 7.
Yes, and what we're seeing is basically the Plant team self-destructing. They made a lot of errors, and they've kept Hillsborough into the game.
We'll come back with second half action right after this. Campus of Hillsborough High School, the Hillsborough Terriers have a 13-6 halftime lead over the Plant High Panthers. I'm Jim Henderson along with Jerry Bell. Happy you're with us here tonight. And Jerry, a very good football game so far as we get set to start the third quarter of play. And Plant once again looked like it was having some problems. And boy, Dante Williams breaks it. Panthers right back in it.
Yes, Plant continue on its woes of penalties and hurting themselves. But also the thing that's good here is that they're still in the football game. They've hurt themselves, but they haven't hurt themselves to the point where they're out of the game. Dante Williams, as we saw last week and we're seeing tonight, is an exceptional running back. And Greg Thomas, another running back on their team, hasn't gotten on track tonight. And I'm willing to say that he'll probably get a lot of carries in the second half because they want to get him into this game too. So Plant's got some weapons that they got to unleash, and if they quit hurting themselves, I think they can get themselves back into this game or back into the lead and possibly win.
And all credit to the Terriers for effective use of the clock at the end to come down and get the 41-yard field goal from Justin Terrell to take the 13-6 lead. Terrell will kick it off to start the second half. It will be fielded by an up back for the Plant High School Panthers, and firing out to about the 35-yard line for Plant is Hernandez, and the Panthers will get pretty good field position on the first series of the third quarter. Mario Covington, the Hillsborough quarterback, has scored on a 1-yard run. And Terrell has kicked 2 field goals, one of 24 and another one of 41. Plant has scored on a 1-yard run by Greg Thomas, but that followed an outstanding 55-yard run by Dante Williams. Brad Wakefield, the quarterback for the Panthers, on first down. This is Dante Williams. He's hit, loses the football. Still loose. Let's see. It looks like the Terriers are going to come up with a ball. Recovering the ball for Hillsborough is Kenyatta Jackson. And Jerry, just a great defensive play by Hillsborough on that one.
Yes, it was. And as we said right at halftime and all during the first half, it continues Plant's woes of hurting themselves.
So the Terriers will have it first and 10 at the Panther 33-yard line. Booth and Parker will split out wide left. Durant the lone setback behind the quarterback, Mario Covington. This is Durant right up the middle. And Corey Durant will knife his way inside the 30 down to the 27-yard line. Durant will get 6. 2nd and 4 coming up for Hillsborough. Good look at the Terrier bench and the brain trust there. And Jerry, a big series for Hillsborough. Maybe a chance to take advantage of this mistake by Plant.
Yes, it is. And Plant continue to make mistakes. And if Hillsborough can take advantage of this, it'll give them a little momentum to start the second half.
Covington keeps the football on the option. Mario Covington gets inside the 20 down to the 17-yard line. And Jerry, that time a real effective option run by Covington. He froze everybody.
Yes, he did. Well, you can run the option out of a lot of formations, and Hillsborough is running it out of a single back formation. A lot of times you see the option out of a split back, double back, or even a triple wing back. But what you see out here is a single back and then a wing back in the slot position, and they can run the option that route, and that's what Hillsborough did there. And it's kind of confusing for the Plant defense because it's not something that you can see off the snap of the ball.
First and 10 now for Hillsboro. This is Durant. And he will be hit hard as he gets to the 15-yard line. Corey Durant, a real good-looking running back for the Hillsboro Terriers. He's only a junior as well. Second down, 8 yards to go now for the Terriers. Clock down to 9:50 to go in the third quarter. 13-6, Hillsboro leading, and the Terriers threatening to get more. The handoff is to Durant, leaps over the middle, gets down to the 10-yard line. He will be short of the first down, but a real nice run by Corey Durant.
Yeah, Durant's showing us a lot tonight. He shows us that he can run to the outside, he can run up in the middle, he can jump over people. I mean, he's a versatile running back, and it looks like he's doing the things it's going to take to get the yards gained on the ground tonight.
3rd and 2 for Hillsboro. Ball at the 10-yard line. Durant once again the lone setback behind Covington. Durant will get the ball, and he looks like he's going to be very close to that first down. Jerry, I thought he was going to be stopped for a loss, and he wiggled out of it.
Yeah, he broke a tackle about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage and was lucky enough to get back to the line of scrimmage, but he's going to be short.
It looks like he's going to come up about a yard short. Justin Terrell and the field goal unit had come on for Hillsboro, but they are going to measure it just to be certain. And we'll get a chance to see right here. And they will indeed come up short. Our referee tonight, Dave Egan. Our umpire, Rod Thompson. Gary Sabita is our linesman. Our line judge is Gil Voigt. Our back judge is Maury Schneider, and our electric clock operator is Ralph Ceballos. Field goal attempt by Terrell, 26 yards. Covington will hold. Good snap, good spot. Ball is up, and it will be off to the left. No good. So Terrell misses from 26, and Jerry, once again, the Panthers just seem to hang in there.
Yeah, they hang in there, and they keep giving. They keep giving and giving, but it seems as though they're never out of the game. They never really get in position to be out of striking back and getting right back into the game. And in this case, the missed field goal resulted in them still being only 7 points down.
So the Panthers will get the ball at the 20-yard line. 8:36 to go in the third quarter. Plant down by a touchdown at 13-6. Brad Wakefield once again the quarterback. Inside handoff to Greg Thomas. Thomas pounds his way across the 20 to the 22.
Plant's offense evolves around Greg Thomas getting those inside tough and hard yards. And he evolves as the game goes along. I think that he's still getting 2 yards a carry here, but once he starts getting back into the game and start getting 5 and 6 yards a carry, it's going to open them up and open their play selection to where they can do more things on second down. Now it's second and about 8 or 9, and their options are limited as to what they can do.
Grays is in and Dante Williams out for Plant on 2nd and 9. Inside handoff. And once again, Greg Thomas with the football gets out to the 25. So a big third down play coming up now for the Panthers. 3rd and 5 from their own 25-yard line. 7:40 to go in the third quarter. Terriers had a chance to increase their 7-point lead, but Terrell missed a 26-yard field goal. Split backfield for Wakefield. He'll keep the football, wants to throw, across the middle, incomplete. Intended out there for Rothenberg. And it will bring up 4th down.
And Rothenberg made a great effort at that ball. He dove into the ball knowing that a safety was right by him en route to hit him. That's something you don't see from wideouts. They really don't like going across that middle and giving themselves up and diving for footballs. So that was a great effort by Rothenberg.
Jimmy English will punt for Plant. And it looks like the Terriers may have jumped, but let's wait and see. Here's our referee, Dave Egan, and he'll make the call. It is offside against Hillsborough. First down for Plant.
And we saw that last week. Plant had a 4th and short against Tampa Bay Voltec, and they were driving to score. And they basically set up for a punt. And then when they all went down to get set, it's one quick motion. It draws the defense offside, but it's legal, and it's a way that you can possibly pick up those extra yards on a penalty, and that's what happened here, and it's going to be first down for Plant.
And if you notice once in a while tonight, some of the officials who are wearing black armbands will let you know what that's all about as we go along here. 7:19 to go in quarter number 3. First down for Plant. Handoff will be to Greg Thomas, and this time the Terriers rise to the occasion, stopping for a loss. Jerry, very impressed with Hillsborough's defensive line. Those guys do a good job.
Yes, and they're led by a couple of young linebackers in there. Kareem Young, who just made the stop there, number 44, is an outstanding young linebacker as well as an outstanding student. In fact, I know I'm friends with one of his brothers, Kurt Young, who was a defensive back at the University of Florida. He has another brother up at Howard University that starts in the defensive backfield. So that's a football-playing family, all from Hillsborough.
Second down, 11 yards to go. Wakefield keeps the football. And Brad Wakefield is going to be slapped down, but only after a nice gain.
And that's something we haven't seen a lot tonight. Wakefield actually carrying the football. He's been handing off to Dante Williams, and he's been handing the ball off to Greg Thomas, but this time he decided to carry it himself. And I think that if Plant's going to get back into this game and do some things effectively on offense, Wakefield's going to have to start playing a part in that.
Another big third down play coming up for the Panthers, 3rd and 8. Ball at the 33-yard line of Plant. Wakefield keeps the ball, wants to throw, batted up, incomplete, and flags go down. And let's see what that one's all about. That's in the vicinity of pass interference, Jerry. I'm not sure who it's on.
It looks as if it'd be pass interference against Hillsborough, but this is going to be an interesting call because the ball was actually deflected. And I think once a ball is deflected, it's an open play. And so they waved the flag off. So I guess they saw what we did. The ball being deflected, the receiver being open game, and there's no penalty.
And so that will bring up 4th down. As we mentioned to you, some of the officials tonight wearing black armbands. It's in the West Coast Referees Association doing that and mourning the passing of back judge Ron Gonzalez, a longtime secretary of the West Coast Officials Association who passed away recently. 4th down and 8 yards to go for the Panthers. English will punt from his own 20. A little bit of a high snap. He'll get it away. And a fair catch made by the Terriers at the 41-yard line. Matthew Booth under it, and a flag is down. And let's see if the Terriers do not give the ball back once again to Hillsborough, or to Plant, rather. Yep, looks like they might do that. First down, they're pointing, I guess. Jerry's probably roughing the kicker.
It looks that way. Usually when there's a flag over there sitting next to the punter and the punter's laying on the ground, that's going to be roughing the punter, and it looks like that's what the play is. It's going to be a first down again for Plant.
So for the second time now in this drive, a Hillsborough penalty has kept it alive. Panthers will have the ball at their own 47-yard line. Clock down to 5.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Hillsborough leads 13-6. Split backfield for Wakefield. He will give Dante Williams right side, has some room. Dante Williams will be horse-collared out of bounds all the way down to the Terrier 35-yard line. First down, Plant.
And you can see it happening, that Hillsborough's actually starting to make the mistakes on their part and bringing the Plant offense back into the game. They've had Plant stopped twice, and by penalties have brought them back into, at least with this drive, and Plant's and Dante Williams with that carry seems to be taking advantage of the extra opportunity. You can see him carrying the ball out wide here to the right, and it's just a foot race, and number 15, Thomas Miller, who's been on a lot of stops here tonight, makes the stop.
Ball is at the 36-yard line on first down. This is Greg Thomas, and he is going to be rocked as he crosses the 35, and it looked like Thomas had a little trouble holding on to the ball.
And
Once
also,
again, Thomas Miller there, Jerry. Boy, he is another one who's really had an outstanding night.
yes, he is. He's out there playing free safety. Earlier, we mentioned how Hillsborough was playing 11 guys in between 2 yards of the line of scrimmage. I think that they've finally started putting Miller back to protect the pass, but that means he has the opportunity to run and roam the field and make a lot of tackles, and he's seemed to have done that here to start the second half.
Thomas and Williams in the backfield. Dante Williams gets the ball, cuts in, and Dante Williams still on his feet down to the 25-yard line. Boy, when Dante Williams gets a rockin', he's tough to bring down.
Yeah, Dante averages over 6 yards a carry, and you think when you look at the stats and you see that Greg Thomas is the third leading rusher, and he has over 400-something yards, and you look at the number of carries that Dante Williams was getting before these last 2 games, you'll see that Dante is just as good a back, if not better, than Greg Thomas. It's just a matter of getting the carries, and once he gets the ball, he does actually do some good things with it.
3rd and a half yard for Plant. Thomas with the ball, and it's going to be close. He was hit right about the line of scrimmage. It will all depend on the spot. He needed to get to the 26. And referee Dave Egan will call time. They're going to measure this one. This is a tough call, Jerry.
Yes, it is. It looks as though it's going to be 4th and short, and from looking at the Plant offense on the field right now, they're going to go for it. I mean, they need to actually punch this ball and get this first down and keep this drive going to build some momentum and get the confidence to know that they can run the ball up and down the field here. Now, what they'll actually call with Greg Thomas, who's a very good inside running back, who's big and strong and can carry some people with him, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get the ball right up the middle and just brute his way over to get a first down.
Well, the Panthers need less than a yard. 4th down for Plant. Ball is at the 27-yard line of Hillsborough. Thomas and Dante Williams in the backfield. Thomas with the football. He will get the first down and then some. And the Plant Panthers will keep the drive alive.
Thomas picks up the first down for the Panthers.
As a coach, Coach Acosta has to feel good about knowing that when he's got 3rd and short or 4th and short, that he can give that ball to Greg Thomas and he's going to get 2 yards. And even if he gets hit in the backfield, he's going to carry some people with him to get that first down. That's a good weapon to have, a short yardage back who can also break it for a long run.
1st and 10 now for the Panthers. The ball at Hillsborough's 23-yard line. Split backfield once again for Wakefield. This is a reverse. There goes Grays, Ricky Grays. He will go in for the Plant touchdown. Great run by Ricky Grays, and once again, Roland Acosta pulls a little trick out of the bag.
And that was a great call. Dante Williams has been running the sweep all night successfully, and he started running the sweep to the right, and they had misdirection play, and it was a touchdown.
And now watch the extra point with us. This was an adventure for Plant last week. And timeout is called by Plant. Jerry, I suspect they're going to kick it, but you never know.
Well, there's a lot of time left in this game, but I would think that the way they've been kicking extra points that they may want to go ahead and try to go for 2.
And we were just told that that was the exact play the Panthers ran to beat Hillsborough, or rather Jefferson, in the 4th overtime of that game. We get a chance to watch it here. Watch the reverse.
Dante Williams gets the handoff, and he just gets an inside handoff to Ricky Graves, and he just kind of takes it in, gets a good block from Charles Rothenberg down around the 5-yard line and takes it in for the score.
And so with 3:40 to go in the 3rd quarter, the Plant Panthers find themselves down by a point at 13-12. Twice last week against Tampa Bay Votech, Plant was down by a point. Both times it missed the extra point. But as Roland Acosta mentioned earlier, in the overtime game against Jefferson, the Panthers had to come from behind 3 times in the overtime periods. All 3 times they kicked the extra point. But it looks like here they're going to go for 2 and try to take the lead. Wakefield, the quarterback. Thomas lined up behind him. This is Dante Williams. Handoff, 2 points. Plant leads. And it looks like they may have thrown a flag in the backfield. Or in the secondary, but let's see.
Plant gets 14. Flag on play.
A flag was thrown. Williams walked in almost untouched. Personal foul against Hillsborough. The points will count. So the Plant Panthers have taken a 14-13 lead. And Jerry, once again, man, what can you say about Plant? Those guys just simply do not quit.
Yeah, and it would be kind of interesting to see what Plant can actually do to a team if they didn't hurt themselves as much as they've done earlier tonight as well as last week. They're always in a football game. They've got character where they get down and they start penalizing themselves and get a lot of negative things happening. They're still in the game, and they know that they're in position to win. And right now they've taken the lead after, you know, really being down all this game so far.
And of course, on that particular drive, the Terriers really hurt themselves with a couple of key penalties there that enabled Plant to keep the ball.
Yeah, there were two opportunities. One on the punt where it was 4th down and they were punting. They roughed the punter and they got the first down to continue the drive. And then on 3rd and short when they actually jumped off sides, and that's sustained another drive. So although Plant did carry it up the field and had some impressive runs, they were helped a little bit by the Hillsborough Terriers.
The infraction will be marched off on the kickoff, so the Panthers will kick it off from Hillsborough's 45, and let's see if Brad Wakefield doesn't try some kind of a pooch kick here. They're going to try to get it back. Ball will bounce, but will be covered nicely there by the Terriers. So Hillsborough really doesn't wind up with too bad a field position at all. Thomas Miller was the guy on the ball. And Jerry, I'm a little surprised at that call, only because it was obvious with the way Hillsborough lined up, the Terriers were expecting it.
That's true. When you get a 15-yard penalty like that, you're not really worried too much about the field position because you know you're going to be inside the opponent's, backing them up in the 40. But to actually show the onside kick took the surprise element out of it, and Hillsborough was prepared for it, so it was unsuccessful.
Double wide outs right side for the Terriers. Covington hands to Corey Durant. He is dragged down from behind just as it looked like he was off to the races. Good job by Travis Finkhausen, the linebacker. Durant will get 2. 2nd down, 8 yards to go for Hillsborough. And looks like the Terriers will have to replace one of their offensive linemen, Xavier Chisholm. Looks like he needs some equipment repair. And Scott McFadden getting into the game in a hurry for Hillsborough. Clock will be down to 3 minutes to go in quarter number 3. Plant leads it by a point at 14-13. Durant the lone setback behind Covington. Handoff is to Durant. He will come up just shy of the 40-yard line before being buried by a host of Panthers.
The running scheme of the Hillsborough Terriers is sort of interesting. It looks as though when Durant gets the ball, he gets to kind of use his vision, pick and choose what hole, whichever opens up, and that has to do with the offensive lineman position blocking, and that's what it looks as though it's happening because you can see a play that'll start outside and he'll cut it inside, a play that'll start to the left, he'll cut it up the middle to the right. So it looks like he gets free reign to really pick a hole that he sees that's open.
3rd and a long 5. Covington keeps the ball, options it to Clanny Green, tries to cut back. Look at Clanny roll. He's not going to get the first down, but he could have been hit further back. Good job by Clanny Green.
That was a great effort, especially when he kind of used a spin move to come inside. He got himself running backwards a little bit. If he could have turned upfield and faced forward, he probably could have dove for it or at least made an attempt at the first down, but he's going to be short here.
Justin Terrell will be on to punt it away for the Terriers. Rhett Dixon will stand back at his own 20-yard line to catch the punt. And right now, Jerry, how big does that missed field goal by Terrell look? 26-yard field goal is clubbed down by a point, but still plenty of time. Good job by Terrell to get it away. Dixon will make the fair catch at his own 27-yard line.
Well, that missed field goal is the difference as to whether or not Hillsborough would be leading this game or they're behind here by a point. But you have to believe Terrell will get another opportunity, and I think that that's when it will be important, when it's probably 2 minutes left to go in the game and he'll get a 40-yarder.
Yeah, this game is a long way from being over. 1:22 to go in the 3rd quarter. Plant has come back to lead 14-13. Panthers going for their 5th straight win this year. Hillsborough is 3-1. The Terriers on a 3-game win streak. Wakefield hands the ball to Ricky Grays, and Grays is smacked just as he got to the line of scrimmage, and he is dumped hard. Leading the way for the Terriers, Kenyatta Jackson, the defensive back.
Jackson on the bottom of the Terriers there.
We were talking to O'Brien earlier. This is a very young team. We've got sophomores at linebackers for Hillsboro. Kenyatta Jackson's a junior. This is a young team. And he said that this team will get better over the years, and they don't seem to be playing too bad tonight.
The handoff to Greg Thomas, and Thomas has a hole. He will punch it out close to the 35-yard line.
On the carry. 6-yard pickup.
Terriers have done a good job holding Greg Thomas in check so far. Third down coming up for the Panthers, 3rd and 4. Clock down to 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. This will in all likelihood be the last play of the period. Dante Williams has gone out for Plant. Wakefield on the option to Grays. Grays has a hole. First down for the Panthers. Nice running of the option by Wakefield, and the Panthers will keep the football.
Great execution of the option. Wakefield looked as though he was smothered by two Terrier defensive men from the front and back. He got the pitch off in time and allowed Graves to pick up the first down.
And the quarter will come to an end here as we get a chance to watch this one again. And you're right, Jerry. He really ran the option well.
Wakefield did his part in the front end of the option. He pitched it to Graves, and he did his part by rushing and getting the first down.
So we have come to the end of 3 quarters here at Chelo Huerta Field. The Plant Panthers have come back to take a 14-13 lead over the Hillsboro Terriers. And Jerry, every bit the kind of game we thought it would be. Close, and it's going to go to the end again.
And it's the typical rivalry type game. It's hard fought, hard, dog eat dog type situation, and it's going to go down. It looks as though it'll go down to the wire, and that's what you want to see out of a game like this.
Well, we've been very fortunate this year. We have had nothing but good football games to bring you here on Jones. And next week we expect to have another one. We'll be over at Jefferson to get a look at Bradenton Southeast. Southeast currently the number 2 team in the state in Class 4A. And this week, Southeast is playing Sarasota Riverview, number 1 in 5A. Well, what kind of a game ought that be, Jerry?
It should be a very exciting game, and I think that Jefferson has a chance in that game also, so it should be a good game.
And who knows, Southeast might be the number 1 team in Florida coming in next week. Dante Williams gets the ball to start the fourth quarter, cuts it back, and will pick up a couple of yards.
Jim, you mentioned that we've been seeing some good high school games. I'll tell you, I'm very impressed with the first 4 games we've seen this year with the amount of talent that's out here. Week in and week out, we look at some of these guys are playing, and we hear that this Division I school is looking at them and that others. Everyone knows that Florida is a farm for Division I athletes in the NCAA, especially in the area of football, and we've been seeing that caliber of football here tonight.
Second down, 8 yards to go for the Panthers. Just underway here in the fourth quarter. This is Grays. Nope, Grays did not get the ball. Faked me out. It was Greg Thomas who had it, and he will push the ball out to the 45-yard line. So another big third down play coming up for Plant. 3rd and 5. The ball at the Panther 45-yard line.
It's 3rd and 5, and Dante Williams comes in the game. I wonder who might get this carry.
Well, I'm sure Dante brought the play in from head coach Roland Acosta. 3rd and 5, split backfield for Wakefield. He will drop, keeps the ball. He is going to be hit behind the line of scrimmage for a loss. Adrian Harrison again there for the Terriers.
We saw Adrian Harris earlier make that outstanding run when he went down and he tackled Dante Williams on that long run earlier. We mentioned earlier that the Hillsboro Terriers are conscious of Wakefield and what he can do to them, and they put a man on him, and Wakefield has been unable to run a roll out and be open. They've had somebody on him. Wakefield makes, he gets tackled there for a loss, and they have to punt again.
English will punt from his own 25. High snap, gets it away. Fair catch called for by Booth. He will drop the ball, and Plant's going to get it. Matthew Booth dropped the ball, and the Plant Panthers come up with it. It looks like Del Walker with a fumble recovery for Plant at the Hillsboro 30-yard line.
And you knew he was going to drop that punt. By the way, he looked unsure. He was running up. He didn't really position himself under the ball well. and he dropped the punt. Plant recovered, and he's given them position to come back and do some more things. See, Plant is not dying, but then again, you know, Hillsboro's helping him along. We saw Tampa Bay Voltech last week do the same thing, somewhat self-destruct with fumbles, and give Plant more opportunities.
Double wideouts left side for Plant. 1st and 10, official spot of the ball, the 33-yard line of Hillsboro. This is Greg Thomas. He will pound it down to the 30. And Jerry, why do I feel like Greg Thomas is going to do a lot of pounding here in the 4th quarter for Plant?
Because that's his style of running. I mean, he's a big running back that puts a shoulder into everybody that tries to tackle him. And that type of running back, it just wears on you as defensive players. To keep coming at him and hitting him, and knowing that he's coming back 6'1", 235 with a full head of steam. He wears you down, and by the 4th quarter, he's taking over.
Clock is down to 9:10 to go in the game. 2nd down, 7 yards to go for the Panthers. Williams this time lines up in the slot on the left side. This is Hernandez with a ball. And he will be hit right about the line of scrimmage. Once again, a good job of pursuit by that Hillsboro defense. Leading the way is Tavon Sunday. So the Panthers once again with a 3rd down, this time 3rd and 7. Good look at the offense of Plant High School that Brad Wakefield leads. They need 7 for a 1st down. Wakefield will give to Dante Williams, sweeps right side. Dante Williams has the 1st down and more. He is run out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. Thomas Miller once again with a tackle, 1st and goal Plant.
Yes, he is. Hillsboro's been unable to stop that run all night. Dante Williams around the right end. Dante Williams is having a big night, and they're just doing basically the same thing every play, coming out and just beating them around the corner.
Dante Williams now with 104 yards in rushing, having another big night for the Plant High School Panthers. 1st and goal from the 9, 8:14 to go in the game. Thomas and Williams, a split backfield for Wakefield. This is Dante Williams, cuts it inside, and he will be hit hard at about the 8-yard line.
Williams on the carry, picking up approximately 2. 2nd and goal.
That will bring up 2nd down and goal to go for the Panthers. And Jerry, I got to believe we're in 4-down territory here.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. It's an opportunity for Plant to open up a little lead here and possibly go for 2 and make Hillsboro have to score twice. That'll put Hillsboro in a position of having to get a couple quick scores and put Plant in the driver's seat.
2nd and goal from the 8. Wakefield hands the ball. Dante Williams right side. He will go in for the Plant touchdown.
Touchdown Plant.
Once again, Dante Williams scores for Plant, this time from 8 yards away. Greg Thomas gives them the congratulations. The Panthers now lead it 20-13, and it looks like Plant is going to go for 1. The Panthers will try to kick the extra point. High snap. Kick is up. Let's see. It will be good.
Plant 21.
So the Panthers will get the extra point. And it looks like Jimmy Hines will get it.
You know, I don't understand why Plant would run any other play than that outside sweep to Dante Williams. As you see here, this play's been very successful all day, and he just outruns him to the corner. It's probably sad for Hillsboro that he didn't have more room to run because he was so wide open he could have just continued running. That play has been very successful, and unless Hillsboro, the coaches over there huddle up their defense and determine and try to figure out how to stop that play, there's no other reason for Coach Acosta not to run that play for the rest of the night.
Kenny Hyatt, who had a couple blocked against Tampa Bay Votech, got that one through despite the high snap. And the Plant Panthers have an 8-point lead with 7:29 to go. Of course, what that does, Jerry, is it does give Hillsboro a chance to tie the game in one possession or one touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Wakefield will kick it off. He will pooch kick it along, and he will roll past a couple of Terriers. He will not pick it up. Ball's loose. Let's see. Plant football. And it looked like Del Walker again.
And what it looks like is Hillsborough is continuing on their path of self-destruction. We talked earlier about pooch kicks. That's what you want out of pooch kicks. You want a little confusion back there, and that's what actually happened. The deep back actually let the ball go through thinking the up back was going to catch it. It rolled back, and it just became trying to pick up the ball and run at the same time. Just mass confusion, and a Plant player dove on the ball, and now it's first down inside the 10.
Hard to tell whether it was Walker or Kevin Williams. They both look kind of happy. Either way, it's first and goal for the Panthers. The ball at Hillsborough's 8-yard line. Still 7:05 to go in the game. Thomas with a football, runs over people, gets it inside the 5.
And that's Thomas again, getting hit at about the 8-yard line, landing on the 4 or 5-yard line. I mean, he actually takes carriers, tacklers with him.
And boy, Jerry, I would think it's got to be demoralizing for Hillsborough's defense.
Yes, it is, because the mistakes being made out here tonight weren't by the defense. You know, a lot of mistakes are going on by the entire team, and it's really hurt them tonight in the fact that they've lost control of this game.
Dante Williams, right side, touchdown, Plant.
And Jim, I think
flag in the backfield, though. Let's wait and see.
But I think we've seen that play tonight.
More than once. But let's check the penalty. It may come back. No, it will be against Hillsborough. Touchdown, Plant. And so with 6:24 to go in the game, it is now 27-13 in favor of the Panthers. And Hyatt will be on to try to make it 28. Corey Anderson will hold. High snap again. This time he gets it through. And I would think, Jerry, that Ken Hyatt's got to be feeling pretty good. He had a tough week last week.
Yes, he did, but you know, it was late. This is late in the game, and he has the opportunity to kick 2 extra points, and he's drilled them, especially this last one where he's got a comfortable lead, so there wasn't any pressure on him. Kicker's game is mostly his confidence. And looks like Kenny Hines has gotten his back.
Boy, watch Dante Williams here again.
He just gets around the corner and he outruns him to the end zone, and that's something he's been doing all night.
What an outstanding night for Dante Williams and for the Plant High School Panthers. They were down 13-6. They have scored 22 unanswered points here and have a 28-13 lead. Clock certainly a factor now for Hillsborough. 6:24 to go in the game. And Jerry, last week we saw Plant break one off a kickoff in a very key situation. Terriers kind of need to do that here.
Yes, they do, and it would be essential to their comeback because they don't have the type of offense that can come back and score quick points. They don't have a passing attack. They're a running game, and that runs down the clock.
Wakefield kicks it away. This is Abrams looking for a hole, and Kevin Abrams will get the ball out to his own 42-yard line. So with 6:18 to go in the game, the Terriers will get back on offense, and it seems like it's been a while since Hillsborough's been on offense. Plant scored 2 quick touchdowns to seemingly have control of this game, but let's wait and see. I better not say that too loud.
Well, we wrote them off last week, and they come back to win, so we need to be careful about Hillsborough here.
Mario Covington brings his team out. Double wide outs left side. Durant moves up into the slot on the right. Covington short drops, going to keep the ball. Mario Covington with a little bit of room. And he will come up very close to midfield and to the first down.
It was a good run by Covington. It looked as though it was just a quarterback draw. Split the receivers out wide, kind of open up the field, and just keep the ball himself.
Yard short,
2nd and 1 now for Hillsborough. If Plant can win, the Panthers would move to 5-0. Durant once again moves up into the slot. 2nd and 1. Covington drops the throw. Going to go long, left side for Booth. Incomplete. And almost intercepted out there by Del Walker.
Hillsborough happens to be in the position where they really don't want to be. They're behind. There's 5 minutes left to go. It's 3rd and 1, but they're in a position where they have to throw the football. And that, if you've got a strong running attack, and your running attack's your bread and butter, you don't want to be in the position to have to throw. I mean, the University of Nebraska can attest to something like that.
That's for sure. Big 3rd down play. Hillsborough needs to keep the football. 3rd and 1. Corey Durant will get the 1st down. And a flag goes down. Loose football. It looks like Plant has it, but there also appeared to be a flag. Let's see. Maybe not. Looks like Plant's going to get the ball. So Hillsborough really is self-destructed here. Corey Durant just lost the ball.
And Durant comes off holding his right shoulder. Looks like to be shaken up on the play.
You're right. We can see him on the sidelines here, and his right shoulder is down a little bit, and he's hurting.
You know, I thought it was interesting that Corey Durant really wasn't getting a lot of carries here this second half, and when he was getting carries, the Plant defense was all over him, and that just goes to show you that although he had a lot of success in the first half, the coach Acosta probably made some adjustments at halftime and kind of put a stop to the Hillsborough running game.
Dante Williams with a football into the Hillsborough secondary. Dante Williams still with the ball, and he will be run down from behind on a touchdown saving tackle by Tavon Sunday, but even that tackle was tough. Williams didn't want to go down.
No, he didn't, and I'll tell you, Williams threw about 20 moves on that play. Started wide, cut inside. It was a great run by Dante Williams.
Dante Williams putting on a show here tonight for the Plant Panthers.
Dante
Boy, watch the high step. Look at this.
Yeah, look at that move there. He got a couple good blocks downfield, too. And number 12 grabbed a hold of him. And he got about 15 yards after he first touched him. So it was a great run by Dante Williams. 1st
and 10 at the 29 for Plant. Greg Thomas with the ball. And it takes 4 Terriers to bring him down after a gain of 3.
I tell you, Jim, it's starting to look like a Buccaneer game. People are leaving early.
Now. Well, you know what? If they'd have left early last week, they were probably disappointed.
And they were leaving early, too.
Buccaneers, of course, are off this week, and then they have the unenviable task of going to the Superdome to play New Orleans.
Who probably would be 6-0 at the time. They're a tough team. It's going to be a tough game for the Bucs.
2nd and 6. Ricky Grays spins away from one, but not the second one. And he will lose yardage on the play.
It's kind of interesting how successful that same play is when Dante Williams is running the ball than when Graves isn't.
And it looks like we have an injured Terrier on the field. Looks like it's Adrian Harrison, and boy, let's hope he's okay. He has had a heck of a night.
Yes, he has. He's been all over the place. He's got a couple sacks. He ran down Dante Williams and saved a touchdown, which Plant eventually scored. But he's had a great night, and we hope that he's doing all right.
Well, while they are attending to Adrian Harrison down there, let's pause, and we will come back with more football from Hillsborough right after this. Plant High School sidelines, and they have something to cheer about. Dante Williams only has himself 153 yards tonight. A one-man army, and there's the result of some of Dante's efforts. A big 15-point lead for the Panthers over the Hillsborough Terriers. Adrian Harrison, the injured Terrier, is still down on the field and now slowly getting up. And there you see Adrian. What a night this young man has had, Jerry. He has just been everywhere for Hillsborough.
Yes, he has. He has played a great game tonight. He has been in the Plant offensive backfield, and we hope that his injury is not serious.
Well, the good news is he was able to walk off under his own power. Clock is inside of 3 minutes to go. Plant with a 15-point lead and the ball. 3rd down, 8 yards to go. Williams and Thomas in the backfield. The fake by Wakefield. He keeps the ball. Brad Wakefield with some room. Dances on the sidelines. Gets inside the 15. Or just outside the 15 is the official spot. And it ought to be enough for a first down for Plant.
And that was a quarterback bootleg by Wakefield and Plant. The last 2 times he's tried that, Adrian Harrison, who just left the field with injury, has made the stop. On this play, his replacement actually took the bite, and Wakefield got around the corner, and he made a successful run. I think it's a good call by Coach Acosta by knowing that outside linebacker was out of the game and just going right at the replacement.
First down for Plant. The ball at Hillsboro's 16-yard line. The Panthers knocking on that door again. Dante Williams hit in the backfield, still squirts loose for a gain of a couple down to the 14. Clock is down to 2:15 to go, and the Hillsboro Terriers are going to call a timeout. You know, it's interesting, Jerry, when Plant, it doesn't really matter what time of the game Plant has the ball, it's still the same basic offense because it's going to be Williams or Greg Thomas running the ball.
Yes, it is, but you've got 2 running backs that can do a lot of things. Both Dante Williams can run up the middle or run to the outside. Greg Thomas is just a powerful fullback that runs the ball up the middle. So they complement each other real well, and that they've got an inside and outside game, and both of them can do each. So the Hillsboro defense really doesn't know what's coming at them. So although you know that one of these 2 running backs are going to get the ball, it's a matter of trying to guess which one and which hole, and so there's a little variety and versatility to it, and it's hard to stop.
Good look there at Dick O'Brien, head coach at Hillsboro. His club is probably going to fall to 3-2 tonight. The Panthers have really done an outstanding job here in the second half to come back, and right now the schedule looks pretty good for Plant. Plant has Bayshore next week, and then the Panthers get a week off, and then Southeast comes into Plant, and that's going to give Plant 2 weeks to prepare for Southeast. And Jerry, why do I feel like Coach Acosta may have a few more tricks up his sleeve?
Well, he's going to need some tricks, and he'll probably need all 2 weeks to prepare because that's a powerful team, Southeast, coming in here.
Inside handoff is to Greg Thomas. Thomas is dragged back after picking up a couple of yards.
We have a timeout.
And the Terriers will stop the clock again with 2:03 to go.
Third down.
Terriers certainly have not conceded. They're trying to keep as much time on that clock as possible so they can get the ball back. Plant will be faced with a 3rd down, 3rd and 7 from the 13.
And although Hillsboro's down by 15 points, the game's not over. And Coach O'Brien realizes that, and they're not conceding. And they're going to try use up their timeouts and use hopefully defense come up with a strong play to the point where they can get the ball back or even attempt to come back and try to score in this game. Because as long as there's time on the clock, there's time to score. And Coach O'Brien knows that, and that's what they're doing.
And a good look there at Roland Acosta, the head coach of the Plant High School Panthers. He has really done an outstanding job with his team. We talked about it last week where he put the wing T in over the summer because he knew he had the people who could run it. It's kind of an ancient offense as far as football goes, but hey, you can't argue with the results.
That's true. I mean, it's an ancient offense, but if you can't stop it, then it can be the most successful offense around. And Coach Acosta's offense has been very, very successful here tonight, last week, and all season. And it looks like if it keeps up, 2 minutes, and they're 2 minutes and 3 seconds away from their 5th win of the year.
Good look at the Plant High School side tonight. Lots to cheer about if you're a Plant High School Panther fan. Split backfield again. Dante Williams with the ball. Flags are down. Williams slams off people, still on his feet. Gets down close to the 10-yard line, but it will be a legal procedure against Plant. And a good look at Dante Williams. What a night he has had.
Yes, he's had a real good night here. You know, when you look at the Plant coming into this game here tonight, as well as last week's game, when you look at the Plant Panthers and you look at the running attack, everyone thought Greg Thomas, and he was the guy stacking up all the yards and all the touchdowns. Well, I think Dante Williams got a little tired of hearing his name, and these last 2 weeks he's taken over, and he's come out and shown that there's more than one back on this running team, and if you want to beat us, you got to stop both of us.
And Dante Williams heads out now, it looks like. Well, they're going to send him back in. It's called working the horse when you get a chance, huh?
Yes, it is.
I can't blame him.
Well, he's earned his keep here tonight.
And a good look as you see us centering in on the guy we got to say certainly is the player of this game tonight.
Yes, he is.
3rd down now for Plant. We're about ready to get back to action. Clock is inside of 2 minutes to go. In fact, it'll be inside of 1:30. Wakefield with the ball, wants to throw, end zone. Bobby King out there, incomplete, flags down. Lots of flags.
Well, there's an offensive lineman at about the 5-yard line. He's walking back. He may have been in the end zone. They're going to have an illegal receiver downfield. But that was an interesting call because all they have to do is actually run out the clock. And they think they went for the juggler there. I mean, they went to the end zone to get some more points just to put this game out of reach.
Well, one thing is kind of interesting. Plant is undefeated at 4-0, yet every week you look in the polls in Class 4A, the Panthers don't even get any votes. And I'm a little surprised at that. The fact that Plant is 4-0, you would think they would get some attention. Maybe Coach Acosta's trying to get them some attention with some points. You never know.
Well, if he doesn't get attention with the points, he'll definitely get them with wins. This win here tonight will put them 5-0, and they're going to have to start getting some respect because once this team pulls it together and quits hurting themselves with the penalties, they're going to blow some teams out, and they're going to win some big games.
Wakefield will drop to throw, and he's got some company. Outruns one, keeps the ball. Brad Wakefield on his feet. Let's see, does he? It will be close. They are going to say he is down at the 1-yard line. Brad Wakefield almost went in again, and it looked like a flag went down.
And that's not your typical quarterback scrambling play. Wakefield had the opportunity to step out of bounds. He cut inside. He broke a couple tackles and almost drugged somebody in the end zone. You'll see Wakefield here just fake that carry to Dante Williams and come around to the outside. And right here, he'll cut inside and then try to drag into someone into the end zone. And he gets stopped at about the 1.
Penalty will be against Hillsboro, but all that will mean is they'll move it about 2 inches closer. And Plant will have a chance to get it in. You can probably take a look at it right there and see how close the Panthers are. The nose of that football practically sitting on the goal line. Clock is down to 1:08 to go in the game. Will it be Thomas, or will it be Williams, or will it be Wakefield? It will be Dante Williams. And he will be in for the Panther touchdown.
And I guess it is appropriate that Dante Williams was to get that carry to score. We've talked about the game that he's had tonight.
Good look at Dante Williams. He has done it all tonight for the Plant Panthers. Unofficially, that, I believe, is 4 scores.
Hyatt 34, Terriers 13.
And Hyatt will be on to try to make it 35. His kick is up, and he will drill it through for the 3rd straight time. So, Jerry, maybe the Panthers have their kicking game straightened out, too, and that could be trouble for everybody.
And yes, it can. We talked with Coach Acosta, and we mentioned that, he needed to get his kicking game together. They practiced this week because he knows that later on in the year he may need that kicking game to get a field goal for him late in the game. So he has to get the confidence in the kicking game, and that's what these last 3 extra points have probably done for the kicker here tonight.
Yeah, we want to take a look at Plant's schedule. The Panthers have gone halfway through and will be undefeated. And outside of Southeast, they're going to be favored in every other football game it plays from here on. They play Bayshore from Bradenton. They play Tampa Catholic, East Bay, and Robinson. So the Panthers right now really facing an outstanding season if the Panthers can beat Southeast.
And that's going to be their test. Every great team has to come out and really beat another outstanding team, and Plant will have that opportunity against Southeast.
Ball will be fielded back there by Clanny Green. Clanny still on his feet, sweeps left side. He will be dragged down at the 45-yard line of Hillsboro, and that's where the Terriers will put it in play with 44 seconds to go. Terriers will fall to 3 wins and 2 losses. And Mario Covington trying to get his team lined up in a hurry. No fun for Hillsboro next week. Chamberlain comes here. Pass intended for Booth, incomplete.
Flag on the play.
And it looks like there's another flag on the play. Well, Jerry, that ought to be a good one. Hillsboro will play host to Chamberlain here next week. That should be a good football game.
Yes, year in and year out, Chamberlain has a good team, and Coach Turner always has a well-coached team. We know that Hillsboro is a better team than the way they played tonight. They made a lot of mistakes here in the second half that's kind of hurt them. And I think that the Hillsborough-Chamberlain game is going to be an outstanding game.
And our congratulations to Chamberlain. Last week, the Chiefs knocked off Sarasota 34-27. A big district win for Chamberlain. Kind of puts the Chiefs in the driver's seat a little bit, but a lot of time to go. Covington will drop to throw. 25 seconds to go. He's going to try to air it out. And he does. Nobody there. Incomplete. And it was 35 seconds to go, so now it's down to 30. Second down coming up for the Terriers. Plant will be on the road next week down in Bradenton against Bayshore. But, Jerry, I guess if you have to play both the Bradenton teams, it's better to play Bayshore away and get Southeast at home.
Yeah, and Coach Acosta really needs to keep his team up and not have them looking past Bayshore to Southeast and come out prepared and ready to play next week.
And as you see there, Covington unloads another one and gets a little bit unloaded himself. Incomplete, third down. Mario Covington got up a little slowly there, but he's had an outstanding night for the Hillsborough Terriers, and we will hear from him and the Terriers again.
And this is a scary part of the game because you know that you're trying to get something positive so you can end the game with a touchdown or a score, but you also don't want anyone to get hurt. And Covington took a shot then that it really would be a shame if he were to get hurt with no time left on this clock.
Covington almost lost the ball, steps up and has some room to run. Mario Covington's going to go wide right. He may go. He will finally be cut down at about the 10-yard line. What a run by Mario Covington.
Mario Covington's not giving this game up. I mean, that was a great effort by Mario, a great run. And he's got the desire to get something done here at the end and end this game.
Well, Covington certainly made things happen on that run. Watch him go.
Covington's going to throw a couple of moves here to open him up, and then he breaks to the outside. He's got a small wall of blockers out there, and it's just a foot race to try to get to the end zone. And he gets knocked out of bounds inside the 10.
Looks like the ball might be right at the 10. Covington keeps it. Has some room on the left side. Now wants to throw. Intercepted by Plant in the end zone. And I guess that kind of puts an exclamation point on this one for the Panthers. A good job out there by Rhett Dixon, who picked it off for Plant. And it looks like they're going to say he was at the 1-yard line when he did and not in the end zone.
It's kind of interesting. It doesn't look as though Plant can fall on the ball. With 4 seconds, that would be a safety. So.
Well, Plant will have one more play. And to say that the Panthers are backed up against their own goal line, they're just going to let the clock run. Plant's not going to snap it. And the game will end right there. So the Plant High School Panthers will come away with a big victory tonight. A lopsided final score, as you see there. But, Jerry, really not a lopsided game, and we'll talk more about that when we come back for some closing comments. A big win tonight for the Plant Panthers. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Bell, I guess the magic words tonight, Dante Williams.
Yes, Dante had an outstanding game. He had about 4 touchdowns. He was running inside, outside. Seems like when Dante touched the ball, good things happen.
Of course, Plant had a lot of penalties tonight, but the Panthers really didn't self-destruct like a week ago. This is a good football team.
It's a good football team with character. They can get down early. They'll get down by a lot. They'll start making a lot of mistakes, but they come through. They know that if there's time left on the clock, they have an opportunity to win.
Now, of course, Hillsborough falls to 3-2, but the Terriers looked good in spots tonight. They just got down in the second half and couldn't get up.
They got down, and Plant got on a roll, and Hillsborough couldn't really stop them. And those things happen in games with good teams, with good running attacks like Plant has.
So the final score here tonight was 35-13. The Panthers knock off the Terriers. Join us again next week when we will be over at Jefferson to take a look at Southeast from Bradenton in a big District 4 ball game. So for Jerry Bell, I'm Jim Henderson. Thanks for watching. Good night, everyone.
Public Access Hillsborough High School Game of the Week. Hello everyone, I'm Rick Fueo along with Jerry Bell. Tonight we bring you the Robinson Knights hosting the Tampa Plant Panthers. This is a game for the bragging rights of South Tampa. Robinson High School developed from Plant way back in the early 60s. And Jerry, this is a rivalry that exceeds any kind of conference battle or any kind of end of the season play.
And it's a rivalry that's going to lead to a good game tonight because both teams are outstanding caliber players, and they both have winning records, and they're both going to come out and play with a lot of pride and try to end the season with a win.
The Plant Panthers feature the T-bone attack. They keep the ball on the ground, and they've been very successful. Two of the top running backs in the county.
If Plant's not going to do anything unusual, they're going to feature their running game. Greg Thomas is the county's one of the leading rushers in the county, as well as the leading scorer, and Dante Williams. Both of them two running backs complement each other in that Greg Thomas is an inside runner. Dante Williams runs to the outside. They complement each other very well, and I look to see Plant come out and try to run the football tonight.
Of course, the Robinson Knights, their specialty is the air attack. They've got a quarterback that's put some good numbers up.
Yes, Tommy Phelps, their senior quarterback. He's their leader, the leading passer in the county. He's going to come out and throw the football today. He's also got a couple of outstanding wide receivers who have put up big numbers this year, and look to see them throw the football and do well.
All right, so we've got the Battle of South Tampa, the Robinson Knights versus the Plant Panthers, and we'll be back right after this message with the opening kickoff.
Gosh, Darlene, it sure is amazing how much we have in common.
I know, Larry. We both love three-car pile-ups. We both were built in Buffalo.
And we both know wearing safety belts helps save thousands of lives.
Yeah, this is fascinating.
Don't mind Vince. He's getting over a bad breakup.
I know. Janet's picking up the pieces, too. They're in here.
I wish they understood it's all worth it to get people to buckle up.
Hey, lacerated lovebirds, I sense a major crush.
You could learn a lot from a dummy. Buckle your safety belt.
Talk about head over heels.
Welcome back to Peters Field as the Robinson Knights getting ready to kick off to the Plant Panthers. Hello, everyone. I'm Rick Fueo along with Jerry Bell, and here we go. The opening kickoff taken at the 5-yard line, coming back towards the center of the field. And Gann tackled right about the 26-yard line. Looked like number 32, Dante Williams. And the Panthers will start with their potent offense right away, Jerry.
Yeah, and as we mentioned in the pregame, Dante Williams has already got his hands on the ball. You're not going to see anything unusual from Plant. They're going to come out and run the football. Greg Thomas and Dante Williams, both of them running backs that complement each other, and you're going to look to see a lot of them here tonight.
Panthers come out. Handoff, first man up the middle. And he gains about 4 yards. As Dante Williams, first carry of the ball game from scrimmage, and he's able to pick up 4.
As we mentioned, there are many options to this Plant offense, and all of them seem to result in a run. That play was just an inside run handoff to the fullback, and we're going to see a couple more options before this night's over with.
Second down, 6 to go. Dante Williams this time unable to get outside as good pursuit by the Robinson defense. It'll be 3rd down and 6 to go. Dante Williams with nothing on that carry.
And Robinson's going to have to continue to play defense like that and try to contain Dante Williams. We've seen a couple previous games where Dante Williams has taken just that play there and has gone the distance. He has the speed to get to the outside, and you can believe they'll keep coming back with that play until they break it. And with the talent of these running backs, they're going to break a couple long ones tonight.
And with 3rd and 6, spread formation, 2 receivers near side. Wakefield, the quarterback, takes a snap. It's a fake. Heavy rush. Wakefield on the scramble, and absolutely nothing there. Maybe a couple. Fumble on the play, but the play was ruled down as Wakefield unable to get around that Robinson defense, and they hold pat. Give him 2 yards on the carry. It'll be 4th down and 4 to go.
And Plant's coming out of the norm here. They tried to throw the football. They're known as a running team. That's what they're going to have to do to come out and establish if their passing game is going to be effective.
Plant back to punt. English on the punt. Good kick, high kick. Taking it to 32. brought up the 40 forward momentum. Will mark it at the 40 as Lorenzo Bradshaw on the punt return gets a couple of tough yards. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Robinson Knights on their own 40-yard line.
And Lorenzo Bradshaw's ex-quarterback on this team. He split time last year with Tommy Phelps. They decided that he was a better big play guy. As you saw on that punt return, he made a couple moves, made a couple people miss. Has the ability to do a lot of great things when he has the ball, as well as on defense, being a starting safety.
Tommy Phelps, split center, eye back. 1st and 10, it's the pitch wide. Right up the middle, big gain as he cuts wide to the near line. It's big number 24. Jarrett Daniel on the carry all the way to the Plant 39-yard line.
And Robinson's known as a passing team. Well, they came out this time and just ran a pitch. Everyone comes in the game against the Robinson Knights, and they know of Tommy Phelps, and they know what he can do with his arm. And sometimes they come out and surprise you with a run. A couple of weeks back, they did that versus Leto. And today they came out, started the game with a run. But I look to see them come back with their pass.
Good look there at 6'4", Tommy Phelps as he takes snap from center. Still got the ball on the pitch. And able to cover it up there is, looks like Jarrett Daniel. Jarrett Daniel able to take the errant pitch as the Plant defense really hemmed Phelps in there rather good and had absolutely no chance for the pitch.
And when you have a team that's not known as a running team, sometimes those mistakes will happen. Robinson tried to run an option that time with Tommy Phelps coming down the line. Tommy Phelps feels comfortable in the pocket, not running against defensive players about to tee off into his chest. So they need to get back and do the things that they know how to do, and that's pass the football. And I'd look to see them do that on this 2nd and long play.
Ball back, and it's a fumble by Phelps. And again, picked up by Jarrett Daniel.
Well, Rick, I thought they passed the ball. Maybe they should have on that play.
Well, just before game time, there was a bit of a drizzle here. Not a big downpour by any means, but the ball is certainly wet. And now 3rd down and long. They had the ball on the 39-yard line of Plant. It looks like it'll be 3rd down and about 26 yards to go. Phelps under center. Split backfield, man in the slot. He's got a man open. It's going all the way for a touchdown, and just like that, Jerry, they've moved Jarrett Daniel out into the flat, and Phelps hit him with a dart as he was wide open. Man-to-man coverage.
And what opened that out up would have to say the fact that they came out and ran the football the first couple plays, it kind of got them out of, at least kind of got Plant's defense out of the fact that they got the passing attack. They went back and they surprised Jarrett Daniels, caught that pass coming out of the backfield. He was running up the field wide open. It was a perfect pass by Tommy Phelps and resulted in 6 points for Robinson.
And Chris Watkins puts it through the uprights, 7-0. 7 minutes, 40 seconds to go in the first quarter.
We're going to get an opportunity to see this play. Phelps just drops back, takes that strong left arm of his, puts it out. Daniels just kind of runs under the football, and it's just walks in uncontested to the end zone.
Just like that, the potent air attack of the Robinson Knights put 7 on the board. A good look at the crowd there.
Well, if you're Robinson, you have to be happy. You just jumped out to a quick 7-0 lead. You know that Plant's got a strong offense, and they're going to score their share of points. And I think that it's going to be one of these games where whomever has the ball last is probably going to win. Both high-powered offenses, although they feature different sides. Robinson the pass, Plant the run. But they're all going to put some points up on the board. And Robinson's the first one to attack with the long pass.
Eric Graves and Dante Williams back to receive the kick. Mark Hidgen takes a slow dribbler, keeping it away from Dante. Ball taken at the 30, up to the 40-yard line. As the up back, number 86, Charles Rothenberg, moves the ball up. It'll be 1st and 10 at Plant's own 43-yard line. And Jerry, in a situation where Plant runs the ball awfully well, but to get behind early is going to make them difficult.
But and like you said, it is early, though. They've got a lot of time. Plant's going to have to just come out and establish the game. They like to wear people down on offense, and they're going to come out and run the football, try to wear Robinson down. You know, big Greg Thomas with that carry there coming right up the middle. Those type of plays that although they aren't going to be successful in the first quarter or two, he's going to get 2 or 3 or 4 yards from it. You watch later on in the game in the third and fourth quarter when this is a close game, those plays are going to break for 8, 9, 10 yards.
Thomas with 4 yards on the first down carry to be 2nd down and 6 to go. Ball now sitting on Plant's own 47-yard line. And that's the first time we've seen Thomas carry the ball this evening. 2nd down, 6 to go. Ball handed up again in the middle to Thomas. Gains another 4 yards. Should be 3rd down, 1 to go, a long one.
And this Greg Thomas is a loaded fullback. He's gotten a lot of yards here. In fact, he's the second leading counter in the rusher. He's got 1,090 yards, but he scored over 21 touchdowns. Now, that's kind of exceptional, especially from a fullback standpoint, to have that many yards, average 5.7 yards a carry, and score so many touchdowns. He's having a great year, and he's one of the reasons Plant right now is 8-1.
Wakefield ready to take the snap from center. 3rd down, 1 yard to go. Ball up the middle of the big man. As he gets the first down, carries the ball into the Robinson territory. That looks like they're going to mark it on the 44-yard line. That's giving him another 4 yards. It's 1st down, Plant.
And he just got that on extra effort and determination. We talked about how big Thomas was. Well, he ran over his own offensive lineman on that play, and he ran into him about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Well, he went in there and just ran over one of his linemen and got the extra yards. He's a hard-charging fullback, and he's bigger than most of his linemen, and he's going to get his inside and tough yards.
1st and 10 from the Plant 45. Pitch out wide. And the big man barely get around the corner as Greg Thomas is forced wide by good containment by the Robinson Knights. It'll be 2nd down. Looks like they've given him about a yard on the carry. Now let's check that. Nothing on the carry. It'll be 2nd down, 10 to go. Now they move the markers on me. And it'll be 2nd down and 8. Give him 2 on the carry.
And that's a long way to run just for 2 yards. Greg Thomas is not an outside running back. He doesn't have the speed to get around the corner like Dante Williams. But every once in a while, they'll fool you and give him the ball to run to the outside just to kind of mix things up and keep the defense confused.
2nd down, Wakefield on the handoff to Dante Williams up the middle. Dante Williams still with the ball. As it looks as he gets about 6 yards on a good carry right up the gut for Dante Williams.
And if you ever had an unsung hero on a winning football team, it's Dante Williams. He's got 729 yards rushing. He averages 7.4 yards a carry. And we've seen him on a couple of times just do everything it takes to win for this football team. He's run back a kickoff on a reverse a couple weeks back. He's just an outstanding running back, and I kind of like the way he runs. He's got a good style to him.
3rd down, a long 2 to go. You get a good look at Wakefield, the quarterback for Plant, as he gets ready to take the ball from center. Ball handed up the middle. Looks like the first man through. Flag on the play. First man through was Greg Thomas. Illegal motion on the Plant Panthers.
And this is
Certainly Robinson will take the penalty here, don't you think, Jerry?
Yeah, I think so, because it's going to put Plant in a position that they're not used to being in. That's 3rd and long. Last time they had a 3rd and long, they threw the football. I look to see them try to keep the ball on the ground, possibly giving it to Dante Williams on the outside. But as I mentioned, this is an unusual situation. Plant usually gets 2, 3, 4 yards of carry, and they're used to 3rd and short like they had there before that penalty.
It'll be 3rd down and 7 to go after the penalty. Brad Wakefield breaks the huddle. Wide receivers split wide. Pick to the middle as Wakefield rolls out. He's looking to pass. Nothing there. Thrown long and almost intercepted. As Don Smith, playing safety, and I'm actually almost playing center field there, was able to take an errant pass that Wakefield probably should not have thrown.
Now, Wakefield was just trying to get rid of the ball and not take the sack on that play. He just kind of put it up for grabs before he ran out of bounds, which was not a smart play, because when you put it up there like that, it gives a lot of time for some of the defensive players to get under the ball. Fortunate for Plant, the ball just kind of fell and it didn't seem to harm them on that play. So it's 4th down and Plant's punting.
4 minutes, 50 seconds to go in the first quarter. Plant's drive stalls, and here's the punt. A very short punt. Ball rose harmlessly to the 26-yard line. Not a good punt there by the Plant punter. Number 10, Jimmy English. Had a little too much English on there as the ball kind of sputtered off to the sideline here.
I don't know, it could have been a little French as hard as that ball went. It was not a great punt on English's part. And it doesn't really hurt Plant only because Robinson's still far enough back in their territory to where it's not going to hurt them.
Robinson 7. Plant Panthers nothing. 4 minutes, 26 seconds to go in the game. Robinson on the keeper. And first quarter action here at Peters Field. And that time, Jarrett Daniel had no room to run, Jerry.
That was a good stop by number 51, Neil Leonard, on Plant's defense. He kind of plugged the hole. It looks as though he had a one-on-one tackle. He came up, put a shoulder pad into Jarrett Daniels, and he made the stop. It was an outstanding play by the Plant defense. It's something they're going to have to keep up if they want to stop this high-powered offense.
He was still able to pick up 1 yard on that. It'll be 2nd down, 9 to go. There's a good look at Tommy Phelps. Ball handed up the middle. That time Simpson with a couple of yards. Corey Simpson, the junior running back. On the carry, we'll give him 2.
And although we talked a lot about the Robinson passing game, Corey Simpson's have done real well. In fact, he's averaging 5.5 yards a carry. He is a surprise back there because if you forget about Corey Simpson in the backfield, he can hurt you with some long runs.
3rd down and long for the Robinson Knights. Flag on the play. And Phelps didn't even have a chance to throw that ball. Timeout called. Looks like Plant called timeout, Jerry.
Yes, Plant did. It looks like they had a little early confusion out there. They know it's 3rd and long, and they knew Phelps had something up his sleeves. He was dropping back to throw the ball, and Plant was a little unsure, so they called a timeout on the play and stopped it before it ever developed.
Good look there at the defensive huddle for the Plant Panthers. Once again, first quarter action, 3 minutes, 11 seconds to go. Robinson with a 7-0 lead on a very potent combination this year again tonight as Phelps hits his number 1 receiver, Jarrett Daniel, on a fly pattern down the sideline on a 3rd and long play. And here we come with another 3rd and long play as it's 3rd down, 7 to go.
You know, we look out here and we see Tommy Phelps. He's an outstanding quarterback prospect. He signed a letter of intent to play baseball up at USF. And in fact, I saw Eddie Cartieri, the head baseball coach for USF, in the stands today. I think he's coming out to see if his pitcher gets hurt or not. Everybody wants
USF's going to bring a football team in there.
We'll see about that.
3rd and long. Phelps back to pass. A good rush. Got a man up in the middle. Overthrows number 13. Darrell Williams was coming across the middle. Slightly overthrown. It'll be 4th down for Robinson.
And if you hate anything as a receiver, is to come across the middle on a crossing pattern with a lot of defensive players in the way, to see a ball thrown just a little bit over your head. Because then you got to make a quick decision whether or not you're going to put your arms up and catch it and take a nice solid hit or just let it fly over your head. That time Williams just kind of watched it, but it was an uncatchable ball.
Phelps back to take the punt. A good rush by the Plant Panthers. Ball gets a Robinson Knight. Bounce. And absolutely covered on the kick. Rhett Dixon had nowhere to run as a Robinson special teams was there in force.
It was good coverage by the Robinson special team, but that was made only because Plant went for the block. And in fact, number 4, Travis Finkhausen, was about a half an inch short of blocking that punt. And when you go out after a punt and you send all your guys in there, there's not going to be a great return. And in that case, Rhett Dixon really didn't have a chance on making a return.
Wakefield breaks the huddle as the Plant Panthers come down 1st and 10 to go on their own 42-yard line. To Dante Williams, a handoff, and absolutely nothing there is a big-time tackle by the linebacker, number 57, Danny Calvo.
And Robinson needs a lot of those plays, because if you've noticed, the Plant offense is pretty much just running the same set of plays. The fullback up the middle, fake the fullback up the middle to Dante Williams to the outside. They're running the same set of plays, but they're hoping that their offensive linemen can keep coming and work on the defensive line of Robinson to kind of wear them down to where these same plays, although Robinson knows they're coming, it's going to work later on in the game.
Second down, 9 to go. Wakefield on the hand up, quick hand up the middle. A big gain, almost in a fumble. A fumble recovered by the Robinson Knights. Greg Thomas on a big gainer up the middle, gives the ball away. Robinson takes control at their own 45-yard line. Check that, their own 40-yard line. And a big break there for the Robinson Knights.
And it looked like Jason Henson recovered the fumble on that play. You kind of hate to see those kind of fumbles because Greg Thomas was rumbling through the middle trying to get extra yards. In fact, it looked as though he was carrying some people with him. And he just kept trying, and it's that extra effort that you see a fumble come out a lot of times. And on that play, that's exactly what happened.
You had a good look there at the Robinson crowd as Phelps breaks huddle. Robinson up 7-0 on these Plant Panthers. Back to pass. Phelps hits the outlet end, number 13 on an easy pass. Darrell Williams couldn't hang on. I think he wanted to get going a little bit too early there.
Either he wanted to run with it before he got it, or he happened to see the Plant defense coming down on him.
Got a chance here to take a look at the fumble. Play right up the middle, and there you see right at the tail end.
And it looked as though just Greg Thomas was fighting for extra yards, and Ernest Williams, the linebacker, 5'11", 190-pound sophomore, just kind of poked the ball out of his hands. It was a good defensive play.
Second down, 10 to go. Tubbs with a hand up, quick hand up the middle, and not much there as Simpson, Corey Simpson, the Robinson fullback, picks up 2 yards.
And what Robinson's trying to do is just to let Plant know that although we're known to be a passing team, we can run the football, and we're going to run the football, so don't forget about it. But we all know their bread and butter is passing the football, and that's what we're going to see a lot more here.
Third down, 8 yards to go. Tommy Phelps checking out the Plant defense, dropping back to pass. Bit of a scramble as he's got some pressure, and absolutely going nowhere as he's sacked by a whole clad of Panthers back on the 30-yard line. It'll be a loss of 11, and once again Robinson will have to punt, so the fumble means nothing.
No, it doesn't. Just one less opportunity for Plant to score, but what you saw there was what's considered a coverage sack. Tommy Phelps had enough time to throw the football. He dropped back, and he couldn't find the receiver that was open, started moving around in the pocket, and the defense just eventually caught up to him.
High punt. Once again, gets a good Robinson punt. Dixon lets it roll, and the ball will be down at the 26-yard line. Check that, the 28-yard line. I got to get my prescriptions redone.
It looks as though this Plant defense or the coaching staff seen something in films earlier this week because they've gone after the last 2 punts of Robinson's. Maybe they think they can block this punt because they've been going at it with 8 to 10 men, and you'd have to think that they saw something earlier this week, and they're going to continue until they get one of these punts blocked.
There was a good look at the Robinson bench as they try to figure out how they can put some more points on the board. 1st and 10 for the Plant Panthers. Wakefield under center. A quick handoff to the big man, Greg Thomas, and he breaks through, and he's going a long way. It's the only man that's going to catch him is number 12, Lorenzo Bradshaw, as he makes the tackle at the Robinson 38-yard line. A big gainer for the big man, Greg Thomas.
And that's a scary sight to see a guy about 6'1", 230 break out in the open and just start running up the field. That's a good play by Lorenzo Bradshaw to run him down, but that's the basic first option of the play that you'll see Plant do. Basically, you drop back and hand the ball off to the fullback. Just a couple of holes up there, a couple of missed tackles, and Bradshaw just kind of runs him down. He takes a swipe at the ball, tries to strip it, but was unsuccessful.
And that's the end of the first quarter. On that big carry by Greg Thomas, the score is 7 for Robinson, 0 for the Plant Panthers. And Jerry, we've got a good game, a good indication there that Plant's certainly not going to get away from their strength as they come right back to Greg Thomas after the fumble that eliminated their first drive, or the drive right before this one, I should say.
Yeah, and sometimes you give the ball to the running back that fumbled the previous time just to get his confidence back. You know, the coach said, here, Greg, I'm going to give you the ball back because I know what you can do with it. Well, Greg responded on that one.
1st and 10. Ball on the Robinson 37-yard line as Wakefield gets ready to take the snap from center. Ball handed off into the middle is number 33, Ricky Grays.
And we talked about the options of this Plant offense. That was a misdirection counter play. They've been successful just running straight up the field. And so what you do is you fake that play up the field and hand off an inside handoff to Ricky Graves and hope to kind of get them over pursuing on the play. Well, in that case, it didn't work, although they did gain 5 yards on the play. But that's a play that you expect to get a big gainer.
On 2nd and 5, Plant puts 2 receivers near side. Wakefield with the ball up the middle. And the big rumbling Thomas gets 4 yards. It looks like it'll be 3rd down and 1 to go. Good look there at Greg Thomas, the outstanding fullback for the Plant Panthers.
And you have to think that there's a college out there looking at Greg Thomas that's going to benefit with a good, huge goal line, short yardage, hard-running fullback. Greg Thomas is an outstanding prospect, and I look to see him go to Division I school for next year.
3rd and 1 for the Plant Panthers at the 29-yard line of Robinson. The ball handed off again to Greg Thomas, and he may just have got it, but he got it just by that much. It's good defensive thrush there by the Robinson Knights.
It looks close enough for measurement. Looks like they're going to measure, but you can believe that with the way that Plant has established their running game here, just in this drive, that if it's going to be 4th and 1, they're going to go for it.
Here come the sticks. You see Brad Wakefield there waiting to see what the call is, and yes, indeed, it is a 1st down.
As a coach, you kind of like seeing those calls because you don't have to go out on a limb and make a 4th down running play.
1st and 10 for the Plant Panthers on the Robinson Knights 28-yard line. 10 minutes, 40 seconds to go here in the 2nd quarter. Robinson opening their possession with a terrific touchdown pass. Robinson thwarting the Plant's offensive threats. A big handoff up the middle. No, check that. Greg Thomas looked like he got the ball up the middle. Wakefield on the keeper, as he's able to pick up about 4 yards on the keeper. Had us fooled, and it looks as he had the Robinson defense fooled as well.
And I tell you, Rick, that's why these plays are so successful, because when you actually go through the play fake like that, you know, not only are you fooling us up here in the booth, but you're actually fooling the defensive line. They're out there thinking that Thomas has the ball. And the fact that he's run so successful so early, you know, it's an option that they're going to have to respect.
Give him 6 yards on the carry. It'll be 2nd down, 4 to go. Wakefield again with a hand up the middle. And ladies and gentlemen, that's Greg Thomas in the end zone. As the first man through the line, Greg Thomas gets the handoff from Wakefield. We thought it was going to Dante Williams on the outside.
And early indications seems it's going to be a big night for Greg Thomas. This hole seems to be open. He's getting the football, and he's running exceptionally well. He's getting the blocking up front by his offensive line, which you have to give credit to because they're the ones that open these holes for these running backs to run through. And Greg Thomas is on his way to a big night.
Greg Thomas with many runs. Many big runs here early. The field goal is up and good. Extra point is up and good. It makes it 7-7. And we've got the game we were talking about earlier, Jerry.
Yeah, we knew that it was only going to be a matter of time before Plant gets on the board because they've got a good offense. But I guess we really didn't expect Thomas to jump off and have such a great first half. So far, he's got 10 carries for 86 yards. I mean, he's been establishing the running attack, and he's coming out and he says, this may be my last game if we don't accept this bowl bid. And he says, I'm going to go out in style.
Plant Panthers possibly accepting a bowl to the, rather an invitation to the Suncoast Bowl. As we got an opportunity to see here the play, as you see Wakefield with a quick handoff right up the middle. And absolutely nothing there but green grass and touchdown for Greg Thomas. Plant High, as I was mentioning earlier, Jerry, may or may not accept an invitation to the Suncoast Bowl.
Well, my understanding, Rick, is that they did accept the invitation, and they're going to play in the Suncoast Bowl, which is in Clearwater, and that's going to be on November 27th. So this is a tune-up game. Well, I wouldn't say it's a tune-up because if they came in here and forgetting about this Robinson team, they're going to get beat. But this is a game they want to win so they can take a little momentum going into that bowl game.
Wakefield with a high kick that was fair caught by the Robinson kick return team. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line. And that's where Phelps, an offensive powerhouse that these Robinson Knights are, will start the game.
And as I noticed this year in high school football, momentum is the key. Right now, Plant has the momentum. Robinson, with the ability to strike, with the receivers and running backs they have, and the arm of Tommy Phelps, they have the ability to go ahead and try to gain the momentum back and work their way down the field and get something done.
Phelps on the keeper. Gets big yardage, about 15, 16 yards on the carry. As once again, the Robinson Knights, known for their passing attack, stick to the run.
And Tommy Phelps, he's a 6'4", over 200-pound quarterback. He's a southpaw. He's what you don't really want to see if you're up in the plate and you're batting and you see a left-handed pitcher that big and strong. But you also don't want to see him running the football. I mean, he's a quarterback by nature. He's a pocket quarterback, and that's where I'd like to see him. If I was coach, I'd get nervous having him running the option, but it's been successful.
Tommy Phelps on the handoff. On the delay up the middle. Has another big carry. On the bottom of the pile, it looks... Number 12, Lorenzo Bradshaw on the carry.
And Lorenzo
He's able to pick up 6 yards.
And he's going to get his share of work tonight. He's playing on the offensive side there. He took that one handoff. He also starts at free safety, and he's returning kickoff. So Lorenzo Bradshaw is going to be a busy man tonight. But he's got the talent, like we mentioned earlier, to break long runs, and that's why they got him in there on offense.
2nd down, a long 4, and a big break up the middle. Corey Simpson bringing the ball all the way down to the Plant Panthers' 26-yard line. Big carry there for Simpson.
Well, we talked about noticing weaknesses in other teams. It seems as though Robinson has found out something that they can run against Plant. Not a running team by nature, but they're going to take what the defense can give them. And so far, Plant has given Robinson a lot of yards on the ground tonight.
1st and 10 from the Plant 26. Phelps under center. Drops back to pass. It's going on a corner route. And absolutely nothing there as he was well covered. Darrell Williams, the intended receiver. And back on defense, Kevin Williams.
And Darrell Williams, the second leading receiver in the county, has about 47 catches. He has none tonight so far. But you kind of like to see the play mix of Coach Grantham for Robinson because he's run the ball well. He's come out and he's passed the ball. It's a good mix of plays for this team. And that's what he's going to need to kind of offset this Plant defense.
2nd down, 10 to go. A ball on the Plant Panther, 26-yard line. Robinson Phelps back to pass. It's a draw play up the middle. And as he stood up there by number 5, Gerald Coleman, another big gain for Corey Simpson.
And there was nothing but the basic draw play. Had receivers split out wide, and they ran up the middle of the field. Had Plant thinking that it was a pass play. Phelps dropped back. In his basic drop back style, is always going to throw the ball, handed it off to Corey Simpson. He got a big gain on the play. It makes it 3rd and short.
Ball marked right on the 16-yard line. It'll be 3rd and let's call it a yard. As Robinson's pressing once again. On the quick handoff again to Simpson, and it looks as though he does have the 1st down as he breaks over to the 15-yard line. Corey Simpson on the carry. It'll be a 1st down for the Robinson Knights.
There's nothing but an off-tackle play there. Robinson just handed the ball off to the running back. Shows a lot of confidence that Coach Grantham has in his line to just know it's 3rd and short. He knows Plant's piling up on there to stop the short run, but he goes ahead and he runs it. There's a lot of confidence in his offensive line here so far tonight.
Tom Eggers, the senior wide receiver, checks into the ball game. 2 men split wide. Again, the hand up the middle to Simpson. Fumble. Problem on the exchange as Phelps and Simpson didn't connect. And it'll be 2nd down and about 15 to go as they lose about 5 yards on the loss.
It looked as though Phelps was trying to fake the handoff. He put it in Simpson's stomach to pull it out and try to run the second part of the option, and he just left without the ball. But smart enough Phelps, he kind of hung around there, watched the ball rolling around, recovered the fumble, so they're able to try to continue this drive.
A loss of 3 on the play. It'll be second down, 13 to go. Phelps back to pass, flag down. As he's open wide in the middle, a touchdown on a post pattern is the tight end, number 80, Joey Escalante, but the flag is down on the field. Illegal motion on Robinson. The play will be called back.
And that's sad. As a tight end, you like to see tight ends catch these touchdown passes, and it always seems as though there's a penalty to call one back. It's an unfortunate play there for Robinson because it would have given the opportunity to get a 14-7 lead. But they still have the football. It's going to be second and longer.
Here we've got an opportunity to see the play. As you can see the tight end going straight across the middle. Wide open was Escalante. Unfortunately, an illegal motion brings the play back. And it'll be second down and about 19 to go.
There's nothing fancy about that play. It's just Escalante had an outside release, ran up the field. Phelps put it out there, and he just outran the coverage. It was touchdown. It was successful that time. Maybe they'll try it again.
Ball now on the plant 23. Second down, 17 to go. Phelps back to pass. It's going towards the end zone and knocked away. A beautiful defensive play there by number 7, Rhett Dixon. As the receiver was open momentarily, Lorenzo Bradshaw, the intended receiver.
And when you see more than one receiver in the same area going for the ball, you know that there's some confusion. You'll see Phelps put the ball up to the corner. You've got 2 receivers, number 12 Bradshaw and number 2 Antoine Hayes in there fighting for the ball. All that does is bring extra defensive players into the play, and it allows other people to kind of make the mistake. So you're not going to get the opportunity for one player to make a great catch, and that's happened there. Just had too many people in the same area to make that play.
Third down, 17. Phelps back to pass. Again, going on the flag pattern, wide open, touchdown. Oh, no! Antoine Haynes wide open in the end zone. As he was running the flag pattern, he drops the ball. It'll be fourth down. Robinson denied.
And that's unfortunate. Antoine Haynes, the 5th leading receiver in the county, had his eyes on the ball. He was so wide open, he probably was thinking about what he was going to do or how he was going to celebrate with the ball. The ball hit him in his chest. He just kind of just dropped the ball. You're going to see Phelps drop back here. Straight drop back. He's got a maximum protection. Just puts the ball up, and Antoine Haynes runs under the ball, and he just took his head off the ball, took his eyes off the ball, and he allowed that ball to just drop incomplete.
And now a little bit of indecision for the Robinson Knights as they call timeout. Phelps taking a stroll to the sideline as it looks as though they were unsure what they wanted to do. There you have a good look at the dejected Robinson Knights. The game tied, 7 for Robinson, 7 for the Plant Panthers. 6 minutes, 3 seconds to go in the second quarter. Fourth down for the Robinson Knights. The ball resting at the 26-yard line of the Plant Panthers. And Plant may just get away with one here.
Well, it's unfortunate for Robinson to have 2 touchdowns, 2 potential touchdowns, and not have anything to show for it. And let's play possibly go for a field goal. You kind of feel for Antoine Haynes catching that ball, but he's a good receiver. He's going to come back, and they're going to go back to him, and he's going to have to make the play later. So he's got some of his players on the sideline trying to console him, but I look to see them come back to him, try to gain some confidence and give them the football.
40-yard field goal attempt. It's a fake field goal. Ball tossed out wide, and it's not going to be close to the first down. As number 22, Thomas Edgars, looking as though he were coming off the field, the extra man on the field, actually just goes out into the flat. Phelps hit him for a pickup, ball taken down to the 10-yard line, but it's not close enough. And Plant will take over on downs.
I think that play could go into Bobby Bowden's playbook up at Florida State. What you saw there was kind of interesting. Number 22, Thomas Edgars, ran onto the field and acted as though it was a mass confusion, like somebody was short. He lined up in the wrong place. Phelps was hollering at him, telling him, get off the field. We've got too many men out there. He started jogging off the field, and everyone on the field, including myself, thought that he shouldn't have belonged out there. Phelps snapped the ball, and then they threw him the football. So that was a little bit of deception there, but it didn't work. Plant was prepared for it.
First and 10 from Plant's own 10. First man with the ball was Craig Thomas as they called a fumble. And Robinson recovers. And there must have been a fumble a second time for Greg Thomas. We didn't see it. The ball was recovered at the 10-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 Robinson.
And although Greg Thomas is having a big night running the football, he's having a big one fumbling. That's his second fumble tonight. And in this case, it's got them back in scoring territory for Robinson. It was the basic handoff to Thomas up the middle. He just took a solid lick, I believe, from Ernest Williams, number 42, and just coughed up the football. It's a good play on Ernest's part for the Robinson defense.
1st and 10, Phelps from Blanchton. Ball handed up the middle, and it gets a big yardage on for second effort. Daniels down to the 5-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 5. You got an opportunity to see the big man, number 77, David. Check it, that was Jason Anderson, the tall blonde guy just behind. It made the recovery on the fumble. And on 2nd down and goal, again, Corey Simpson with the carry, bringing it down to the 2-yard line. It'll be 3rd and goal from the 2, as Robinson decides to keep the ball on the ground.
And Darrell Williams comes into the game, and what you would think would be a typical passing down, Darrell Williams comes in the game, and he splits wide to the top of the screen. I'd look to see a fade route or maybe even a quick slant to the receiver, although they are in a full house backfield with 3 running backs.
3rd down, 2 to go. Ball carried up the middle, and it's a touchdown. Jarrett Daniel with a touchdown. Flags on the play. Once again, snake bitten. Robinson cowed with a foul.
That's interesting. In the last 4 minutes, they've had 3 touchdowns that just didn't work. 2 callback for penalty, 1 on a drop pass. You know, I think I'm going to have to stop trying to call plays here. I'm 0 for 2 so far tonight. But I'm going to give you an opportunity later, Rick, so.
Well, I appreciate that. I hope you get a little better luck. So now 3rd and 7. 3rd and goal from the 7. Phelps under center. Fake hand up the middle. Phelps still with the ball and absolutely going nowhere as the plant defense was there. A drop for a loss back to the 12-yard line. It'll be 4th down and goal from the 12. And the kicking unit comes back on for Robinson.
And I'd have to question that call of an option route with 3rd and long. Although they're on the 10 or inside the 10, the option with Tommy Phelps is not effective, especially if it's to the short side of the field. They should have at least given the opportunity for Phelps to be able to pitch the ball. And that wasn't done only because he was running to the short side of the football field.
Ball will be spotted on the 16. It'll be a 26-yard field goal. And you've got a good look at Chris Watkins. The ball's down. The kick is up. It's long enough. It's good. And Robinson comes away with at least 3 points there, Jerry.
And you have to be relieved because they had to take at least 21 of the points off the board. They had scored or thought they had scored 3 different times. At least from that turnover of Greg Thomas, they made something positive out of it. They recovered that fumble. Although the drive wasn't effective, they got a field goal, and it puts them into a lead, a 10-7 lead at this point.
And there you see our score. Robinson Knights 10, Plant Panthers 7 with 3 minutes 25 seconds to go in the first half. Robinson 3 times denied finally gets points on the board after the second fumble by Greg Thomas.
It's kind of interesting. It looks as though both coaches are kind of figuring each other out. They're running certain plays, their bread and butter plays, to see what will be successful in the second half. And although the score is 10-7, you know, one of these coaches is going to go in at halftime, is going to make the proper adjustments and come out, and this team's going to, one of these teams is going to come out and be extremely effective on offense.
Dante Williams and Ricky Grays back to receive the kick. Mark Hidgen with the long kick, a long high kick, taken at the 7-yard line. And a good run up the middle there by Grays as he brings the ball up to the 21-yard line. And the Plant Panthers will take over from there.
And I think Plant has a rabbit up its sleeve, too. You looked at that kickoff return there, and Grays had caught the ball. Dante Williams, who about 6 weeks ago returned one of these kickoffs off of a reverse for 60-something yards, was kind of dangling around back there, looking as though he was going to come run to kick the handoff. I look to see that before this game's over tonight.
Wakefield with the snap off to Dante Williams as he breaks over to the left tackle, and a big gain there at the 40. Dante Williams still with the ball to the 45. Fumble. Recovered once again by Robinson. Are they going to call him down? No, indeed it is Robinson's ball, and that wet ball is really hurting the Plant Panthers tonight. It's an excellent run by Dante Williams. And now a personal foul look to be called on Plant as they are disgusted.
And look for that call to go against Dante Williams. He was very upset over the call. He felt as though he was down, and he was upset, and he was arguing with the ref just a little bit too much, and I think we're going to get an unsportsmanlike conduct. It was a great run by Dante Williams, though. I mean, he actually took the handoff and kind of ran towards the outside and was running for extra yards. And as we mentioned, Greg Thomas's fumble early, he was running for extra yards, and he actually fumbled.
The referees on the sideline trying to determine exactly what the foul was. Here we see Dante Williams going off tackle as he breaks into the secondary. Right towards the end, he's struggling for extra yards, and indeed it did look as though he were down. We can't really tell from there. His back was shielding the ball. Nonetheless, it is first down for Robinson. Well, right now, the ball resting on Plant's 46-yard line.
And, Rick, that play happened so fast that, you know, unless you had an instant replay in high school, which we just had the opportunity to see, they'd be unable to make that call. So they're going to have to go with what was called on the field. I'd be surprised to see the officials really change that call, but it looks as though they might be considering it because they've been in the huddle for a long time. And if they call it a fumble, they should just give the ball to Robinson and let it go from there.
Here we go with the call. And indeed, they did reverse the call, Jerry, as it's first down for Plant. They did rule the ball was fumbled by contact with the ground, and a reprieve there for the Plant Panthers.
And although we're hearing a chorus of boos in the crowd here tonight, it was a good call. I mean, it's obvious from the film. It looked as though it was close, but Dante Williams was down. And it looked as though they made the right call here. But I guess I have a question. What are they going to do with that unsportsmanlike conduct penalty that they call? Do they wipe it out because the play was called incorrectly, or do they march it off?
Well, it looks as though they're getting ready to march it off here. There you see the referee, and there we got an opportunity to see.
We're going to look at it in slow motion. Just kind of, we'll watch Dante go down, and you're going to see his knee is down right there. Then the ball comes out. So he was actually down, and you can see that when you slow it down frame by frame, which is something that you have to respect the officials for, because they don't get the opportunity to do that. But it was actually, he was actually down before the ball was fumbled, so that was a good call on their part.
Excellent work by the guys in the van to bring us that picture as you saw it. Dante Williams was down, and now it looks as though they're trying to determine whether or not they're going to call the personal foul penalty. The referee, Jerry Lambert, explaining the call to both sides. We saw him earlier talking to the Robinson coaching staff. Now he's across the field, letting the Plant Panthers exactly know what's going on. There you see our score. Robinson Knights 10, Plant Panthers 7. 2 minutes, 51 seconds to go in the opening half. And there you see the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty going against Plant, and the penalty being marched off. So it'll be a 15-yard penalty. It'll be 1st and 25. But on the good side, at least you still got the ball.
Yeah, but you have a long way to go. But we saw in that one play by Dante Williams and an earlier play by Greg Thomas, they can do that. They can make 25 yards in 3 plays. They've got the building offense, and now they've got the opportunity.
Wakefield breaks the Plant Panthers offense, waiting for the snap under center. Ball handed off to Dante Williams in the backfield, stuffed by number 57. Danny Calvo, the big linebacker, once again on the stop as he was waiting in the backfield for Dante Williams. And another loss on the play of 3 yards. It'll be 2nd down now and 28 to go.
And that's the second time Danny Calvo has been in the backfield, or Danny Calvo, excuse me, been in the backfield and made a stop for a loss for the Robinson defense.
Second down, a long 28 to go for the Plant Panthers. Wakefield with a handoff up the middle to the big man. Thomas carries the ball past the 35 to the 36-yard line. The quick pop up the middle to Greg Thomas. This time he was able to pick up 8 yards. It'll be third down. We'll call it third down and 20.
Which is an obvious passing down for a running football team. This is going to be an interesting play call for the Plant Panthers. I'd like to see what they're going to call here.
They got a good look there at Wakefield taking the snap from center. Wakefield rolling this way. Near side of the field, Wakefield still with the ball. Flag down on the field as his pass is overthrown, incomplete. There is a flag in the backfield, and that normally would indicate holding. If indeed it is holding, Jerry, do you take the penalty or do you recline and take the punt here?
You decline and take the punt. You want your offense to have the football. There's a minute 19 seconds left to go in the half. If you want your offense to get the ball and possibly try to get some points, you allow them to punt it this time.
Holding was the call. Robinson deciding exactly what they'd like to do. The options being explained to them. And the penalty declined, as Jerry Lambert shows us there. It'll be fourth down and an obvious punting situation for the Plant Panthers.
And Coach Bell was right on that one, for once.
Back to receive the punt is Lorenzo Bradshaw. Back to do the punting for the Plant Panthers is Jimmy English. Here's the snap. Another good rush. And going to be a flag down as the punter was roughed. The ball takes a Plant bounce, but it doesn't matter as the punter English absolutely got demolished. Running into the kicker is called.
And number 33, Corey Simpson, just barreled into the kicker there. It looked as though he was blocked in there, but I tell you, he came so fast that he may have come through there untouched. It's an unfortunate penalty, and unless it's an automatic first down, it will not be enough yards for the first. But it looks as though it might be because the Plant offense is coming back on the football field. That's unfortunate because Robinson had an opportunity to bring their passing game back on the field and try to get some more points and build that 10-7 lead of theirs and try to go into the second half with a larger lead.
Well, with a minute and 6 seconds to go, Plant gets another reprieve as they have one last opportunity to put the ball in the end zone or at least try to get 3 before halftime. 10-7, Robinson over Plant. Wakefield with the ball at his own 48-yard line. Wakefield back to pass. Ball thrown long over the middle. Number 86 is there and in and out of his hands. The incomplete pass to number 86, Charles Rothenberg. The junior wide receiver had broken the post pattern and the ball hit him in the hands, Jerry. Not a good place for the receivers tonight.
But it would have been a tough catch because Charles, though he's running a post pattern, number 30, Don Smith for Robinson, kind of cut in front of him at the last minute, put his hand up, and it kind of distracted the vision of Charles Rothenberg. Now, of course, the ball hits the receiver in both of his hands. It should have been caught, but his vision was deflected there, and you can understand why he didn't complete that ball.
2nd and 10 for Wakefield. The referee calls the whistle dead. It looks like another illegal procedure call against the Plant Panthers. Well, last time I'm going to start making these calls. It's offsides called on Plant. And it'll be 2nd down and 15 to go. 41 seconds remaining in the half. Plant trailing by 3. There you see our score. Plant Panthers 7 with the ball on their own 43-yard line. Trailing the Robinson Knights by 3. Wakefield breaks the huddle. Wakefield with a quick handoff up the middle and a big gainer there by number 33. 33, Ricky Grays gets back the penalty and then some. 8-yard carry by Grays.
When you have an offense like Plant that features the running attack, you'll never be able to successfully run a 2-minute drill because there's no way of stopping the clocks unless you have all your timeouts. I mean, Plant is watching this second quarter run down. There's 10 seconds left, and there's no way they can control the clock.
This could very well be the last play as the ball gets dumped off to Dante Williams. Dante Williams with a lot of room to run. The last man to get him is number 14 as he makes it. Joe Lundy with the saving tackle as Dante Williams takes the little screen pass over the middle, rumbles down to the 20-yard line. But with no time left on the clock, that's it. The score, the Robinson Knights 10, and the Plant Panthers 7. We end the second quarter on a very interesting note, and we'll be right back with second half action right after this.
If you're an employer, we know how tough it is when your National Guard and Reserve employees are gone. But it's even tougher for them. Be a hero. Give your employees the freedom to protect ours.
Welcome back as we're getting ready to start the third quarter action. The Hillsborough County High School football game of the week tonight. The Plant Panthers take on their crosstown rivals, the Robinson Knights. A beautiful shot there of the full moon over Peters Field here. And Jerry, a very interesting first half. We saw the Robinson Knights run, and we saw the Plant Panthers run, but we thought at least one of these teams would be putting the ball up in the air a lot.
Well, we talked a little bit in pregame about how Robinson is a passing team. They like to pass on offense. They rely on the strong arm, the strong left arm of Tommy Phelps. But they came out in the first half and they were running the football. They ran an option with Phelps. They were running pretty effectively. And it came out and shocked us. I'm willing to bet you it shocked Plant. Because they were successful running the football. And Plant, of course, came out running the ball, which is what they do. And they were successful in running. They had a problem holding on to the football, and it cost them dearly with some points towards the end of the half. We're going to have to look for Plant to come out and try to establish a running game, but to hold on to the football, because that's what's been hurting them.
Well, the running game was effective again for the Plant Panthers. Their big man, Thomas, 12 carries, 94 yards. The big stat, though, however, were the 2 fumbles. Dante Williams with 5 carries, 21 yards. Wakefield, 2 carries for 10 yards, and Grays, 2 carries for 14 yards. On the Robinson side of the football, Daniels, 6 carries, 16 yards. His big stat was a 52-yard touchdown reception. Simpson, 5 carries for 37 yards. The passing arm for the Robinson was a bit idle, 2 out of 6 for Phelps. Of course, again, the big play, the 52-yard touchdown pass in the first quarter. Total yards passing in the first half for Phelps, 65 yards. 1 of 4 for Wakefield for 28 yards. And as we get ready for the opening kickoff, again, the score 10-7. A little quick squibber of a kick taken by number 35 at the 20-yard line. Carries the ball forward to the 39-yard line. Davin Hayes. Now, let's check that. That was, well, we can't see as he comes out of the foul. Number 25. Sorry about that. Andre Holland for the Robinson Knights. And that's where Phelps will start. There you see, just starting the third quarter. Plant Panthers 7, the Robinson Knights 10. And Phelps breaks the huddle. 1st and 10 from his own 38-yard line. A good look there at 6'4" Tommy Phelps. Phelps back to pass. The ball thrown and almost intercepted as the ball was hit Rhett Dixon, the defensive back for the Plant Panthers, in the hand. I don't think he expected it coming.
Well, it's just a basic in route by number 2, Antoine Haynes, and he just ran the route pretty well. The ball got there right about the time he turned and made his cut. Phelps put a little bit on the ball. It hit Haynes in his hands, although a little bit behind him, and the catch was unable to be made.
2nd down, 10 to go. Ball resting on the Robinson 37-yard line. Phelps again, drop backing pass, and a rush is on the fumble. Fumble ball is still loose. Plant recovers. Plant recovers the ball on the Robinson 16-yard line. Phelps, the ball knocked away from him as he was trying to get away from the defender. It looked like number 60, Alex Beard, was a man that knocked it away. And number 20 for the Robinson Knights, Shannon Leaks, the defensive back, on the fumble recovery.
And that was the escape from the fundamentals from Tommy Phelps' fault. Quarterbacks always taught that when you drop back and you stand in the pocket to keep the ball high. But we're going to get a chance to see Phelps drop back. He'll have the football around his waist as he tries to move around. And it's just one of the Plant players reaches in, knocks the ball for the fumble, and they recover the football. New life for the Plant Panthers.
Wakefield up the middle of Thomas, the big man, rolls down. Looks like a carry of about 6 yards as the ball's down to the Robinson 13-yard line. Well, let's call it the 12-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 4 to go, 6 yards on the carry.
And look to see more of Greg Thomas this second half. Very successful running the first half, close to 100 yards, and you're going to see a lot more of him for the rest of this game.
2nd down, 4 to go. Wakefield, the quarterback, awaiting the snap from center. The ball once again up to Thomas, up the middle. The big man is going all the way. Touchdown, Thomas. 11 yards on the carry, and the last couple of yards carrying the Robinson Knights with him. And right away, just like that, Plant comes back with a touchdown to make it 13. The extra point will make it 14-10.
And that was Greg Thomas's 23rd touchdown of the season. An exceptional number of touchdowns for a fullback that runs in between tackles. But you saw how hard he runs, the fact that he carries people in. That's a typical Greg Thomas run.
Quarterback Wakefield getting ready to take the kick. And it's a fake kick as Corey Anderson, the backup quarterback, throws the ball in, trying to get the 2-point conversion, intercepted. Of course, the 2-point conversion fails. A flag now down on the field as Dante Williams once again looking to be the culprit of a personal foul penalty against Plant Panthers. The extra point intercepted by Lorenzo Bradshaw in the end zone. That personal foul will be tacked on as Dante Williams unnecessarily brought Bradshaw to the turf in a hurry.
And you hate to see frustration penalties. That time, Dante Williams, they knew that they didn't make the 2-point attempt. Dante Williams made the tackle, but the play was already whistled as being dead. So it was kind of an unfortunate penalty. We'll see the TD here. Greg Thomas just run through the middle. And in fact, that was Lorenzo Bradshaw who made the interception on that 2-point play that was carried a couple of yards. But, you have to kind of look at Lorenzo and really don't blame him for being carried because Thomas is a big guy. I mean, he outweighs Bradshaw by about 40 pounds, and that means a lot, especially when you've got full pads on and running the football as hard as Thomas does.
Well, the score now 13-10, 10 minutes, 24 seconds into the third, 10:24 left in the third quarter. Plant now will take the kick from their own 25-yard line after the 15-yard penalty is assessed against Dante Williams. Back standing on his 23-yard line to take the kick is Jarrett Daniels. And it looks like a squib kick coming up for the Plant Panthers. A low line drive, touched into play. Daniels with the ball at his own 24-yard line with a lot of room to run as he cuts up the middle for daylight. One man to stop him. And that one man, Dixon, stops him at the Plant Panther 44-yard line. Rhett Dixon, the man that brought him down.
And Jared Daniels caught that kickoff, just kind of kept his speed and idle, looking for a hole. But when he saw an opening up the middle, he just used a burst of speed, ran through it, and had the opportunity to break that. If it wasn't for Rhett Dixon on that play, Jared Daniels could have gone the distance.
Good look at Daniels there as Phelps gets ready to take the ball and hand off up the middle to number 33. And Corey Simpson, the big fullback, barrels forward for a gain of 6.
And Robinson still insists on running the football. They have come out the first half, established the running game, and they're going to do the same thing the second half. This is something they believe they can do on this Plant defense, and so far tonight they've been highly successful.
Let's give Simpson 7 on the carry. It'll be 2nd down, 3rd to go. Opening moments of the third quarter. As Phelps with the I formation gets ready to take the snap from center. Phelps with the pitch. Outside to Williams, and a good tackle there. Number 34, the defensive back, Eric Williams. Check that linebacker, number 34, Eric Williams for the Plant Panthers. On the tackle behind the line of scrimmage. And it'll be a loss of 3. I checked that, a loss of 2.
And on that play, Shannon Leaks, the defensive lineman for the play, kind of snuck through and was able to tackle Phelps right about the time he made the pitch. Plant's aware of the fact that they're trying to run the football, so they're sending people in the gaps. They're blitzing linebackers. They're going to try to stop Robinson from playing, which will set them up for a big play on Robinson's part.
3rd and 5. Phelps on the option. Daniels on the outside, and he's tackled from behind. Flag down on the play. Daniels close to the first down. We'll have to see what the penalty is. Plant Panthers indicating it's against Robinson, and indeed it is, as a clip will nullify the first down run by Daniels.
And that clip was made by the wide receiver in the bottom of the field. Daniels was trying to set up a block, but it seems as though he was unable, or at least the receiver was unable to get his body in the right position to where he couldn't get called for a clip. It's kind of a shame. They used to say that the only good block a receiver can make is a clip, and I think on that case that was true.
Lorenzo Bradshaw now checks in, as it'll be a 3rd down and 14 to go. 3rd down, let's call it 15 to go for the Robinson Knights at the Plant Panther 49-yard line. Referees now call timeout. And the timeout is charged to Robinson, as some uncertainty on the Robinson side of the bench, Jerry.
We probably should take this opportunity to say a couple words about Coach David Graham for Plant. For Robinson. This is going to be his last game tonight. He's retiring after coaching many years. And I thought it was interesting from talking with him that he always had wanted to retire. He wanted to retire last year, but with a record of 1-9, he had stated that he didn't really want to leave on a losing record, because he says, over the years I have taught these kids not to quit when they're down and not to really leave things on a losing end. He says, and when the going gets tough, not to quit. Well, he decided to come on back and wanted to leave on a happier note. Well, this year he's come out. Right now they're 6-3. In a tough fight here to try to win this game tonight, but it's a winning record. He's turned the program around from one year to the next. He feels satisfied, and it's time for him to go. He's done a great job here in Robinson, and he needs to be commended.
He certainly has. And with that, we've got a 3rd down and 15 to go, as Phelps getting ready to take the center. 4 wideouts in the formation. Phelps back, and he's it long. It looks like it's up for grabs, and the ball is intercepted at the 10-yard line. Taken there by number 3, and a good comeback at the 30. As Dell Walker takes the ball forward to the Plant Panther 37-yard line. A flag down all the way back where the interception took place. We'll have to see what this is. Right now, it's on the Plant offensive side of the board.
Well, Dell Walker and Darrell Williams are fighting for the ball, but it doesn't appear to be an interference penalty. It looks as though one of Plant's players is trying to help out. You're going to see Phelps throw the ball, kind of toss it up there, had a receiver open, just kind of threw it kind of short. And Dell Walker made a play, and you see the clip. We just missed the clip there, but it's a good return by Dell Walker. As you see, he's going to keep running until he's actually down right there.
And with that penalty, the ball will be marched back half the distance to the goal line. The penalty taken from the point of the infraction.
Well, once you tack the penalty onto this play here, this is be better than a punt. They're going to have them backed up close to inside their 10, if not inside their 10, which is more effective than a punt, because the way the kicking game has been going tonight, didn't seem like either kicker could kick it that far. So it looks like it's going to be a good exchange for Robinson. Now they have to come out on defense, try to get the momentum back here and establish something, stop this Plant running game, and get the ball back.
The ball marked at Plant's own 7-yard line. They'll take it over 1st and 10 from there. Our score, Plant 13, Robinson 10, 7 minutes 50 go in the 3rd quarter. Now the referees going over to the Plant side of the field, explaining the call.
There's a little confusion on the field. They seem to be hollering up in the booth to reset the clock. And they're kind of looking at us. I don't know what they expect us to do.
The other side of the booth, fellas, the other side. There you see the clock getting set.
Well, we have to admit, it has been a good game tonight. It's a close, hard-fought game, and that's what we thought we were going to see here. Both teams with winning records, both of them coming in here. Plant going on to a bowl game, whereas Robinson's season will be pretty much over after tonight. So each team wants to win. Plant has to gain momentum to the bowl game. Robinson just to end the season and to give Coach Grantham a win with his final game. We thought it'd be a tough game, and so far at 13-10, it's been a great game.
Just to recap the early scoring in the first drive for Robinson, Phelps with his shotgun arm, a 52-yard touchdown pass to Daniels, streaking up the right side of the field. It gets them up early, 7-0. Plant came back with their big ground attack. Thomas carrying most of the load. And then a field goal made it 10-7 at the half for Robinson. The opening drive for Plant marched right down the field, scored a touchdown, missed the two-point try, which brings our score to 13-10 in Plant's favor. And as the referees finally got the clock set, 8 minutes, 4 seconds to go, left in the third quarter, Plant takes over with a 1st and 10 at their own 7-yard line. Wakefield with a hand up the middle to Craig Thomas. Thomas with a big gainer up the middle, and it's a foot race now as he crosses the 40 over to the 50, the 45, and he's down at the Robinson 43-yard line. Another big gainer by Greg Thomas, the big fullback for Plant.
If I was Coach Acosta, I would just hand the football off to him every play tonight. He's been getting these inside handoffs. He's breaking through the line of scrimmage, showing that he does have some type of speed. And he's already gained 162 yards here tonight. We're going to look at it here. Thomas takes the handoff to the inside, and right now it's just a foot race between him and number 30, Don Smith. And Don wins the race. He comes make the stop.
Handoff to Dante Williams around the end. Another big gain for Dante Williams as he gets 10, maybe 11 yards on the carry. First carry of the game, of the second half for Dante Williams. And he'll pick up 10 yards. It looks as though they're going to mark it just short of that. They'll give him 9 yards. It'll be 2nd down and very short to go.
And the success of Greg Thomas up the middle will only open up Dante Williams on his runs on the outside, because they are actually faking the ball to Greg Thomas through the middle. Now, since he's had a lot of success, Robinson's going to jump on those plays, and it's going to open up Dante later on.
Wakefield with a handoff up the middle to Thomas, another big gainer as he easily gets the 1st down, drags his way down to the 25-yard line of Robinson. We'll give him 6 yards on the carry.
Well, I guess the question Coach Acosta would have is, with Greg Thomas running the ball like he is tonight, why fake it to him?
1st and 10 to go. Plant leading 13-10. There you get a good look at Wakefield, the quarterback, as he gets ready to take the ball from center. The ball again up the middle to the big man Thomas. And he bulls his way through to the 21-yard line. Check that, they'll mark it at about the 23. And it'll be 2nd down and 7 to go.
And you look at Thomas getting the number of carries that he is tonight, you would think that Coach Acosta is trying to give him a lot more carries so he gets some yards so he can get the rushing title, but he's behind Mr. McQuay from Gaither by 360-something yards. I don't know if he's going to have that kind of night tonight to get those yards.
He's coming close. The quick handoff to Dante Williams over left right tackle, and he's able to squirt through. It looks like another fumble. We'll see whether or not they called it. No whistle was blown, and indeed the signal is Robinson ball as Dante Williams coughs up the ball, and a very attractive drive. It started at Plant's own 7, stalls at the Robinson 19-yard line rather, with another big fumble.
And Dante Williams just walks off the field. Last time he fumbled the ball, he knew he was down. He objected. This time, he got up and walked off the field. He knew that was a fumble. And we talked about that the first half. Thomas and Dante Williams fumbles have hurt the team on their drives, and they were about to come down here and score and open up a bigger lead, but unfortunately Dante Williams fumbled the ball. We'll see him catch the handoff right here, go up the middle. It's just those extra yardages. He's just trying to fight for extra yards, and they pull the ball out.
And on 1st and 10, the handoff goes to big number 33, Corey Simpson, 5'10", 165-pound junior. Picks up just a couple. It'll be 2nd and 8 to go for the Robinson Knights. Tommy Phelps breaks the huddle, awaits the snap from center. Robinson with a quick pitch to the outside. And the quick out pattern, number 13, Darrell Williams, picks up the first down as he was able to get at least 10 yards and make that 12 yards on the completion.
And Darrell Williams is Tommy Phelps' favorite target. As we mentioned earlier, the second leading receiver in the county. He's been kind of quiet tonight. I believe that's either his first, second catch here. And, you usually see big games out of Darrell Williams. He's kind of quiet here tonight, and I would like to think that Phelps is going to try to go to him a little more in the second half because that's his big play receiver.
Phelps with a quick can't. Nope. Phelps with a keeper, runs into his own man, and he gets bottled up after a gain of about 2. Faking the handoff to the first man through, keeping the ball on the option, and is able to pick up maybe 2. We'll see where they spot the ball.
And that worries me, to see a quarterback carry that ball. That was supposed to be an option play. Well, Phelps took the ball, ran down the line of scrimmage, and had it tucked under his arm. No intentions of pitching it whatsoever. He is not an option quarterback. He's not built for that. They haven't run that or practiced that all year, maybe in a couple different games. It just scares me to see a quarterback of that size and without that sort of experience running the football to be doing it like that.
Second down, 8 to go. Phelps drops back to pass, fakes the draw play, the quick out on the screen pass, number 34. Check that was number 24, his big man, Jared Daniels. A flag on the play as he gets close to first down yardage.
It looks like we might have another one of those receivers blocking downfield.
Tight ends, though, are different, right, Jerry? They know how to block.
Well, yes, they do. All tight ends block. It's just a matter of if the defensive player wants to cooperate. We're going to watch Tommy Phelps. He drops back, and you're going to watch the touch of this guy. He just kind of tosses the ball up. Jared Daniels takes it, makes a good play, runs upfield, ends up getting tackled by number 83, Joe Lehman, but it's all for naught because they're going to call an illegal block on the receiver, and they're going to march it back.
So with the penalty, it'll be second down and 10 to go after they did have first down yardage.
I was talking to Tommy Phelps' father here at halftime, and he stated that his son had always had a strong arm, but he never really had the touch. Well, his father went out and bought him a dartboard and had him tossing darts, and he said that kind of taught him how to throw with a little touch. So, always listen to your dad. He has something good to tell you.
A quick slant to the big man, and he gets across midfield and pushed back, and his forward momentum will be marked at the 15, or excuse me, at the 50, as a quick slant was hit to Darrell Williams. First down, Robinson.
And I told you that they'd be coming back to Darrell Williams. He's a big play receiver. It's just a basic slant route that the timing between Phelps and Williams, who have worked this play all year long, in fact, probably last couple of years, was just pitch and catch to them. It was a slant route. He caught the ball, made one guy miss, and he eventually ran and got the first down on the play. We're going to see Phelps drop back, just use his touch, put the ball in there. Williams catches it, throws a couple moves, and just gets tackled there.
Again on the option, Trevor outside of the big man, and he breaks it way on the outside, down to the 20, the 10. He's going to go all the way. Jared Daniels on the pitch out. A 50-yard gainer. Touchdown, Robinson, back in the lead.
And Daniels had a little celebration there at the end. This play was an exceptional run by Daniels because he broke to the outside, but what he actually did is that he made a cut late on that run that cut back against the grain and got away from all the pursuit and actually made that play work just on his ability to make cuts and moves.
On a quick snap, Phelps tries to go for 2. An unorthodox lineup as they had half the team spread to one side, half the other. The kicker, the holder, and the snapper in the center of the field. And the attempt for 2 fails. It's now 16-13. Robinson in front with 3 minutes, 6 seconds to go in the third quarter. The crowd getting into this game as Robinson comes back and scores on a 50-yard scamper by Jared Daniel.
That was an interesting call there on the extra point. They went for 2. If they would have kicked the ball there, they would have had a 4-point lead, which meant that the other team has to score a touchdown. But in the case that we have it now, a field goal will tie the game. But if they went for the 1 point, it would have taken a touchdown. Now 2 points it still would have been a touchdown, so there really is no difference. So unless there's something wrong with the kicker for Robinson, I kind of question that play call.
Well, there you get a good look at the kicker, Mark Higdon. As he gets ready for the opening kickoff, waiting to get all of their players on the field. Robinson up 16-13. There you see our score in the third quarter.
And that touchdown was set up by that Dante Williams fumble. Plant's going to have to hold on to the ball.
And kick the ball away from Dante Williams. Gray's on the carry up the middle, and he's stopped as he gets forward to the 27-yard line, and the temper is starting to flare just a tad. They'll mark the ball on the 28. Gray's with the carry. And Plant will take over 1st and 10 from there. An important drive now for the Plant Panthers. Every time they score, Jerry, it seems as though Robinson can come right back and put points back on the board.
And that shows that both teams out here have got a lot of character and pride, and that they know they get behind, that they have the ability to score and come back. You're going to see a lot of the basic bread and butter plays from Plant. They're going to give that ball to Greg Thomas. He's been successful. They haven't stopped him. I don't see any reason not to just keep giving him the ball. But one thing they're going to have to do, and we mentioned it, and I can't help but mention it again and again, is hold on to the football. They've spoiled a couple of good drives by fumbling, and 2 of the fumbles have led to Robinson scores.
Greg Thomas picks up 5 yards on 1st down. It'll be 2nd down, 5 to go, as Wakefield brings Plant up and awaiting the snap from center. Wakefield again, the first man up, Thomas, and he gets another 5 yards. Gets very close to a 1st down. We'll see where they mark it. There you get a good look at the big man, Thomas from Plant.
I always believed in the strategy. If you can keep running the same play and they can't stop it, there's no reason not to keep doing it. And that is exactly what Coach Acosta for this Plant team is going to do. They're going to give the ball to Greg Thomas, and he's going to run right up the middle. But they're going to give you enough dose of Greg Thomas to where you think he's going to get the ball, and before you can blink your eye, Dante Williams will have it and be running around the corner. So,
sorry, Jerry, 1st and 10 as Thomas does pick up the 1st down. Wakefield again up to the middle, Thomas, and this time absolutely nothing doing there as Robinson was waiting for him. Stop on the play by number 42, Ernest Williams, and a slew of other tacklers.
Now, we called out Ernest Williams' name a lot tonight. That's a 5'11", 190-pound sophomore. We're going to see a lot more of Ernest Williams over the next couple of years. He's played well tonight, and for a sophomore to play well in a big game, that's good to see.
Nothing on that carry. It'll be 2nd down, 10 to go. Just over a minute to go here in the third quarter. Wakefield takes a snap, another quick center. This one to Dante Williams on the counter. Dante Williams carries forward for a 6-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down, 4 to go. Good look there at Dante Williams as he comes back. He's had a couple of fumbles tonight, as well as Greg Thomas. The fumbles have been costly, but Plant still in the ball game, 13-16, with just under a minute to go in the third quarter. 3rd down, 4 to go. Wakefield with a fake handoff. It's a bootleg around the end. Wakefield with a lot of room to run. He's a quick one, and he's going to scamper. He's through. It looks like a touchdown. Yes, indeed. What a beautiful run. A 54-yard scamper on the bootleg for Wakefield. And it's a touchdown just like that. What an exciting game. We've got 19-16 with just a couple of seconds to go in the third quarter.
And that's the perfect play call for that situation. Plant has been running the football up the middle of the field or on a sweep to the outside with Dante Williams or Greg Thomas. On that play, they've given Robinson an extreme dose of those 2 running backs to the point where for 3 quarters they've been the only running backs getting the football. Well, on this play, Wakefield faked it and just ran up the sideline as a fake naked bootleg is what they call it, and he just used his talent and his speed, ran up the sideline and scored the touchdown. Exceptional play and a great play call.
They attempted the 2 points. It looked like it was Greg Thomas who was given the ball. He bullied his way over for the 3 yards for the 2-point conversion. It's now 21-16 with just 23 seconds to go in the third quarter. There you see our score at Petersfield here, the home of the Fighting Robinson Knights, who find themselves now in a bit of a hole.
And wasn't it just a minute ago that Jarrett Daniels scored on that long run? It shows you that each one of these teams can strike and can strike at any minute.
Good look at the Robinson bench there as they figure out how the heck we're going to stop these big running attack for the Plant Panthers. And Wakefield, the man that scored the touchdown, kicks off here. Ball being fumbled around by Holland, who finally picks it up, brings it across the 25, and he'll be stopped there. A flag on the field, way upfield. We'll have to see as they sort this all out. Holland brought the ball up to the 25-yard line.
We talked a little bit about the rivalry of South Tampa between Plant and Robinson. Well, things are starting to get heated up a little bit. We've got a lot of gang tackling going on, a lot of extra hits. It looks like it's going to be called clipping on the play, and it's going to be called against Robinson. But in most rivals, you know, usually before the end of the game, this play is going to get heated up, and a lot of guys, a lot of exchange of words, a lot of taunting from other teams. And as close to the game as it is, and we hadn't seen much of it, it's starting to build up. And you have to, as officials, got to try to control that. And let's just hope some of this taunting and some of these extra hits don't get out of hand.
Well, with the penalty tacked on, it'll be first down and 10 to go from Robinson's own 11. As Tommy Phelps brings the Robinson Knights back out. And a whistle called. Once again, having problems with the clock. I'll check that. That was the problem isn't with the clock. The problem is with the play-by-play announcer, as that was the end of the third quarter. Well, now it looks as though they're trying to call him back. Was it the end of the third quarter? Is it the problem with the play-by-play announcer? We'll find out about this and more as we watch. There you had a good look at the stands. A good crowd here from Plant, right up the road. Of course, Robinson opened up several years ago. Many of these families go back to the old days at Plant High School. That was not the end of the third quarter. I guess there's one play to go. As Phelps is back to pass, he's got a quick out, and no one's looking. It's an interception. There was a fly there. There was some miscommunication as Dixon came up with the pass. Number 13 for Robinson. The big playman, Darrell Williams, was streaking down the sidelines.
But you can't blame Tommy Phelps for that play, because either he throws that football or he gets tackled for a safety. Number 20, Shannon Links, who's been in the backfield all night, was barreling down on him. Phelps had no other choice but to get rid of the ball. And he's lucky that, well, he's not lucky because he got the interception, but he's lucky that he didn't get a safety call on that play. So although it's a negative play here, it's safe that he didn't give up any points. And of course they're behind by 5, and he didn't want to give them any other points to build a lead on.
Well, that certainly was the last play of the third quarter. And with that, Robinson finds themselves trailing 16-21 after the interception. And there you see our score. It'll be first down at Robinson's own 29-yard line after Dixon's interception. And a very good opportunity now for the Plant Panthers to put some more heat on this potent Robinson offense. First and 10, Wakefield awaiting the snap. Fake handoff. Nope, the ball is given to the big man, Greg Thomas, as he rumbles over the right tackle and picks up at least 12 yards and a first down.
And to show you how effective that bootleg by Wakefield was, if we remember the last time Thomas got the ball before that carry, he was stopped short for no gain. The Robinson defense was looking for him to get the carry, and they were piling up on him. Well, that time he had a hole that was wide open. Because of the fact Wakefield ran that sweep, they can no longer tee off on Greg Thomas. They have to respect Wakefield, Williams, and Thomas. So now they've got a different option in that offense, and it's going to cause for some good plays here for Plant.
Well, it'll be first down after the big carry by Thomas. First and 10 at the 16. The ball again handed off to Thomas as he barrels his way through. That time Dante Williams leading the way. He's able to get across the 15 down close to the 10. Looks like they'll spot it at the 11. So we'll give him 5 yards on the carry. And the big man, Greg Thomas, carrying the load this evening for Plant.
And he's been most definitely the workhorse here tonight. He's gotten the majority of the carries, and I tell you, he has responded by getting the yards associated with him.
2nd down, 5 to go from the Robinson 11-yard line. Plant threatening to score again. A handoff again to Greg Thomas, as this time he's stacked up at the line of scrimmage, able to fall forward for 2 yards. And a host of Robinson tacklers there, led by number 10, Gary Spencer, the defensive back.
And you know what makes Thomas, you want to know what makes Thomas such a great runner, is the fact that once he gets hit, he always keeps his legs moving and churning, and he gets extra yards after he gets hit. Already, he has 22 carries for 201 yards, and it's just a big night for him. And I'm telling you, the way he keeps running, and this is just the start of the 4th quarter, you can look to see him add on to that over 200-yard total.
Wakefield again, this time to Dante Williams as he skirts his way through and goes barely untouched, as now the Plant offensive line dominating the trenches. Dante Williams with a 9-yard spurt into the end zone. Touchdown, Plant.
And what Plant did on that play was just hand the ball off to Thomas on that drive, hand it off to Thomas, and when they got in close, handed the ball to Wakefield on a reverse. That's somewhat against the grain of the way they've been running their offense, and it resulted in a wide open, almost untouched touchdown there.
And Wakefield with the extra point. It's up, it's good. It makes it 28-16 in favor of Plant with just over 10 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. And Jerry, it looks as though the pounding, the running that Plant's been doing all night long is starting to take an effect on the Robinson Knights defense.
But when you have the type of offense that Plant has, you just continually beat on them. And you watch here, Dante Williams is going to take that handoff, cut into a hole. The offensive line is moving the Robinson defensive line back 2, 3, 4, 5 yards. No one's touching a running back on Plant until they get a couple yards upfield, and that's just a sign of fatigue. And you really can't blame the defensive line of Robinson, because this offensive line of Plant has been effective, and they've been doing this all year. And that's the strength of their team and their offense, and the fact that they can wear you down and they can keep coming at you. Because blocking and trying to tackle somebody like Greg Thomas is like blocking against a 240-pound lineman. So they wear you down, and it's starting to show on the Robinson defense.
There you saw a good look at Wakefield. The quarterback, Brad Wakefield, the quarterback, the kicker, the man with a 51-yard scamper, 54-yard scamper. He's done it all tonight as he gets ready to kick off here for Plant. Another squib kick taken by the up man. Thomas Eggers gets absolutely nowhere as he is absolutely inundated by tacklers wearing white.
And that's the effectiveness of a squib kick. You try to kick the ball, make it bounce around a while, hopefully hit a player, and by the time they're scrambling around trying to pick the ball up, you got your defensive men around them. That squib kick for Plant has been highly successful tonight, and at every play, Robinson really hasn't had the chance to make a big play on the kickoff return because they haven't had the time. They're too busy trying to pick the ball up.
Robinson will start their comeback from their own 30-yard line. Tommy Phelps, leading passer in Hillsborough County, has got his work cut out for him. Phelps back to pass, fakes the pitch. Ball tossed over the middle of the big tight end, who picks up a big block. Good running there by number 80, Joe Escalante, the 5'11 junior tight end, as he picks up the first down. A 10-yard pickup for the Robinson Knights.
And that was a crossing route by your tight end. He just used the play fake, kind of coming at you. The play fake will pull your linebackers up, and your tight end will run the crossing route behind it. That's what the play was there. It was a quick completion to Joe Escalante. It's a good extra effort on his part, and it's first down.
Ball on the 40-yard line. Phelps again back to pass. Flag is down again to Escalante, who makes the reception. The reception down to the 35-yard line of Plant, but we've got to hold on just a moment as a flag in the backfield, and normally where that flag is, Jerry, that means trouble for Plant.
And it's a shame they have to call that play back, because that was tremendous concentration on Joe Escalante's part. Plant had a defensive back right around the ball making a play on it. Escalante concentrated on the ball. He watched it in his hands, and he just kind of brought it in. But it looks like it's coming back due to the motion penalty on Robinson.
Illegal motion was the call. It'll be first down and 15 after the penalty. got an opportunity there to see the tail end of a very fine catch by Escalante. Unfortunately, it went for naught. First down, 15 to go. 8 minutes, 50 seconds to go for the Robinson Knights as they trail by 12, 16 to 28. Tommy Phelps takes a snap from center. It's a quick end around to the big man, number 12, who makes a good scamper. He's at the 50, and he's tackled at the 40, 39-yard line. On the end around, Lorenzo Bradshaw picks up the 15 yards and a bunch more as he brings the ball into Plant territory. And once again, Robinson marching.
And for all the Robinson followers, you remember Lorenzo Bradshaw last year being a quarterback. He rotated with Phelps, and that Bradshaw ran the option and Phelps was a quarterback. You're going to see him run down here, still having a running back in a position to pitch the ball, but makes a lot of good moves and is able to make an extra play downfield. Good run by Bradshaw.
And on 1st and 10 from the 39-yard line, the handoff to the big number 33, Corey Simpson, the fullback, picks up 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Good look there at the offensive huddle for the trailing Robinson Knights. Tommy Phelps trying to spark a comeback here. 7 minutes 50 to go. Phelps with a snap from center, drops back to pass. Had a man open in the flat, incomplete pass as the ball was thrown just a tad bit low. Darrell Williams unable to come up with a reception. He thinks he had it. Here's a good look at Darrell. Referees called the incomplete pass. It'll be 3rd down and 6 to go.
And that play was called a comeback route. Darrell Williams runs up the field as though he's going to run to the end zone, stops at the last second, turn around, come back to the ball, and Phelps, the design play is to be thrown low and outside. Well, maybe it's just a little bit too low, or Williams didn't come back enough, but it was an incomplete pass.
Big play here, 3rd down. Phelps back to pass, and almost another interception. As I'm not sure, Rhett Dixon almost makes the interception. Shannon leaks on the pressure, and Phelps was absolutely decked. That might have been why he didn't see it. He had some Plant Panther breath breathing in his face mask. It'll be 4th down.
Well, we had mentioned Shannon Leaks right now is on the field for Plant Panthers. He's injured at this moment. It looks as though to be somewhere up in his upper body, his right shoulder. That's where the doctor, in fact, that's Dr. William Carson. He's the team physician for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Is looking at his right shoulder. But Shannon Leaks has played a great game tonight. He has been in Tommy Phelps' face all night. He's putting a lot of pressure on the quarterback, and he's doing a great job. And let's just hope he can get up from this injury and get on over the sideline and hope he's doing well.
The clock stopped momentarily. 7 minutes, 32 seconds to go in the game. Robinson marching, but they've got a big play here now. 4th down, 6 to go, as they trail the Plant Panthers by 12. And a good sign there as he's able to walk off on his own power, Shannon Leaks.
It's a good sign to see him get up and walk out. There's been an unfortunate rash of injuries going along in the NFL from some football players. In fact, the guy, Utley from the Detroit Lions, was paralyzed, and you hate to see that because every time you step foot on the field, there's a possibility that could happen. So you just kind of wish and hope that if you do get injured, it's not serious in that nature.
4th down, 6 to go. 2 wideouts on the far side of the field. Phelps with the rollout, and he's got his man open at the 15. It's 25, rather. And that's where he'll get stopped. Darrell Williams again with the reception. His big play man comes up with the reception. It'll be a 1st down at the 25-yard line. The drive is kept alive.
And that's what you want to get out of your senior, your leader, your quarterback, Tommy Phelps. Had a lot of heat on him. He was rolling out to his left. And number 42, Chevalier Charles, you'll see him put the pressure on him right there. Just throws it on the run. He gets sacked, and Williams makes a good catch in traffic. It's just an exceptional pass by Tommy Phelps, and it was a great play for Robinson and a well-needed play to keep this drive going.
The ball is marked at the 24. It'll be 1st down and 10 from there. The quick handoff up the middle again to Simpson. Corey Simpson with the carry, and he'll pick up just a couple.
Well, with 6 minutes and 45 seconds left to go in this game, Robinson's going to have to get in his end zone and try to get in there before 3 minutes left to go. they're going to have to try to control this clock and get something done here on offense. And granted, they don't score, they're pretty much out of the game. So look to see them start throwing this football to try to conserve some of this clock.
Second down, 9 to go as Simpson picked up one, a quick pitch out, and absolutely nothing there as tried to cut back. Jarrett Daniel trying to make the cutback and had nothing there but big number 42 for Plant. Mr. Charles, Chevalier Charles on the stop.
And every time they run the option play, number 7, Tommy Phelps, is getting belted. Number 51, Neil Leonard, put Tommy Phelps on his back. I mean, it's what you don't want to see is your quarterback getting hit. But I tell you, you saw good sportsmanship because after the play was over, Neil Leonard went back, picked Phelps up. Phelps kind of tapped him on the head and said, "Thank you for picking me up and not hurting me."
Phelps now faced with 3rd down and 7. Back to pass, Phelps goes. He's got his man open in the corner, and a beautiful reception. He went to his money man. He was double covered. But Darrell Williams was able to come up with the gorgeous reception down to the 7-yard line. First down, Robinson.
Darrell Williams, Tommy Phelps' favorite target. We mentioned he had a quiet first half. Well, now time is running down, and Robinson needs big plays. And Phelps, their 2 seniors, Phelps and Williams, are coming up with him. That was a good catch on Williams' part because he used his hands. He worked his feet on the sideline where he got 1 foot in bounds. It was just an exceptional play.
First and goal at the 6. The handoff up the middle, and it's a touchdown. Nope, check that. I saw the wrong guy running into the end zone. The handoff to Jarrett Williams, but he does bring it down to the 1-yard line. Pickup of 6 on the play. And it'll be 2nd and goal from there. There you get a good look at Williams. Full house backfield now for the Robinson Knights. Handoff up the middle, and this time it is a touchdown. Andre Holland with a carry. There's a flag down on the field, and Phelps once again got walloped, and he is on the ground.
And that was a totally uncalled for play by one of the members of the Plant defense. Phelps had already handed the ball off. This wasn't an option play. No need for him to hit Phelps. He just barreled into Tommy Phelps, and it was just an uncalled for play. We're going to see him walking off. And I'll tell you, that's the problem that you have with rivalries, and that's also the problem that you have with running your quarterback on the option. Phelps is walking off kind of shaky. He's limping a little bit. But I look to see him come back and try to take the 2nd drive. But that was, as I mentioned, an uncalled for play on that Panthers part.
The score now 22-28 with just over 5 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. Robinson comes back with a very important touchdown, and they're now certain to go for 2. Timeout is now called by Robinson, their quarterback, on the sidelines. I'm not sure if they knew exactly what was going on. Xavier Johnson, the reserve, the number 2 man, was in there, but certainly some uncertainty, and it looks like Phelps is coming back and saying, "Coach, I'm all right, put me back in." We get a good look at the Robinson crowd. Cheerleaders cheering their team on.
And that use of a timeout for Robinson is going to hurt them later on. They're going to have to come out and try to stop Plant. Plant's going to do nothing but run the football, and they may need those timeouts, or at least need this timeout to try to stop the clock and get the ball back. They had to use it just to get a player onto the field. It's unfortunate they had to use it in that situation because it would have come in handy later. And let's just hope it doesn't come to haunt this Robinson Knight football team.
Well, we're having a beautiful game here tonight. Public Access Sports presenting the Hillsborough County High School Football Game of the Week, and this certainly has to be one of them. This is Rick Fueo along with Jerry Bell. Robinson Knights going for a 2-point conversion as they trail now 22-28 with 5 minutes, 16 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. Phelps drops back to pass. He's being rushed. He throws it in the end, and yes, it's good. The completion made to number 24, Jarrett Daniel, for the 2 points. And that was probably one of the most important passes that Phelps has thrown all day.
Well, it makes the timeout all worthwhile. They have him come back in and make that play. He was still running for his life on that extra point. You can see they put a lot of pressure on him. And it's a good play by Daniels and a good pass by Phelps to complete that.
The score now 24-28 with just over 5 minutes to play. a good look at the man that was a very big contributor under that play. There he is right there. Our score 28-24. Robinson down by 4. Jarrett Daniels, the man on the end of the 2-point conversion pass.
And Jarrett Daniels has had a good game tonight. We called his name out on a couple long runs and a couple long catches.
Of course, he was the man that made the 52-yard reception early on that put Robinson up on the board first.
And this man is just a sophomore. We're going to see more of him tonight.
A nice kick. Dante Williams takes it at his own 8. Dante Williams at the 30. Dante Williams at the 35 to the 40, down at the 42-yard line. A very good return by the Plain Panther. A flag on the field, however, and we have a feeling this one's going to come back. Referee Terry Lambert with the call. Illegal block, I think, was the call. Trying to get confirmation on that. Nonetheless, it's going to negate a very good run by Dante Williams as the Robinson Knights decide exactly what they'd like to do.
And we noticed a couple of weeks back as we were watching Plant play, they're a highly penalized team. We're going to see here Dante Williams catch the ball, come run. Dante's a dangerous man anytime he touches the ball, and you're going to see him burst up the middle. Although we didn't see the illegal block on the play, it was just a good return on their part.
Looks as though the call must have been made prior to the kickoff.
Well, we knew it was going to be a good game tonight, 28-24. Plant's favor with 5 minutes and 7 seconds to go. This has been a great game tonight, and that's everything we expected.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Apparently there was somebody in the neutral zone on the kickoff. That's going to let Robinson kick it off from Plant's own 45-yard line, and that's really going to hurt, as it will certainly give them poor field position unless Dante Williams can bring back another one. A squib kick taken by the up man and stopped and tackled right there at the 25-yard line by number 40, Jason Hall, 6'1", 180-pound junior. Kind of just stuck his arm out there and the man fell. But Jerry, you got to wonder, the last kick was long and deep. This time they try a little squibber, and yet Plant's got the ball at their own 25-yard line. Here's a good look at the man.
Well, the way the squib kick has been all day, it's been kind of effective where it's been rolling around. That time the ball got to the kick returner off of one bounce, so he was able to get a good return. But it was a good tackle by number 40, Jason Hall, because he just stuck an arm out there and he knocked him down.
A big drive now for the Plain Panthers as Wakefield takes the handoff and gives it to the who? Greg Thomas. But that time, you, me, and everyone watching knew he was going to get the ball, including the entire right-hand side of the Robinson Knights defense, as he gets absolutely nothing. It'll be 2nd down and 10 to go.
And I don't think it'll be too hard to guess who is about to get the ball here again.
And here's a very interesting call as Plain Panthers just called timeout.
And another one of those unusual uses of timeouts, with Plant wanting to run the clock down, having the 4-point lead with 4 minutes. By using a timeout, it kind of helps the Robinson team because it gives them an opportunity to get the ball back. I mean, they're gonna help Robinson stop the clock, and that's an unusual call for a timeout there. But then again, Coach Acosta may have wanted to come out and talk with his team, tell them how important this drive is, tell them what needs to be done. You know, we need a first down here. We need 1 or 2 first downs tied together. We need to chew up this clock, and we need to do it the way we've been doing all year, and that's running the football. So maybe this conference here may help this Plant offense.
Well, you saw a good look at the crowd as the Robinson Knights have a very good turnout this evening, facing their crosstown rival, the Plain Panthers. And they certainly seem to think they have the momentum. We'll see what the Panthers can do to offset that at 2nd down and 10 to go from the 24 as Wakefield gets ready for the snap. Wakefield on the keeper. Wakefield still with the ball up past the 30 to the 32-yard line as he's corralled out of bounds. Big number 77, David Papadopka, a defensive lineman, on the stop.
And it looked like it was a broken play. Wakefield looked to hand the ball off, and the running back was gone by the time he got there, but Wakefield did the best thing there, and that was to take the ball, tuck it in, and run wherever the play was scheduled to go. That was outside. He tucked the ball in, he ran it upfield, got a couple of his linemen to block for him, and was able to gain some yards on the play.
Wakefield picks up 6. It's 3rd down, 4 to go. The clock churning at 3:41 to go in the game. Wakefield again on the keeper, looking downfield. He's got a man open. Dante Williams with the reception. Down to the Robinson 36-yard line. A big toss there, and certainly had everyone fooled. A big 3rd down conversion. And the clock now to 3 minutes and 30 seconds as they stop it momentarily to move the chains.
Every coach keeps a play in their playbook and saves it for later. You're going to see a fake handoff here. Wakefield just dropped back and tossed Dante Williams. Now, you remember, to start the play, Dante Williams was in the offensive backfield. He ran the play fake and then ran the route up the middle of the field. So, as I mentioned, every coach keeps a play in because he knows there's going to be this time where he's going to need a big play. He keeps it in the playbook, tries to keep it in there to the last 5-6 minutes. Coach Acosta just used his.
Wakefield with a handoff to Dante Williams. Cuts it back across the middle, carrying the Robinson defense down to the 22-yard line. Another big gain for Dante Williams and a 1st down.
And one of the things Dante Williams is thinking about right now is the 2 previous fumbles that he had. On that play, when he started getting tackled, and although he was turning for extra yards and trying to get more yards, he put both hands on the ball and he covered it up. He's consciously thinking about the fumbles, but he knows when the time to cover up and when not to. And he knows that if he fumbles this ball on this drive, it's going to hurt him.
2 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Plant grinding it out here as they have the ball on the Robinson 23-yard line, and they also have a 4-point lead. 28 Plant, 24 Robinson. Wakefield with the ball, waiting the snap from center. The handoff again to Greg Thomas as the big man gets outside and is able to rumble down about 9 yards. He is knocked out of bounds, which will stop the clock. Another big gain by Greg Thomas.
And it's nice to get a big gain, but Greg Thomas needs to realize this drive here is to run out as much time on the clock and possibly score off of it. Was tackled out of bounds. Good gain of 9 yards, but he was tackled out of bounds, and that stopped the clock. What these running backs from Plants need to do is hold on to the football as well as stay in bounds. If it's just a matter of falling down right before they get there. But stay in bounds and let this clock run.
They gave Thomas 8 yards on the carry. It'll be 2nd down and 2 to go. 2 minutes, 23 seconds to go on the clock. The handoff again up the middle of the big man, Greg Thomas, as he bulls his way through, and it looks like a face mask penalty as his helmet was practically ripped off his face, but he bulls his way down close to the end zone. The referee's trying to sort things out. Greg Thomas, there he is, letting the referee know exactly what happened to him.
And I always thought it was a waste to get 15-yard penalties when you're on the 3 or 4 yard line because you only get half the distance. That's a yard and a half. That was a good run by Thomas there. He broke up the middle. Nothing unusual. We've seen it all night, and it's been successful, and it was there. And one of the ways that they've stopped him is by grabbing his face mask. I mean, he's been unstoppable most of the night, and the tag on the face mask penalty is going to be 1st and goal for Plant on about the 3 yard line.
10-yard carry, brought it down to the 6 yard line, half the distance of the goal, puts it on the 3. It'll be 1st and goal from there, and with just now past the 2 minute mark, this could be it, Jerry. Wakefield with the snap from center again to the big man, and this time he gets nowhere as Greg Thomas gets rid down there by the tight end, number 55, Aaron Sitke.
Well, you have to think that if Plant scores here with right now 1 minute 35 seconds, the clock's still running. If Plant scores here, it'd take a half of a miracle for Robinson to come back. But with the arm of Tommy Phelps, the receiver Darrell Williams, anything can happen because they can strike quick.
Loss of 3 on the down. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 6. Good shot there of Brad Wakefield as he awaits the snap from center. The snap this time to Dante Williams as he cuts over to right tackle in for the score. And that could just be about it as we've got 1 minute and 6 to go in the game. Without the extra point, the Plant Panthers lead it 34-24.
And we talked a little bit about just wearing down the defense of Robinson, and that's what Plant has done all night. Running the football at him, running straight at him, just offense versus defense, and just pounding him away to where the point it gets down late in the fourth quarter, they can just run up the field at will.
Wakefield's kick is up and good. The score now 35 Plant, 24 Robinson with 1 minute and 6 seconds to go. We'll be right back with the conclusion of this game right after this message.
Grandpa, did you want to be a doctor when you were little?
Well,
You would have been the best doctor, Grandpa.
oh, you think so?
It's too late for some dreams, but not for others.
And there you see the tail end of the return. Number 19, Xavier Johnson, gets corralled at his own 34-yard line as the quick squib kick by Wakefield was brought back. Well, they're going to mark it at the 35. And with 56 seconds to go in the ball game, that's where Tommy Phelps and company will get the ball trailing 35-24. Well, Phelps is not in the ball game. It's a backup quarterback, Lorenzo Bradshaw. Up there he is. Oh, what an absolute play. Phelps was in the ball game, but he was lined up as the wide receiver on the far side of the field. Bradshaw took the pass, tossed it out to Jarrett Daniel, who attempted to throw the ball all the way across the field to an awaiting Phelps. And the big man on the play, a heads-up play there by number, I couldn't make out who the defensive player was. It was Kevin Williams, number 12, the defensive back, makes the interception, runs it into the end zone, and that just about says it all for the Robinson Knights.
And every time Robinson has tried a play with some sort of deception to, has been very unsuccessful. That time, they just kind of, Kevin Williams from Plant just kind of stayed in his area. He saw Tommy Phelps out there. Tommy Phelps is not going to line up a wide receiver and catch a ball. They knew something was up, so he kept his ground. He stayed in his area and reacted, made the play, and he scored a touchdown. When you run plays like that, it's either going to make you or break you, and on that time, it broke the Robinson Knights.
Player down on the field. Can't make out what the number is from here. Getting attended to. It looks as though it perhaps have to do with his legs. There's no way really to speculate. And that's number 19, Xavier Johnson.
And on that play, he was the man that received the first pass and tried to toss it across the field to Tommy Phelps. Xavier Johnson's going to be the quarterback next year for this team. He's a junior, but he's an entirely different style of quarterback than Tommy Phelps, in that he's an option running back. Now, he's walking very gingerly off the field, and he is not putting pressure on that leg. And that's a bad sign, in that you want to see him put some pressure on it because you know that it's okay and it would be a tough strain. But he looks to be in pain, and we just hope that, although this is his last game this year, that he's not hurt badly and that he'll do okay.
Wakefield now getting ready to attempt the extra point. Now Wakefield runs off. It looks like they're bringing in the second string kicker, number 23, Jason Rolfs. Waiting for the extra point, the snap, the kick. No, it's a fake. And the ball is thrown into the end zone, and it will fall again incomplete as the backup quarterback, Corey Anderson, again with the fake attempt. And the try for two falls helplessly into the arms of the Robinson Knights, and that'll just about do it. The score now 41 for Plant, 24 for Robinson, with just 33 seconds to go. And Jerry, we saw a heck of a ball game for about 3 quarters, and then it looked just as though the pounding that the Robinson defense was taking took its toll.
Well, coming into this game, we knew that the Plant Panthers was a strong football team. They came in with an 8-1 record. Robinson 6-3, were very improved over last year's 1-9, but just not of the talent and caliber that the Plant team has. Plant's a very well-coached team, and they've been very successful running the football, and that's exactly what they did tonight. They came in, they established the running game, and just wore down the Robinson defense, and they actually came out ahead. In fact, you know, they're winning by 17 with 33 seconds left to go. You have to think that this is a good game to have right before going into your bowl game, and that's the Suncoast Bowl for the Plant Panthers, where they're going to play Clearwater on November 27th. It's good for them to come with a win, and they can go into that game with some momentum.
Jason Ross getting ready to take the kick. And the kick gets up to the up man as he takes it on the 40. And he's got some room on the near side as he's brought down at the 49-yard line. Lorenzo Bradshaw on the return. And it'll be 1st and 10 for the Robinson Knights at their own 49-yard line. But with 26 seconds to go and 17 points to make up, it doesn't look very good, even for a quarterback as talented as Tommy Phelps.
Yeah, no trickery here. What you're going to see is Tommy Phelps line up, take the snap, take his full drop, and just sit back, toss the ball up, try to toss it into the end zone, and let one of his receivers make a play on it. There's not a lot they can do here. They got to toss it up. The clock's running at 10 seconds now, and just hope for something good to happen.
Phelps back to pass, tosses it, and tackled at the 45-yard line to end the game. Jarrett Daniels. The tackle made there by number 80, Hargret. As the game is over, ladies and gentlemen, a beautifully fought game. The Plant Panthers, crosstown rivals, dominate as they come in to Peters Field and beat the home Robinson Knights 41-24 for the bragging rights of South Tampa. A tremendous game. We'll be right back to wrap it up right after this message.
This is where they partied, where Denise met Michael. They danced, they joked, they did a little crack, and went up here, where she took the wrong step that ended everything. Only she doesn't know it yet. Drugs make you forget things, like how to prevent AIDS. AIDS, another way drugs can kill.
If your neighborhood's a little rough, don't get scared, get organized. When neighbors and bullies team up, crime doesn't stand much of a chance. Yeah, so pick up a pencil and write this down.
Welcome back to Peters Field as the Plant Panthers come into the rival Robinson Knights home field and wallop them 41-24. Jerry, it was a terrific game for 3 quarters, and then the absolute pounding by the Plant Panthers rushing attack seemed to take its toll.
Well, what it was a typical Plant Panther game because they came out and they started running the football. They became very effective, just sort of started pounding on Robinson's defense, and it kind of showed in the 4th quarter where Plant just kind of took over and was doing the things they wanted to do all game.
Of course, the big play combination for the Robinson Knights, Phelps to Williams, made a couple of connections, but at the end, just not enough.
They've been a big play combination all year, and of course they made a couple big plays, but the Robinson team, which we know to be as a passing team, didn't really come out and pass the football as much as we thought they did. They tried to establish the run, and although it was working early, later on in the game when they had to pass, they were unable to.
Well, the final score again here, 41 Plant Panthers, 24 for the Robinson Knights. This wraps it up for another season of public access television as we presented the Hillsborough County High School Game of the Week for you. I'm Rick Fueo along with Jerry Bell. I'm sitting in for Jim Henderson and the rest of the crew here tonight. We wish you very many thanks for watching us and hope you'll tune in again next year. That's it for now.
9 losses. That's a winning percentage of 756. And on any level, Mark, high school, college, professional, that's just a great job of coaching year in and year out.
I mean, without a doubt, this guy here, he seems to be a legend in the Florida area in athletics and football. Just doing a sound job with his ball clubs. The key to his ball clubs, they're just coached so well. They've had success throughout the years.
That's really kind of a benchmark for the Tampa Plant teams. They have done an excellent job in that respect year in and year out. Brad Wakefield, excuse me, he won't be kicking off. Chad Cage will be kicking off for Clearwater. Tampa Plant will be receiving. Cage's kick is away, taken at the 5-yard line and brought out to about the 25-yard line. Tampa Plant offense, Brad Wakefield, the quarterback. Greg Thomas, 1,300-yard rusher. He is aided in the backfield by tailback Dante Williams, who has over 700 yards rushing. Tony Hernandez, Charles Rothenberg, and Bobby King are your receivers. And on the offensive line, Alex Beard, Ted Gorman, David Ramirez, John Shepard, and Sean Gilmartin. First play from scrimmage. They run the sweep out to the right side. Dante Williams on the carry, so the first carry goes to the tailback. They don't go to the fullback, Greg Thomas. Take a look at the Clearwater defense. Sam Watson really has come on strong. Ezra Wise, Angelo Contos, Jason Fuller, and Dan Hoffman up front. The linebackers, they do a lot of the tackling, Elijah Davis and Ryan Leon. And in the backfield, the defensive backfield, Jay Jones, the quarterback, Philip Nash, Jay Jackson, who's the backup quarterback, and Leonard Hayes, who is also a wide receiver. Once again, they run the misdirection play, this time to the left side, up the middle.
George, this is an exceptional running offense here. As you notice in that play, use their primary play, which is a sweep, to get the ball outside, stretch the defense a little bit, then all of a sudden they hit you with a quick play, a quick trap up the middle, and get successful plays in a row, and now they leave themselves with 3rd and short.
Greg Thomas on the carry there, going up the middle. He's the guy who runs in the middle as the fullback, and when they want to go to the outside, usually it's Dante Williams. 3rd and short, as Mark said. Handoff going to the outside, and a great job by the Clearwater defense to come in there and stack up Greg Thomas. Strong safety Jay Jackson in on the hit, and they will be short of the first down, Mark.
We've seen Jay Jackson all year coming and making big plays, and here's another big play. Just standing up the big runner here, knocking him on his back there. Jay Jackson came in his quarterback part of the year and has done some good things, but he's a small guy, but he really plays big, George.
Jay Jackson has come in also offensively over the course of the season with Philip Nash with the shoulder and neck problem, and he's done an excellent job at the quarterback spot as well. Tampa Plant has elected to punt on 4th and short here in the first quarter. Kick is off, and it will roll dead over on the far sideline. Hard to tell exactly where we're at. The punt is 29 yards, no return on it. The field isn't completely marked. The yard markers aren't out there. It's about the 35-yard line. So that is where Clearwater will start offensively tonight. We'll take a look at the Clearwater offense. They're quarterbacked by Philip Nash, Ben Harrison, Reagan Gregory, an excellent tandem in the backfield. The receivers, Leonard Hayes, Jay Jones, and the tight end is Sam Watson. They all do a good job catching the ball. And up front, Jason Fuller, Clenard Frazier, Nathan Bell, Ryan Leon, and Ezra Wise. First play of the game offensively for Clearwater. Reagan Gregory goes in motion. He gets the pitch and the sweep, breaks a couple of tackles. He's out on the far side, finally tripped up after a gain of about 15 yards.
Reagan Gregory, we talked about it earlier in the opening of the show of saying how this guy has exceptional speed, but when he gets inside, he's a great runner inside for a guy with so much speed. Good strength. Look at him shedding tacklers there, getting outside, cutting across the grain a little bit, and picking up 14 yards on that play.
Speaking with the coaches before the game, they said one of the best things about Gregory is his leg strength. Tampa Plant's defense, get a look at it there. Defensive backs. First down once again for Clearwater. Gregory goes in motion again, same play. They run the sweep, and the flags are flying. Gregory coming to the outside. He's got plenty of rushing room. He's down the left sideline, cuts it back in towards the middle, makes another cut, finally brought down from behind. Joe Lehman on the tackle, but the flags were flying as that play began. Looked like everybody slowed up a half step there, Mark. 37 yards on the carry for Reagan Gregory, and he just decided he was going to take off.
Well, it's not a bad play at all. I think that's a real smart play by Reagan because they didn't actually blow the play dead. He took off. The tacklers were still trying to tackle him, and he said, hey, I'm going to try to get as much yards as I can. He almost broke that into a touchdown. You never know how the officials are going to call it, George.
It's going to be against Clearwater. We'll wait for referee Ray Johnson's call on the penalty. Illegal procedure is the call. Make it 1st and 15 now for Clearwater. Come out in the same set with Harris as the only back in the backfield. Reagan Gregory lined up in the slot. Twin receivers out to the right. Pitch goes to the fullback Harris this time. He goes up the middle. Does a nice job driving forward for a gain of about 6 yards.
Ben Harris is just a strong runner, and you could see by that play there. Got a nice toss back to him deep in the backfield so he can read the defense and make the cut necessary for this particular play. And then he puts his shoulder down right at the end of the run right here and starts driving players back. And look, he's getting an extra 3 yards there, George.
And he had 3 guys on his back as well, so a nice job by Ben Harris. He hurt his tailbone, and he did not play defensively last week, as you see his offensive stats. He's the guy who's the workhorse. He gets the ball in the short yardage situations many times. 2nd down and about 10. They run this pitch out to Gregory on the other side. This time they go out to the right side, and he does a nice job just pushing that pile forward for a gain of about 8 yards. It'll bring up 3rd and 2. And another run and a show of strength there by the backs for Clearwater.
The Plant defenders are going to have to realize that these 2 backs are very strong. You have to really tackle them. You just can't lean on them and they're going to fall down. They're going to go for the extra yards. As you see Reagan Gregory here just going for the extra yardage there. And they're just, no one's really trying to pull him back. They're knocking him forward actually even, George.
Get a look at Reagan Gregory's stats this year. 18 touchdowns, almost 1,200 yards rushing. An excellent season for the senior tailback for Clearwater. Once again, he comes in motion. The ball was fumbled, I believe. The center quarterback exchange ended up on the ground. Philip Nash was able to recover it, but that'll bring up a 4th and about 3-yard situation. So decision time for Tom Bostic with about 6 minutes left here in the first quarter of the game, Mark.
It is a big decision. It's 4th down, but it looks like they're going to go for it in this play, George.
Line up in that same formation. Harris the only back in the backfield. Gregory in the slot to the right. Twin receivers out to the right as well. 4th and let's call it 3. The pitch will go to Reagan Gregory. He stumbles and falls at about the 50-yard line. Ends up losing about 6 yards on the play. And Tampa Plant will take over on downs in excellent position, Mark.
Nobody was fooled on this play. The Panthers were ready for this. And I think on the tackle, Dell Walker comes and actually tags Reagan Gregory down. No, Dell's just coming into our picture there. But there were 3 defenders, 3 Plant defenders outside of Gregory, and he had nowhere to go.
Antoine Allen did an excellent job coming up and slowing Gregory down. And then when he got around to the outside, there were several other black jerseys there, and he stumbled. So quarterback Brad Wakefield will hand off for a big gain over there on the left side. That's Ricky Graves taking the ball.
Look like the old counter crisscross play here from the wing T. Used to run this at my high school, and you see the handoff here, then the inside handoff here to number 33, Ricky Graves, and he's getting upfield here. A big gain for Plant.
So Dante Williams gets the ball first from quarterback Brad Wakefield, but he ends up handing it off, and it goes for a big gain or enough for a 1st down. This time they give it right to their big tailback, Dante Williams, and he pulls forward for about 7 yards. Good pickup on first down.
This is a different offense to face against. Clearwater has to really settle down and start reading what the backs are doing back there. You have a lot of motion, a lot of movement in the backfield, but you have to kind of see what's happening up front to figure out where the ball is actually going to end up.
That's a good example right there, Mark, where the counter action can really confuse you, because that play looked exactly like it was going to develop like the play right before that, except that Williams kept the football. There we go again. Williams this time off the right side, and he's one tackle away. Leonard Hayes grabs him around the ankle. He was one tackle away from breaking that one as he came along the right side from a touchdown.
We're seeing why this Panther offense averaged over 300 yards per game rushing the ball. And here's Dante Williams getting outside. That's what he says. He has the outside speed. He really stretches the defense, and stretches it he does on this play, George.
Nice job by the guys on the left side of the offensive line as they pulled and came down the line. Nice rushing stats there for Dante Williams, and especially when you consider the amount of yardage Greg Thomas carried. That time, a little more deception there. You see a lot of really hard to figure out who's getting the ball. They fake a lot of handoffs, and that time it went to Greg Thomas, and he took it up the right side on the inside part of the offensive line there to pick up several yards. Head coach Roland Acosta looking on, has to be happy with the way his offense is performing on this particular drive here in the first quarter. Still no score. About 3:30 left to go in the first quarter of tonight's Kiwanis Suncoast Bowl here from Jack White Stadium in Clearwater, Florida. Handoff goes to the left side. Greg Thomas again on the carry. And a good line surge there by the offensive line, Mark.
The offensive line is coming off the ball, really reestablishing a line by the Clearwater, because Clearwater is really on their heels a little bit, trying to read a little too much and figure out where the ball is going. This is a tough offense to defense, but you kind of have to just settle in and start reading exactly what's going out on the field.
Greg Thomas with 23 touchdowns coming into tonight's game. That's a great regular season.
His legs must be tired. He's carrying the whole team, it seems like.
This time Wakefield keeps it as he rolls around to the left side, looks to throw. That's a rarity for Tampa Plant, and it falls incomplete, goes out of bounds. Several fakes there for Wakefield as he rolled out to his left side and just dumped the ball off, it looked like there, Mark.
Well, Brad Wakefield, he didn't fool Sam Watson on this play. Sam stayed at home, did exactly what his job was, got up into Brad Wakefield's face and made him throw the ball away. Good defense there by the Clearwater Tornadoes.
So Clearwater doing a good job coming up with a big play on third down. That makes it 4th and 4. And Tampa Plant's going to go for it. This time the fakes the handoff. The pass is down and complete. Wakefield faked it, threw it, and he completed the pass. And that's good enough for a first down. Greg Thomas on the receiving end of that one. They faked the handoff as if they were going to run the sweep around to the left side. Wakefield kept it, threw downfield, very successful.
Actually, a well-defense play by Clearwater. They got into the quarterback's face on this play, but he had an option on this play. He could either run for the first down or he could throw for the first down. A real nice play call there by Roland Acosta to really set up that option for his quarterback.
You see that Wakefield does not throw the football that much. They average about 6 passes per game. So first down, handoff goes to the inside. First and goal from about the 5-yard line.
George, you can tell this offense, they're coached so well because they're carrying out their fakes. If the guy doesn't have the ball, he's still faking like he has the ball. That causes the defense so many problems. It can take a defensive back, take him a step or two out of his position. All of a sudden, somebody else has the ball, and he cuts up inside and gets a big score.
It's really tough. You have to, it's like defending a good option team, I would imagine. You really have to be very disciplined on the defensive end and maintain your assignment. Once again, the handoff goes to the inside. Nice surge there by the offensive line. Thomas again on the carry. See Philip Nash in there on the tackle. The exceptional quarterback for Clearwater, who does a pretty good job at defensive back as well, Mark, and he's been playing hurt for about over a month now, yet he's in there every game.
This guy does about everything on the field. I like him because of his heart. I mean, this guy's been banged up all year long, but hey, he comes out to play. He wants to play. If the coach puts him on the sideline because he hurts, he still wants to get back in there.
We've seen him do it many times. 3rd and goal, the handoff Goes to the tailback, Dante Williams, but a great job on the pursuit from the backside. Bringing him down is Ezra Wise. A nice job by Ezra to come around from the backside and haul down Dante Williams.
That's what you have to do with this offense. You have to get penetration, and there's some penetration there. Ezra Wise is on it also on that play, number 55. Ryan Leone on that play coming in there. There's old Ezra, 6'1", 220 pounds of him. He made a good play on that.
Clearwater not exceptionally big for a 5A team, but the one thing they've done all year long is they've used their speed. This brings up 4th and goal now. Handoff goes to the inside, almost on the second effort for Greg Thomas, but he is pushed back, and a nice job by Elijah Davis to come up and add that second hit to keep him out of the end zone.
That second surge will kill you every time, but Elijah came up and knocked back Greg Thomas on this play and held him short of the goal line. Not brilliant goal line stand here by the Clearwater Tornadoes.
Philip Nash also in there on that second hit. Coach Tom Bostic's defense bending but not breaking. And that is it for the first quarter of tonight's football game. We thought with the amount of running that Tampa Plant would do, it would go quickly, and it certainly did. No score here from the Suncoast, the Kiwanis Suncoast Bowl here in Clearwater, Florida.
Payoff pitch. He struck him out swinging.
What do you get a Nolan Ryan fan for Christmas?
I don't know.
What if you could get a Major League Baseball personally autographed by Nolan and the official video history of his career? Feel the Heat for only $79.95.
I'd buy one for my son.
All right.
I get one for me.
Well, you better act fast. This is a limited offer. Call 1-800-356-6000 to order today.
A real Nolan Ryan autograph? You get an autographed baseball and the video?
Right, an authentic Nolan Ryan autographed baseball. And Feel the Heat, the video that gives you the inside story on Nolan and his legendary career.
What a great Christmas gift.
As our grandson would say, it's awesome.
Call 1-800-356-6000, just $79.95 plus $5 shipping and handling. Take care of the Nolan Ryan fan on your Christmas list. Heat up your Christmas with Nolan.
It's your Allied Discount Tire football fan. You know you'll never see this again. A man with a Hurricane squeeze bottle, an FSU cap, and a University of Florida t-shirt. I want to tell you how proud we are of all of Florida football. And we're proud to have all you fans that come to Allied. You know Allied got the lowest prices in the United States, like we got the best football. And all you fans, y'all can score big because you can save a lot of money at Allied Discount Tire.
If you hang out with America's top builders, you'll see they rely on Makita high-torque tools. Corded or cordless, Makita's got the torque to power its way through anything. And with service centers from coast to coast, you'll never get caught with your tools down. At Makita, you've got the tools to get the job done. Makita, it's all the power you need.
Welcome back to Jack White Stadium in Clearwater, Florida. George Casteris along with Mark Robinson. And Mark, Clearwater doing an excellent job there when they were down close to their own goal line of keeping Tampa Plant out of the end zone.
The defense came through admirably and made some plays to keep them out of the end zone.
Clearwater gets the football right outside their own goal line, and Philip Nash runs the keeper. Actually, the ball hit the ground. A problem with the exchange once again between the center and the quarterback. And it's called a safety. It's a safety, so 2 points for Tampa Plant, and what a bad time to have a problem with the exchange, Mark.
Well, that's the second bad exchange we've seen this game. I wonder what the problem is. Philip Nash is in there, quarterback, usually a sure-handed player, and all of a sudden they had a little problem with the snap. You can see the ball's about to be snapped here. A little movement on the offensive line, but here comes the ball. It doesn't even get back up to Philip, and he's just trying to get in there and recover the ball.
That might have been a case there maybe where Philip was thinking a lot about the play and what he wanted to do, and when you're that close to your goal line, that can obviously be a distraction.
Oh yeah, you're getting nervous back there, getting a little edgy. You have your back to the wall right there. You don't want to make any bad mistakes. You don't want to take any false steps into the end zone, so they maybe get caught back there for a safety. But unfortunately, Clearwater got caught back there fumbling the ball and end up getting a safety anyway.
This is the second time we've seen the Tornadoes take a safety in a football game, not take a safety, but have that happen to them. The other time, Mark, was when they played in a big football game, a game that really could have changed their season against Sarasota Riverview, and that safety really changed the entire football game and tied it up, and Riverview went on to win it, and they're in the playoffs, and Clearwater is not. Hopefully this isn't a bad omen for the Tornadoes as we begin the second quarter here of tonight's football game. Chad Case will punt the ball away as opposed to kicking it off the tee. Goes across midfield and picked up, and they're going to run a little bit of a fake. That was Dante Williams with the ball originally. He stuck the ball out there like he was going to hand it off to the guy that was coming around the other way. That's something they love to do on kickoffs, try to run a lot of misdirection.
Now in this play, with Dante sticking this ball out like that, you would almost anticipate that he's going to keep the ball here, trying to show the defense right there that he has the ball and he's about to hand it off, but ends up keeping it and wasn't fooling this Clearwater Tornado cover team.
Eric Faison doing a good job on special teams to come up with the tackle and not bite on the fake by Dante Williams. So Tampa Plant very successful offensively until they got close to the goal line. Clearwater able to shut them down last time. This time the handoff goes to the inside and pull backwards. Tony Hernandez on the carry that time for Tampa Plant, and little aggressiveness there on the part of the defense for Clearwater, Mark.
Well, I think Clearwater's just trying to get pumped up a little bit, because that was an impressive last drive by the Plant Panthers to drive down the field like they did. Although they didn't get any points at first, they did drive the ball down the field. They got the safety, but right now Clearwater says, hey, we have to make a stand defensively.
Tom Bostic having to watch his defense out on the field once again. This time the handoff goes to the right side. Thomas on the carry, and he picks up about 3 yards. That'll bring up a 3rd and 2 situation.
This is a machine on offense out here. They really work well. You can tell how well coached they are. I hate to stress the point so much, but I can see it out on the field, the way in their execution, they're blocking, they're running, just their overall assignments out here. You can tell that they really are a well-drilled team.
Plants 0 for 3 on 3rd down so far in the football game tonight. Here's try number 4. Handoff goes to the inside. Great line search there, and he breaks a tackle out to the right side. That's Greg Thomas taking the football down to about the 23-yard line. He broke open in the middle there, Mark, took it down the far sideline and almost went for the touchdown. 20 yards on the carry.
Now, you look at that play on this. Now, this is what we talk about. He's an excellent inside runner, Greg Thomas is. Has quick feet. Now, watch this cut here. Nice cut by a big man. I mean, this is a guy carrying about 230 pounds, getting outside and showing some speed here to make a big gain. I think it was about 26-yard gain on this play to set up a first down for the Plant Panthers.
Leonard Hayes almost had him. Greg got away from him, and a nice job by Sam Watson to chase him down the field from his defensive end position. This time the handoff going to the left side. Nice job by Dante Williams to run the football over there to the left side as they move the ball across the Clearwater 20-yard line.
This offense is so potent. They have 2 running backs back there with over 2,000 yards on the ground. Now that's a lot of yards to have in any 10-game season. Have to be happy with them, but that's what enables them to be so successful, having such a 1-2 punch.
Take a look at Dante Williams' stats. The game versus East Bay. This time the handoff going out to the right side. That's Dante Williams again. Very close to a first down as he's hauled down at about the 13-yard line.
There's that outside speed again by Dante, getting out there and doing what he does best. Eluding a couple tacklers and getting out there close to the first down.
They run that counter action. They pull those big linemen, Mark, and that's just going to be so confusing for the defense, especially if you haven't faced that wing T style offense, you know, that many times earlier in the season.
The linebackers have to play poised and get all the reads inside on offense like this.
This time the handoff goes out to the left side to the big fullback Greg Thomas, and he's pushed out of bounds at about the 6-yard line, and the flags go flying, and that's going to be a late hit. A bunch of red jerseys came over there, and Greg is down over by the track. He hops right back up. But we've seen Clearwater do that on several different occasions over the course of the season, Mark. They get a little aggressive offensively.
Well,
or defensively, excuse me.
Clearwater's trying to do anything to fire themselves up here. Now, this is a 1,300-yard runner here. Greg Thomas getting the ball and getting outside here, known for his inside running ability, but, hey, he can get outside. And then a little extracurricular activity on this play, and actually he slips a little bit and kind of accentuates that play.
Sam Watson came over and was the guy who got him maybe a little bit late. We take a look at Thomas's stats in 91, and that's mighty impressive. Big average and all those touchdowns and 1,300 yards. This is a team that really likes to ground it out on the ground and use that counteraction out of the wing T to pick up a lot of yards on the ground. First and goal once again for Tampa Plant. We'll see if the Panthers can capitalize this time. They're on the 4-yard line. They run the sweep out to the right side. Touchdown. Dante Williams on the carry. He takes it around the right side, gets into the end zone for the first touchdown of the game. That'll make it 8-0 Tampa Plant.
Now, this play, Dante is not going to be denied the end zone here. Their favorite play, they get to the sweep play again. The two big guards pulling around the end, knocking over Clearwater defenders, and then Dante just gets upfield and gets into the end zone for the big touchdown.
So the double hurt on the safety mark, not only do they get a couple of points off it, but then when they come back offensively and they score the touchdown. Flags fly as they get ready to kick the extra point. Have motion on the kicking team. So that'll bring them back a couple of yards. And they will get ready to kick again. Brad Wakefield, the quarterback, also the kicker. This is more like a field goal now. The kick is up, and it is good. So Tampa Plant jumps out here in the second quarter to a 9-0 lead over Clearwater. And Mark, that's where that safety really kills you, because you've got to kick the ball back off again. And then the offense gets a chance to come down the field and try to score some more points, and they did it.
And now we're get another look at this touchdown run here. The knee is still up, and he dives into the end zone. Dante Williams has to be a happy man. They were using that 1-2 punch up and down the field. I'm surprised they didn't give the ball to Greg Thomas because he has so many touchdowns. They stopped him before. Good coaching by Tom Bostic. Say, hey, this guy's going to get the ball down by the goal line on this previous drive. But on this drive, a little outfoxing here, a little coaching battle going along between Acosta and Bostic on this past drive.
Well, those two guys did nothing but praise each other when we met them at midfield before the game tonight. They had nothing but good things to say about one another, and they were both playing a little bit of possum, I think, saying, well, we hope we can score on you and don't beat us up too badly, don't run the score. Coach Bostic and Coach Acosta having a good time with one another. Really, Plant dominating offensively tonight. Take a look at the scoring summary first. A 4-yard touchdown run by Williams. 7 plays, 58 yards, 253. Very methodical. They move the ball down the field on the ground just the way they've done it all year long. Kickoff rolls around on the ground. It's bouncing around. Philip Nash picks it up for Clearwater. Does a nice job to bring it back as a flag flies. Gets out to about the 24-yard line. Plant has really dominated offensively with about 8:41 left to go in the first half. Plant 109 total yards offense. Clearwater just 19.
Clearwater looks a little out of sync now. Even on that play, on the special teams play, they're backpedaling a little bit. They're not really playing with much confidence or much poise at this point. Someone has to step in. Some leader has to step up, regain their poise, and get themselves back into this game and start doing some of the things that they do well as a team.
And just as you said that, Mark, we're talking about Clearwater looking a little out of sync. Get a clip on that kickoff return. That pushes them way back. They'll start off 1st and 10 from about their own 8-yard line. Ben Harris, the lone back. Nash under center at quarterback. Gregory out to the slot to the left. Now he comes in motion. The pitch once again to Gregory. Run this play several times. And a nice job by Gregory. And we're going to have a flag on the play. Spearing, I believe, will be the call.
This play hasn't really fooled the Panthers that much. They're trying to let Reagan Gregory get outside and use his ability against, and there's a nice stiff arm here. I mean, that's an exceptional stiff arm for the young guy, Reagan Gregory, and then a late hit here. Looks like a spear. I mean, that's tough. You don't want to get anybody hurt. It's a bowl game. Let's have some fun out here.
Kevin Williams was the guy who had Reagan Gregory by the back of the jersey and slowed him up just enough for the rest of the guys to come over, but a little bit of a late hit put on there, and Clearwater will benefit from that. That is really something that you probably won't see Roland Acosta teams do all that much. Do something like that. So first down for Clearwater from their own 25-yard line. Philip Nash back to pass. He rolls it out to the left-hand side. Throws over to the middle into a lot of traffic. He was looking for Larry Coleman, and there were a lot of black jerseys roaming around out there. Mark, looks like Philip maybe tried to force that one a little bit.
Well, this is one of Clearwater's favorite plays. Run the triple into the boundary and block the third receiver, and then Philip will just roll to his left and throw the ball in. But look, you have a lot of black jerseys roaming around there trying to knock the receiver out of commission on this play.
I believe that was Odell Sales who came in front of Larry Coleman, knocked the ball out of his hands, and then right behind him to make the hit and make sure he definitely didn't hold on was Rhett Dixon. So second down and 10 now for Clearwater from their own 25-yard line. Harris again, the lone back in the backfield. Same sort of looking play as Nash rolls out to his left side, and this time he hooks up on the pass. Flag on the play, though. Jay Jones on the catch.
Nice looking play. This is a good adjustment. They were stacking the defenders inside, and all of a sudden Jay Jones just stepped outside, and Philip Nash found him wide open on the sidelines and got a first down on the play, but we do have a flag on the play.
It's going to go against Clearwater. Referee Ray Johnson out there sorting things out.
The old illegal man downfield.
Second and 15 now for Clearwater.
That took a little bit out of Clearwater on that play. I mean, that was a successful play. Now they look at second and long. Now they have 2 plays to get a first down, but they have to be, intermediate plays longer than if they'd had a 1st and 10 starting this drive and continuing on.
Rolled Philip Nash out 2 times in a row. We'll see if he does it again for a 3rd time. He's had the neck and shoulder problem, so his passing accuracy and his ability to pass has definitely been hampered. They run the screen to Harris. Good job by Tampa Plant, though, to maintain their positions defensively on the screen pass. And Harris picks up just a couple of yards on 2nd and 15, make it 3rd, and let's call it 14.
On this play, Ben Harris had nowhere to go. Excellent team defense by the Plant Panthers on this. Ben gets the ball. Supposed to go up inside. He says, hey, I'll take it outside a little bit. Try to pick up a couple blocks by Reagan Gregory and Jason Fuller, but he still doesn't get but a couple yards on that play, George.
So the screen pass not fooling anybody on 2nd down. That brings up 3rd and 13. So again, Gregory lined up in the slot. Nash rolls out looking to pass once again. Under some pressure, does a nice job sidestepping a couple people. Has a wide open receiver downfield. That's Jay Jones. Jones could go all the way, and he's tripped up at about the 15-yard line. A nice job by Philip Nash to avoid the pressure and to get that ball downfield to Jay Jones.
Nice game-saving tackle there by Rhett Dixon on this play. Philip Nash eludes the tacklers here, and look, nothing looks wrong with that arm on that play. He threw this ball very well down the field to number 6, Jay Jones, in this play, and he just takes off. Jay Jones almost broke this for a touchdown. Philip rolling to his right on this play, as you can see, and he steps up inside and says, hey, I can get it to him, and gets it downfield for a big play. I think it was a 60-yard pickup by Jay Jones.
So the pass catch and ensuing run goes for 60 yards, and Clearwater 1st and 10 deep into Tampa Plant territory. Pitch it back to Reagan Gregory, who takes it right up the middle. Maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage. They are not having a lot of success. Clearwater isn't running the ball inside, it seems like, so far in the football game, Mark.
That's a good assessment there, George. They're really not. I'm surprised they don't have a bootleg off this play, because Tampa's overplaying this play so much that if Philip Nash would just keep it and roll around to his left, he could probably get a big gainer out of it.
We've seen him roll out several times, and that's a play they like to run, where they give him the option to roll out, and he can either pass it or take off and run, depending on what the defense does. We haven't seen him do that yet. He's thrown every time. Once again, Nash calling out the signals. Harrison Gregory in the backfield. The keeper around the left side, and now he's going to throw it. And he had a man open. That was the tight end, Sam Watson, as Nash rolled out to the left side. And the field is littered with yellow once again. As Phillip rolled out to his left, faked a whole bunch of people, and an ineligible downfield once again on Clearwater.
These penalties are costly. They're just killing Clearwater right now. But Philip Nash, this guy has heart. I mean, he's playing his all out there. And I think he takes a pretty vicious hit on this play. Here, up here comes number 5, Gerald Cogman on this play. Gets just ripped on this play. But I think Sam Watson may want this one again, because this was awful close, this pass here.
I think you're right about that, Mark. Phillip took quite a hit there. And we've talked about it several times, but you really can't overstate it. He has been a hurting young guy now for about a month now, and that neck and shoulder have been a problem, but he has really fought through it. Take a look at Phillip's stats from the quarterback position. He's combined for quite a number of yards, rushing and throwing the football. He keeps it this time on the left side, and there's just a bunch of black jerseys there trying to pull him down. Phillip never was knocked off his feet, and that'll bring up 4th down.
Now this is just excellent penetration by the Panthers here. Number 80 on the ground right there, as you can see, Bobby King making an exceptional play to force Philip Nash inside and then force him back into the rest of the defenders, and they hold him well short of the 1st down.
Chad Case comes on in the 4th and 9 situation to attempt the field goal for the Tornadoes. 34-yard attempt. The kick is up, and it is no good. No good. He hooked it off to the left. He had enough leg on it, but he pushed it off to the left side. So Tampa Plant will maintain a 9-0 lead. Take a look at the snap here, Mark, and Jay Jones does a nice job to go down and get it.
Oh, the little receiver there using his hands and bringing it back inside and getting it down in plenty of time here. But then all of a sudden, just a little hook there by Chad Case, and I know he's upset. He feels that he should have made that kick.
Had plenty of leg on that one. That definitely had enough distance. And Tom Bostic wondering what he's going to have to do offensively tonight to get some points on the board. Rushing, Clearwater has not done a good job. First play went for 14 yards there. They've got about 7 yards on 8 carries after that. Plant runs off to the right side. And relative to how they have been rushing the football most of the night, that was a pretty small gainer. They picked up about 4 on the 1st down.
These are 2 small offensive and defensive lines by respect here. They have excellent skill positions, the players on the field, but this time I think this Plant's first time or something like that of being able to be the bigger team.
Get a look at Dante Williams' statistics for tonight. 7 carries for 40 yards. Handoff goes to the left side to Ricky Grays on the counter.
That's the same play we saw earlier, the counter crisscross, and it didn't work with as much success, but still gained about 5 yards on that play. The key to this play is to watch the guards. They're pulling to where this run is actually going to end up at. You can't focus yourself in the backfield. You have to read linemen to defense this wing T offense.
Get a good look there from the low angle of what the counter crisscross looks like down on the field, and just got to be all kinds of trouble for prospective defenses. Hold up in the game is for an equipment repair. The guy who just ran the ball last time for Tampa Plant, Ricky Grays, boy, he is not much to look at. 5'6", 145 pounds. Just a junior, and he's a little guy. 3rd and 1 now. Handoff goes out to the left side. That's plenty enough for a first down. You just saw a great line surge there.
That was a big hole, just a quick hitting play on that, George. Where this offensive line opened up a huge hole. You have to wonder if Clearwater didn't stun on that play or something, because it came so wide open.
Thomas did a good job running the football, and you have to give credit to the tailback, Dante Williams, who also got out there and laid a nice block to spring him out to the left side there. Big game for Greg Thomas last week, 220 yards. Handoff on the counter action again goes to the far side of the field. Once again, Thomas on the carry. And Clearwater does a good job plugging that one up. Gain of about 2 on the play.
This Plant team has started slow in many games earlier in the year, but today they're really starting fast. So you kind of could surprise me out on the field the way they've come out and they've really executed early.
That one is all kinds of plugged up. Great penetration by the defense there for Clearwater. That's something they talked about that they really needed to do. Clenard Frazier in there on the defensive side of the football did an excellent job.
Here's that penetration we talked about earlier. And look, it just takes the whole, throws the whole offense out of sync. And Clenard Frazier came up, and I mean, he took a couple people out. We should give him a couple tackles for that play, George.
Unfortunately, Clenard's effort is not going to be rewarded. A penalty against the defense, and that'll set up first down. Be a personal foul on the Tornadoes.
Coach Tom Bostic must be a little upset with his team, because you can't come out here and beat yourself. Come out here and compete as much as you can, but don't hurt yourself with the dumb penalties or anything like that.
That's something he stresses every week when we talk to him before games, Mark, is that he, you know, if nothing else, he does not want his team to beat himself. Run a little bit of an option action this time. Plant does, and that is very unsuccessful. Dante Williams gets the pitch from Brad Wakefield, tries to bring it around the left side, and he's hauled down. About 1:45 to go here in the first half.
Nice little option play here, but Clearwater's defense just swarming around here. You see here's Jay Jackson coming up in here, and I mean, everybody's just running to the ball there.
Ezra Wise also coming in on the hit. Ben Harris coming up from his spot on the defense also to make a big hit. They try to run the counter action again, and busting through is Elijah Davis. That's a big play from the Clearwater linebacker to come in and keep that play from ever developing. And once again, we see the value of penetration for the defense.
Penetration comes through. Elijah Davis looks like he's on some type of blitz here on this play. Gets up inside and just stops the play before it gets started. It was supposed to be a rollout on that play, but hey, no rollout if you get defense running up the field like that.
See Elijah's defensive stats. Been a solid performer in the middle of that defense. There's Roger Tremblay. He's the defensive coordinator, one of the assistant coaches here at Clearwater High School.
I guess you can add another sack there to Elijah Davis's stats this year.
Coming up at halftime, a story that I think everybody will be interested in. A young man, Dino Davis, would have been a great football player at Dixie Hollins. He lost his life in a rather violent way last year. Andy Pollock will take a look at that story and how Dino's family is dealing with the loss of a son and a brother. Timeout on the field. Clearwater defensive coordinator Roger Tremblay out there, and obviously they're going to make some adjustments, Mark. At halftime, they appear they've made some now. They little blitz there with the linebacker, getting the penetration, trying to break things up in the backfield, not giving that counter crisscross and those other things that they like to do out of the wing tee time to develop. This time a little quick pass over the middle, and it's picked off on the left side. A nice job by Eric Faison to pick the football off. And Faison takes it back to about the 40-yard line of Tampa Plant. Big turnover, Mark.
Well, as we said, George, here's a blitz again, and it forces the early setup by the quarterback, Brad Wakefield, in this play, and then the ball was just overthrown, and a nice pickoff there by Eric Faison.
He tried the quick drop and to shoot it out there to his tight end, Bobby King. The pass wasn't right on the money. King looked like he stumbled a little bit, and a nice job by Faison to pick it off, take it around the left side, down to about the, they're going to call him down at the 40-yard line.
Now, Clearwater needs to get some points on the board right here to get a little momentum going into the locker room right now. It's a big interception by the defense. Now the offense must come through and at least put 3 points on the board, George.
So a big turnover, and as you said, Mark, Clearwater now needing to take advantage of the turnover. Faison on the sideline, I'm sure telling his teammates, I had that one all the way. I knew what they were going to run. I just went in there, got it. And now we're in a chance to get some points on the board before the half. Clearwater has 1 timeout left. 53 seconds left here in the second quarter. Tampa Plant has a 9-0 lead. See what Philip Nash and the rest of the Clearwater offense can do here with 53 seconds left. Ben Harris alone back in the backfield. Nash is going to roll out to his right, looking to throw. Has a receiver downfield, but the ball comes up a little short. Try to get it out there to his tight end, Sam Watson. But a nice job on defense there.
Ball's thrown a little low here. It's tough for Philip to roll to his right and throw with his left hand. He has to throw across his body, and the ball fades a little bit and falls a little low for Sam Watson, but it almost got in there. But a nice defensive play here coming in by Panther defense.
Odell Sales was the defensive back on tight end Sam Watson, and he did a nice job staying close on the coverage. So that brings up a 2nd and 10 from the Tampa Plant 40 for Clearwater. Receivers split to the left side. Gregory lined up in the slot, and we've got motion on the Clearwater offensive line, it looks like.
A little delay of game on that play there. It looks like they were taking a little longer to actually snap this ball. They're trying to set up a little different offensive scheme, because we've seen where they've lined up the 3 receivers and they've always rolled to it. This time they motioned Ben Harris out of the backfield and didn't have enough time to complete the signals on offense.
We talked about mistakes and trying to be mistake-free. Clearwater racking up the penalties already, 6 of them for 44 yards here in the first half, and that makes it difficult to win football games. 47 seconds left. You see the clock there on your screen. Nash rolling out to his right once again, looking to pass, plenty of pressure, and he's going to be hauled down from behind. Shannon Leaks on the tackle, and once again a good job by the defensive backs for Tampa Plant to not give Philip Nash anybody to throw the football, and then the rest of the defense doing its job. Clearwater has taken a timeout.
The Tampa Plant Panthers have really done their homework to where they're picking this play up every single time when Philip is rolling. You see, get a good look at Shannon Leaks on this play, but when Philip Nash runs that play, they're really going to make him force the issue, make him either throw the ball quick or step up inside where they have an opportunity to get a sack, and on that play they had the opportunity to get the sack.
Shannon is not one of the biggest defensive tackles you'll ever see. Some of the coaches out there talking with Philip Nash. Jay Jackson, you see the red shoes out there in the huddle. He's the backup quarterback. He is in there. Tom Bostic talking to his offense. We've seen this happen so many times over the last 5 or 6 weeks, Mark, where Philip will come out of the game. We've even seen him at times take the shoulder pad and helmet off and look like he's done for the night, and then he puts it all back on and goes back out.
He's truly a competitor, but Jay Jackson has come in and really filled in superbly for this Clearwater offense. He's come in. He's not the passer that Philip Nash is, but he can run the ball. He's made some big plays himself, tucking the ball under his arm and running. So let's see what happens here on this play.
Take a look at Jay Jackson's stats throwing the football. And when Jay's in there, chances are they will run. They do not throw the football that much when Jay is in there. That's going to be encroachment on the defense. Looks like Shannon Leaks jumped. Both players on both sides of the football are clapping. But this one is going to go against Tampa Plant.
Shannon got a little overexcited there. Had a big play to play before, and then comes in and gets pulled off by the hard count. Jay Jackson is good at this, though. As I recall, the last game he was in there, he had some hard counts and had a few defenders jumping off offsides that game as well.
Well, that'll make it 3rd and 10 now for Clearwater with about 37 seconds left to go in the football game. Gregory in the slot. That's Harrison motion. Jackson rolling out to his left, looking to pass. He's going to throw downfield. He has a man wide open. In for the touchdown. Jamie Thomas. And what a play by Jay Jackson on just his 2nd offensive play of the football game, in for Philip Nash.
Jay Jackson comes off the bench and says, who says I can't throw this ball? I think he heard George and I up in the booth here, and he sets up perfectly. He gets his body square and just hoists one into a wide open Jamie Thomas on this play, and he catches the ball, and there's a little quick guy here. He just turns around and says, I'm getting in this end zone, and that he does.
Jamie's the backup tailback, and he's also the kick returner. He gets into the end zone for the touchdown, and that's got to feel good. Chad Kays drills the extra point, so the interception by Eric Faison ends up being a very, very big play. We're going to have a legal procedure, though, on the Clearwater kicking team, and they're going to have to kick over again. So you can wipe the extra point away for now, anyhow. 9-7. There you see Jamie Thomas. Ball smiles there on the sideline. He says, get me on TV, baby. I need my AT. I need my airtime. He's all smiles over there. The young guy has to back up somebody like Reagan Gregory, Mark, and that's not easy when you've got an excellent player at your position, but he's done a good job on the special teams and then coming in to give Reagan a break over the course of the season.
I tell you, Jamie Thomas, he's a team player. He comes out every day, works hard. The coaches tell me and say that he's just a good player, good solid player. But when you're playing behind a Reagan Gregory, who's an exceptional player, it's tough to get much playing time.
The extra point now turns into a 25-yarder. Kick is up once again, and it is good. So they come back from the penalty on special teams, get the extra point, and the interception by Faison turns into 7 points now for Clearwater, and that's really got to help you out as you get ready to head into the locker room for the half, Mark.
Oh, without a doubt. They needed a big play, at least 3 points, but here they get 7 points. And that roll right there, they changed the play up a little bit, pulled Ben Harris out, and that pulled the cornerback up to cover Ben Harris and made everybody forget about Jamie Thomas on that play, and he catches the ball and just gets in the end zone.
Boy, was he wide open, too.
Nice adjustment there by Coach Tom Bostic. You have to really stress that. The coach saw something. He implemented a new play, threw the Panthers off defensively, and ended up being a big play for the Clearwater Tornadoes.
These are two teams, and obviously, Mark, we've had a chance to see Clearwater several times over the course of the season. But just knowing what we do about Roland Acosta, these are two teams that are very well coached. And when you look at the way Tampa Plant has won their football games this season, coming from behind, you know that's a lot of adjustment in the locker room at halftime and really doing some honest-to-goodness coaching on the sideline during the game to get your team back into a football game. You really can't overemphasize what a job both of these guys do, not just preparing, but also in coaching as the game goes along. Kays' kick is deep. They fake the handoff. That's Greg Thomas with the football, and he brings that out to about the 25-yard line. Take a look at the scoring summary. A 40-yard touchdown pass from Jay Jackson just after I got through saying that he doesn't throw the football that much when he's in there quarterbacking on offense. 3 plays, 40 yards all on that touchdown pass to Jamie Thomas. 27 seconds is all that one took. And with the clock ticking down here in the first half, Tampa Plant may have enough time for one more play. They get it off before it hits double zeros, and that's Dante Williams eluding tacklers and taking out almost to midfield, but that will be the final play. 28-yard carry by Dante Williams. We're going to get ready to take a break. Tampa Plant up by 2 points at the half, 9-7.
Crosstown rivals collide in a capital clash when Alonzo Mourning leads the Georgetown Hoyas against the District of Columbia Firebirds. Live Saturday afternoon at 2 on Sunshine Network, an affiliate of Prime Network.
Living legends of LPGA golf and their hottest young rivals go for the green as they tee it up with amateurs from around the world. The Mitsubishi Motors Worldwide Pro-Am. Saturday at 4 on Sunshine Network, an affiliate of Prime Network. December chills bring basketball thrills on Sunshine Network. College Slam fans, stand up. The country's best basketball coast to coast comes your way as perennial powerhouses Michigan, Florida, and Georgetown dot December's hot hoop schedule. Pro Ball, you ask? Orlando answers as the Magic host league contenders in live NBA action. Turn off the heat because December's hot on Sunshine Network.
Welcome back to Jack White Stadium, everybody. Tampa Plant with the 2-point lead here at half, 9-7 over the Clearwater Tornadoes. Violent crime has become almost an everyday occurrence on the streets in our cities across America, and it seems to hit particularly hard when a young person has their life taken away by that violent crime. Our own Andy Pollack takes a look at such an event and the story of D. Davis.
Me and my brother, every time you see me, you will see him. Like, we just go everywhere together. We'll play football in the sand together, do all that, play basketball together. Everywhere I was, he was. We just was real close. We always go to girls' house together, parties and all that. We did everything together.
But that togetherness was ended on the night of June 7th, 1991. DeAndre Dino Davis, a 16-year-old high school football dynamo from Dixie Hollands, was shot dead in South St. Petersburg.
He was one of the finest football players we had here at Dixie Hollands, and that's speaking of a 10th grader. And he was probably one of the finest football players, or could have been one of the finest football players in the county and possibly the state of Florida. Again, he would do everything you want a kid to do on a football field.
How is it that a budding football star, an enthusiastic and inspirational leader to his friends and teammates, meets his fate at the wrong time in the wrong place, a victim of violent crime? The story is disturbing because it is one seen occurring with increasing frequency in cities all across the country. Dino Davis grew up the son of Ron and Alona Davis and the younger brother of Rolando, known as Mino. The Davises were middle class, both parents employed, Father Ron college educated and working as a youth detention supervisor for the state of Florida. But as the boys approached high school age, things changed dramatically. The parents divorced, and Alona got custody of 14-year-old Dino and 15-year-old Mino.
It changed real quick because we really didn't have a father figure there for us, so we just did what we wanted to do. We just stayed out late as we wanted to. We just do what high school kids normally do, go out, be with your friends, hang out before we come in, just come in late at night and stuff. That's mainly it right there.
It's just that every kid needs that male positive image in his life, and he don't need it coming and going. He need it on regular basis. Consistency is what holds a family together and what keeps kids from looking to the street for that role model. See, I'm a firm believer that a role model is found at home, not out there in the street.
But like so many youth in our culture, the lack of constant fatherly supervision produced complex issues inside the Davis boys. Their natural teenage rebelliousness combined with the pressure to prove themselves to their less fortunate street friends, creating a competition off the playing field. Dino and Mino both became involved in criminal activity, and Dino spent time in jail.
Yeah, DeAndre was a kid that he knew kids wanted what he had, and they looked at him as he was somebody different. But to prove to them that he was no different from them, he would take them on and say, hey, hey, I'm no different from you. Okay, I can do that. I can stay out late. I can rob, okay? All right, I can do these things. But he made these decisions because he had nobody like a father to help change those images.
Just one day after he was released from a house arrest program, Dino was found dead, the victim of a bullet wound to his head. It had been less than 2 years since his parents' divorce. His assailant is still at large, and it is Mino who is now trying to cope with football, studies, and night classes, while also mourning his younger brother's death.
I pray every night to him, and like I just look at his pictures and, you know, have a little conversation with him or something. You know, I just pray every night, listen to the radio and just think about my brother, do my homework.
I feel that now that DeAndre has gone home to live with the Lord, I feel that his spirit lives within his brother. That his brother has a lot to carry, because I don't know what he feels or how he feels, okay? But I do know that he loved his brother and he cared for his brother and he often think of his brother.
In addition to the love they shared for each other, the Davis boys each shared a passion for football. Since returning to the team after the 4th game, Mino has excelled at wide receiver and defensive back, rising to the top of the county in pass receptions. And whether it's in a game wearing his brother's shoes or on the practice field with his brother's jersey number, Mino holds on to the inspiration of Dino.
Feel like I'm in his body and all that there, so I just play like he played, play like I played, and just put all that together and just go out on the field with that. So I just play my hardest, and yes, I feel that he's inside of me. I know that. I know he's inside of me. So I just play up to his standards.
Let's take a break, and we'll be back with more from Jack White Stadium here in Clearwater, Florida, right after this.
$74.58. Wow, how did you know that?
Wouldn't you like to be able to do math like that in your head? Now, through amazing discoveries and telebrands, meet the human calculator, Scott Flansburgh.
Using my methods, you'll be able to do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, all in your head.
What's 987 times 954?
941,598.
Very good.
Get better grades in school, keep a running total while you shop, and gain a competitive edge in business. Scott Flansburgh will teach you on this easy-to-understand video cassette. It's only $19.95. Call now.
Call 1-800-538-2100 or send check or money order for $19.95 plus calculator 5555 American Way, Roanoke, Virginia 24016.
Well, I started on pot about a year ago. But crack really messed me up bad, and I started on that like a month ago. And you know, I just wanted to see what it would, you know, be like. I said, nah, never to me, you know. I can handle it. We tried some, and like a month later, I couldn't live without it. I mean, I didn't think one time was gonna hurt me. I'm sorry what I put my family through. I never thought this could happen.
We are at halftime. The Kiwanis Suncoast Bowl here in Clearwater, Florida. Tampa Plant with a 2-point lead over Clearwater. 9-7 is the score. Take a look at some of the stats and highlights from the first half. Start with the highlights. Nice goal line stand by the Clearwater defense, Mark.
Elijah Davis comes up and really puts a nice lick there on Greg Thomas to keep him from getting in the end zone.
Not a good night in the first half for the offense for Clearwater. That fumble results in a safety. And things looked like they were a little shaky at that point for the Clearwater offense. After the 2 points and getting the ball back, Dante Williams will go around the right side for the touchdown, and that makes it 9-0 Tampa Plant. But then right before the half, with under a minute to go, Eric Faison with the interception mark, and this really turned into a big play for Clearwater.
Without a doubt, that was a big play for Clearwater because it set him up and gave him an opportunity to score at least 3 points, hopefully 7 points. But then you see the big pass here.
Jay Jackson in a quarterback for the injured Philip Nash, and he airs one out. Jamie Thomas on the receiving end. It's a 40-yard touchdown, and just like that, it's 9-7 as we get ready to head to the locker room.
It kind of looks like this was a play they've been working on the entire season. I mean, these two guys are 1-2 combination, but they're the backups, and they come in and really play like the starters and make a big play for this offense.
And that is how we have reached our score of 9-7. We'll take a look at the halftime stats, and the thing that jumps right out at you is one team is doing well passing the ball, the other rushing, Mark.
Without a doubt, and you're looking here that the Panthers are really dominating. This is what they've been doing all year long, is running the ball on the ground, averaging over 300 yards. And now Clearwater's had to dig in their bag and come out passing, and they've done so well.
They really have, and when you consider that 40 of those were on the one play between Jackson and Thomas, a nice job by the Panther defense to hold things down.
Okay, guy, I'll trade.
Teams coming back out on the field, getting ready to start the second half. And the time of possession stat is very telling. That's what, as we talked about earlier, Tampa Plant wants to do. They want the ball control. They really want to grind it out.
Coach Acosta has to be real happy because, I mean, they're really controlling the ball. They're really forcing the Clearwater Tornadoes to make some plays. And now Clearwater's really adjusted defensive-wise to make some plays against their offense just recently.
Take a look at the individual stats for the Panthers. Dante Williams with 68 yards rushing, and then Thomas with 53. So those guys doing what they've done all season long, flip-flopping a little bit. Thomas usually with the bigger numbers offensively. Wakefield usually doesn't pass that much, just 1 of 3 tonight for 7 yards. But that big interception, Williams the only guy with the catch, a 7-yarder.
That's a costly interception on that play there, because it did allow Clearwater to get back in this game. If they went down 9 points, the whole game plan has to change. But now it's a 2-point ball game, George.
Clearwater not having much success at all rushing the football, and you can see right there Reagan Gregory with just 16 yards, and the fullback Ben Harris 1 carry for 5 yards. The passing stats aren't going to blow you away, but they have managed to rack up some yardage through the air between Nash and Jackson. Jackson with the big 1-for-1 there for 40 yards in the touchdown to Jamie Thomas. So offensively, as you get a look at the trophy that they will give to the winner here at the Suncoast Bowl, offensively, Tampa Plant really able so far, Mark, to do what they like to do in the game.
Yes, Tampa has done that. They really controlled the ball, and they have to be able to do that the rest of the game if they expect to win.
We'll take a quick break and be back with the start of the second half right after this.
This Monday night on the Miami Dolphin Monday Night Magazine. Dial a Dolphin. Talk directly to Miami's gridiron heroes and coaches. Dial a Dolphin and see the game through their eyes.
Hi, I'm Paul Kennedy. The Dolphins look to continue their torrid playoff charge this Monday night when they face the Bengals. We'll preview that game here on Sunshine Network.
You make the call. Dial a Dolphin. Miami Dolphin Monday Night Magazine. Monday night at 7 on Sunshine Network. Sunday's lineup on Sunshine Network. Florida's best.
Great legs.
Thank you.
How do you get them?
I used to do aerobics till I dropped. Then I found Thigh Master.
Every single time you squeeze Thigh Master, you strengthen and tone right where you need it. So it's easy to squeeze your way to shapely hips and thighs.
I thought I'd never fit into these jeans again. Thank you, Thigh Master.
I recommend it and use it.
The secret to shapely thighs is exercising these muscles with just the right resistance. This balance resistance coil is designed to give you results quickly and comfortably. Want to tone your upper chest and arms? Thigh Master will give you excellent results. Thigh Master, we may not have been born with great legs, but now we can look like we were.
To order your Thigh Master, call 1-800-348-4700. Have your credit card ready or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $4.50 for shipping and handling to this address. And if you're not fully satisfied, return it in 30 days for your money back. Plus, if you call right now, we'll also send you Suzanne's Slender for Life plan absolutely free. Thigh Master is not available in stores, so act right now.
Getting ready for the start of the second half. Like to welcome those of you who are watching on the Sunshine Network. A squibber of a kick. It's going to be taken by Philip Nash. He cuts one way, back the other. Has some room across the middle of the field, run headlong into a tackler. Takes it out to about the 48-yard line. Nice return by Philip Nash, 28 yards. And Clearwater will start off in excellent field position. Nash jogging off the field, so Jay Jackson will be in to start at quarterback in the third quarter, Mark.
It didn't look like there was much wrong with Philip Nash on this play. He finishes the run. He runs over Rhett Dixon on this play.
Nice job by Nash on the return, and as they do offensively, Tampa Plant likes to use as much deception as possible on the special teams. A lot of funny formations as they kick off, and they like to squib the kick. The handoff goes to Reagan Gregory. They had the backs stacked 3 deep in the backfield. Gregory, the last guy through the hole, takes the ball forward for about a 4-yard gain. He'll bring up a 2nd and 6. Call it a 3-yard gain from the spot. Maybe even less than that. Might be a couple.
Excellent surge up front by the Clearwater Tornadoes. But on this play, number 24, Ron Mason, comes behind the line of scrimmage, gets some penetration, and trips up Reagan Gregory, or he would have had a substantial gain.
Clearwater coming out with a little bit different of a look here, offensive formation-wise. Leonard Hayes in the backfield along with Ben Harris and Reagan Gregory. This time it goes to the fullback, Ben Harris, and he is stacked up at the line of scrimmage. Might have fallen forward for a gain of about a yard.
There wasn't much room inside on this play. Looked like they pinched inside on that play to really take this play away from the Clearwater Tornadoes. Everybody shooting the gaps in there, and here comes down by there. Number 24 is in there again, Ron Mason again, and also a slew of other guys coming in for this Panther bunch.
Got a good look there at how they like to shoot the gaps defensively, get penetration, break things up. So again, now they're back to that formation. Harris, the lone setback. Jackson rolls out. He hits Ben Harris. He cuts back towards the middle of the field. He'll be well short of the first down on that 3rd down play. Went back to that formation that they used a number of times in the first half. Harris is the lone setback and Gregory in the slot. Jackson rolls out to his left, completes the pass, but they're not anywhere near the first down.
Nice block there by Reagan Gregory, and then a nice percentage pass to Ben Harris. Ben didn't know anybody was on behind him, so he tried to cut this back across the grain. If he just turned around and went upfield, he'd have got more yardage.
Ben might have been a little bit more successful if he rolled out to the left or cut around to his left instead of to his right. Plant has called a timeout. That'll hold things up just a bit. Maybe needing to make an adjustment there on the special teams.
Sometimes that means they're going to come after you. I bet you back there, Chad Kays is maybe shaking a little bit, talking to the guy, say, hey, you better give me a little more protection on this one. I don't want to get killed in this bowl game.
Both of these teams had excellent seasons overall. Clearwater finishing up 4-2 in the Class 5A District 8 race behind Sarasota Riverview in an 8-2 regular season record. The 2 losses, one to Riverview, and the next week they lost to Pinellas Park. Excellent regular season. Plant, not a shabby season of their own, finishing 4-1 in the district and 9-1 overall. The only loss to Bradenton Southeast, obviously, in the district.
I think Plant had 12 men out there on the field, and I think we saw number 80 run off the field and, you know, get it back to 11 man, so they didn't get this up a costly penalty because that could have maybe forced a first down.
Good move, calling the timeout, and they fake the punt. Ben Harris, the up back, gets the ball, and he has enough yardage for the first down. takes it out across the 40-yard line of Tampa Plant. And a little deception by Tom Bostic on the punt.
This is a little uncharacteristic of Coach Tom Bostic, but they snapped the ball right there to Ben Harris, and he gets upfield and gets this first down. Little shades of Bobby Bowden on this play, having a little creativity going on the field.
Mark, they need a little bit of spark. Maybe he's not happy with the way his offense has performed so far. They had the one big play, the Jackson to Thomas touchdown pass, and maybe just looking to provide a little bit of a spark. 3 backs in the backfield. It'll go to Gregory, the last guy through. As always, he bounces off a couple of tackles, very hard to bring down as he surges forward for a pickup of about 4 yards.
Here, Reagan Gregory gets this ball again in the backfield, following his blockers in here. Not much room up inside. Closing down all the angles in there is this Panther defense, and this is just good team defense. Everybody running to the ball, hustling, and that's really what they've hung their hat on, this Panther defense.
3 backs in the backfield. Harris, Leonard Hayes, and Reagan Gregory. 3rd and about 6. Handoff goes to Reagan Gregory once again. He tries to take it up the middle, and once again fighting and scratching forward for a couple of yards.
You can tell that the game plan for Clearwater is to come out, we're going to get back to the basics, and we're just going to make some things happen. I bet you Coach Tom Bostic was upset with the running performance in the first half and say, hey, we're going to get back in control of this game and control the ball on the ground.
Philip Nash on the sidelines, not in at quarterback for this series. Reagan Gregory having a pretty good football game, but not rushing as he normally does. Hard hit. You could hear that one all the way up here as they try to go off to the left side. Needed just a little bit on 3rd down. And he does pick up the first down.
There's Reagan Gregory again, the speedster running inside with authority. He gets nailed here by number 22 on the play. Who's that? Antoine Allen, and he still drives for the first down. That's very good leg drive there.
What a hit by Antoine. Boy, you could hear that clear as day all the way up here in the booth, and the crowd kind of stopped for a second. You could hear everybody, that collective gasp. Reagan bouncing off to the left side, though, as you said, Mark, though, and picks up that short yard for the first down. That'll make it 1st and 10 for Clearwater. About the 25-yard line. Pitch goes back to Reagan Gregory. It hits the ground. He picks it back up. It's down again, gets knocked out of bounds way back at about the 45-yard line.
That's a costly play. Now you have your 2nd-string quarterback in there, and then that was just a flip that was just a little off, a few inches off, where Reagan Gregory couldn't handle this ball. It was almost a no-look pass there, a little in front of Reagan Gregory. Now he tries to pick it up and make something big happen to it. He's lucky that Plant didn't actually jump on this ball, because you see number 7 coming into your picture there, Rhett Dixon, and he ended up knocking the ball out of bounds.
Loss of 18 yards on that first down play, and that brings up a 2nd and 28 yards. That's I think you're in the passing situation there, Mark, if you're going to pass, or if you're going to be in a passing situation. That's it.
It's a passing situation. Hopefully, you know, they may try to get a draw to get some of it back, but a long way to go, George.
Harris, Hayes, and Gregory in the backfield. That's Hayes going in motion to the left side. Jackson fakes the handoff to the fullback, Harris. Now he's scrambling. A flag is down on the play. He's got a receiver open. That's Jay Jones. He's in for the touchdown. We'll have to wait and see what the flag is for. But once again, Jay Jackson, a wide open receiver downfield, and he hits Jay Jones for the touchdown. 45 yards on the play. I see Tampa Plant players clapping. It's going to go against Clearwater, and that negates a great-looking play, Mark.
A great-looking play is almost an understatement on this play. Jay Jackson stays in the pocket, makes something happen. Here's Jay Jones breaking. He running a post pattern, but this post pattern develops late. He takes it all the way across behind a defender in the opposite third. Looked like they were playing a zone there. He snuck up on one of the receivers in front of him, and all of a sudden there's Jay Jones wide open for the touchdown. That could have been a costly mistake, but ended up in a penalty against Clearwater.
Jay Jones doing a nice job catching, but Jay Jackson showing you what kind of an arm he has on that throw, Mark.
I think he's been out late after practicing a little bit, because that, I mean, he's really looking sharp with the past couple passes that he's thrown.
So that'll bring up 2nd and 34. And those are the balls on the 50-yard line, and Clearwater has moved backwards instead of forward here offensively. They're going to hand it off this time to Ben Harris, who bulls forward, picks up about 12 yards on the carry. But that's still going to leave third and about a country mile to pick up for the first down.
This play almost breaks, though. It's a smart play because you know that the defense is going to be teeing off and coming after you, trying to get a big sack, trying to knock you further out of field position. They hand the ball off to Ben Harris instead of faking to him in the previous play, and Ben almost breaks it but gets a sizable gain for Clearwater.
One of those very quick developing plays, too, was he was right there, first guy through, and boom, quick handoff, and he zipped up. Jay Jones, see him lining up to the near side of the field. Had that touchdown pass taken away. Harris, Hayes, and Gregory in the backfield again. Jackson back to pass, feels a little bit of pressure, steps up. He's got a player hauling him down, a couple of players around him. Good pressure by the defense. In there on the tackle for Tampa Plant, among others. Charles in there.
On this play, I mean, the Panthers can just lay their ears back. And I mean, the first person to hit it right there is number 51 on the play, and that's Neil Leonard on the play. But I mean, they're able to lay their ears back, get into the backfield, put some pressure on the quarterback, just because, I mean, it's third and, like you said, a country mile for them to get to the first down. It's really tough to do that.
And Mark, Tampa Plant has to call another timeout as they get ready to receive a punt. Number 51, the guy who we saw haul down, Neil Leonard, hauled down Jay Jackson. Did a nice job on the play, but maybe had the wind knocked out of him or something when he came down on top of Jackson. Back deep to receive the punt for Tampa Plant is Rhett Dixon. And Chad Kays will punt the ball away. Philip Nash usually punts the football. He has been on the sidelines here for most of the second half. After returning that opening kickoff, Kays gets away a good-looking kick, and Dixon signals for the fair catch back at about his own 10-yard line. So a nice job by Kays to get that kick away and put a lot of distance between the Tampa Plant offense and the end zone.
That'll be interesting to see what Tom Bostic has done game plan wise to change up and stop this powerful Panther offense. Maybe try some of those blitzes that he did towards the latter part of the second quarter. We'll see here, George.
Brad Wakefield back at quarterback for Tampa Plant, and bullying his way over there to the left side, or to the right side, excuse me, Dante Williams. And once again, it's just that methodical ground attack by Tampa Plant.
Just as we expected there, Elijah Davis shot the gap again. He blitzed, trying to cause some havoc in the backfield. But that time, Plant was able to get out, break a couple tackles, and Dante Williams was able to get a 4-yard gain on that play.
About 4:40 left here in the third quarter of the Kiwanis Suncoast Bowl. Nice penetration there by the defense for Clearwater. Shooting through and making the big hit is Contos. Nice job of penetrating there by the defense and making the big hit.
Well, they had great success towards the latter part of the second quarter of penetrating and stopping this offense, and they just picked up where they left off there. There's Cantos in on the play, and also on the play, number 80, Dan Hoffman was in there. That's how you stop this wing T offense.
Lose a couple of yards on the play. That brings up third, and we'll call it 8 yards. Handoff goes up the middle to Greg Thomas, and he's very close to a first down.
The only thing about blitzing a team like this, although it's being successful here, if it breaks, if it splits right up the middle, you're in a situation where you can have a big gainer. You put a lot of responsibility on your defensive backs to pull down the great runners like Greg Thomas right here. So it's a dangerous game plan, but it's been effective thus far, George.
Philip Nash, the quarterback for Clearwater, who hasn't been playing on the offensive side of the football, and I think we're going to have encroachment on Clearwater, and that'll be enough for the first down for Tampa Plant. But Philip Nash was in on the tackle there on that last play. So encroachment on Clearwater, and that'll be enough for a first down for Tampa Plant, and that's the kind of penalty that'll make Tom Bostic pull his hair out.
That's definitely a costly mistake, I tell you, because you give a team a first down. Now, this is a powerful offense. When you have success against them, you want to try to make it start working on them negatively so that they're thinking, hey, we're unsure about ourselves a little bit. And now they get the ball back 1st and 10 with a new fire in their eyes.
This time, Tampa Plant tries to run off to the right side. And the Clearwater defense seems to be stiffening. That was probably their best defensive stand. Would you agree, Mark, that last one?
I would think so. They've really found something, getting the penetration is being very successful. So I know they're going to try to continue that throughout the rest of the game.
Here's a stat that'll really tell you why coaches hate penalties. 9 penalties, 59 yards for Clearwater, but even more importantly, 3 of those penalties have led to first down for Tampa Plant. Take a look at Thomas's stats on the night tonight. 61 yards, no touchdowns yet. And Wakefield's almost brought him up in the backfield, and he is coming in and making a big hit, Angelo Cantos. And Wakefield got smacked that time.
On this play, number 22, Sam Watson, really makes this play. He doesn't actually make the tackle, but he forces Brad Wakefield to reverse his field and throw him right back into the pursuit here. I mean, he's playing a sound football game, Sam Watson is.
Nice play by Sam. Also in there was Ezra Wise along with Cantos. So a nice job for Clearwater there defensively. 3rd down for Tampa Plant. They run it off to the right side, and spinning and busting through the fullback, Greg Thomas. Ball is down on the ground, and Clearwater comes up with it. So saw a lot of action out there, wanted to wait and see how things kind of unfolded.
This is just Greg Thomas trying to do a little too much here, and an excellent play in there. I can't really see the number there. It looks like actually number 83 again, Angelo Cantos, who knocks that ball out, and it looks like Thomas is still running, doesn't realize he doesn't have the ball. The ball's on the ground, and then Clearwater comes up with the ball.
Didn't look like too many people knew that the football was down on the ground. Everybody was still out there jumping around, pushing forward as if Thomas had the ball. Player down on the field. Take one more look at the fumble, Mark. This one from the end zone.
Looks like Greg Thomas is holding the ball a little wide there, and oops, just a nice push through there. Maybe,
I'll tell you what,
maybe it's Philip Nash's head who actually hit that ball to knock it out. And I think Philip is still down on the field. I think he possibly could have gotten hurt on that play.
Thank you very much, Mr. King.
It's just Philip takes so much time getting up now after each and every hit because he's so sore, and I'm sure that the coaches are trying to convince him to stay on the sidelines, but he just doesn't want to do it. He keeps going back out and he keeps playing.
You can never fault that in a player. I mean, just wanting to get out on the field, make something happen. I mean, he's a leader out on the field without a doubt, and you know that he's firing up other guys on the team. Says, hey, Phillips, he's putting his all into this game. I'm going to put my all in this game as well.
They help Philip get back on his feet as head coach Tom Bostic looks on. Phillips walking off the field under his own power.
He's holding that left arm up a little bit. Looks like it is bothering him some, George.
When I talked to him before the game, he was throwing the football, and I just said, Philip, how you feel? And he just shook his head at me, and I said, is that shoulder sore? And he said, I just don't understand why it still hurts so much. And I'll tell you what, when you're out there on defense like that, Mark, and you know better than anybody, and you're flying around in your defensive back position, you're going to take some shots as well as give some out. Ball went to the ground, and Jay Jackson jumped on top of it for Clearwater, so they continue to seem to have a problem with the center quarterback exchange here.
Clearwater's really shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. They're not giving themselves an opportunity here to really establish a drive. A lot of times you have a lot of mistakes like this. It really puts your offense at a disadvantage and makes it real tough to get first downs and make a consistent drive.
You know, Mark, Philip Nash doesn't have a lot of time to rest and heal up because basketball season starts next week, and he's one of those players who plays some hoops as well, a pretty good basketball player for the Clearwater Tornadoes. Pitch goes back to Reagan Gregory. Wow, he's almost has his head taken off on the inside there defensively. Nice play coming up and making the big hit, Antoine Allen.
I think that's the second time we call Antoine Allen's name, but Antoine's been playing a remarkable game. I noticed him. He's around the football. He's causing a lot of plays out there, not actually making the tackles like he does on this play, but making some things happen. And I mean, he really hit Reagan Gregory, and that's a tough running back, and he hit him and really knocked him off balance and made that play.
Not to underemphasize the hit, but after getting just tattooed like that by Allen, Reagan Gregory still falls forward for a couple more yards. 3rd and 12 now for Clearwater. Able to pick up a couple yards after the fumble. This one a pass out in the flat by Jackson to Reagan Gregory. One move, cuts it back to the inside. He's got a little bit of running room. Reagan Gregory has great speed. He's going to take it to the outside, takes the tackler on head on, and he's thrown down out of bounds. That might be a flag for late hit, and it is. Kevin Williams took him head on, drove him out of bounds, but then threw him down out of bounds, and that's where the flag comes on the late hit. And Reagan Gregory, that's the example. You only need to see this one play to understand what an exciting and explosive offensive football player he is.
This man is doing it all right here. Reagan Gregory makes a bunch of people miss on the Panther defense, breaks the tackle, keeps his balance. Look at the balance by this young man. Then he shows the speed. And at the end of this run, this is what we call finishing the run. He says, hey, I'm going to get a shot. I'm going to give one out. I'm not going to take a shot. And then also getting thrown out of bounds here by Kevin Williams. He kind of slings him down and causes the penalty and puts Clearwater even closer.
That's the end of the 3rd quarter. Clearwater driving offensively. Will be back with the 4th quarter right after this. Tampa Plant up 9-7.
Nolan Ryan is baseball's living legend. The Ryan Express is bound for Cooperstown. And now you too can climb aboard with Nolan Ryan Feel the Heat, Nolan's official highlight video. What better gift for the Nolan fan on your Christmas list? Call 1-800-356-6000 to order today. Relive the great moments, the 5,000th strikeout, the 300th win, the 5th, 6th, and 7th no-hitters. With our special Ryan Cam, you'll stand in the batter's box and feel the heat for yourself. Plus, you'll get the inside story from Major League greats.
They should send his arm to the Smithsonian Institute when he's finished.
And the man himself. If you act now, you'll receive a Nolan Ryan Feel the Heat t-shirt free with each purchase. Dial 1-800-356-6000 to order Nolan Ryan's official video history. $19.95 plus $4.50 shipping and handling. Heat up your Christmas with Nolan.
Listen carefully. This man is using an amazing electronic breakthrough that lets him hear a pin drop across the room. It's the Whisper 2000. Gives you the astonishing experience of super hearing. No more embarrassing complaints when you watch TV.
Can you turn that down?
With Whisper 2000, you don't have to turn up the volume. It's hard to hear in the backseat of the car. Now, sit back and talk comfortably. Can you hear me back there? Loud and clear. Disguised as a pocket-type radio, you can actually hear a whisper across the room.
He's so good looking.
Use Whisper 2000 in theaters. You'll hear every word clearly, comfortably. Similar devices sell for $60, but it's yours now for just $19.95. Here's how to order.
To order, have your credit card ready and call toll-free 1-800-733-8900 or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to Whisper 2000, 5555 American Way, Roanoke, Virginia.
Welcome back to the Vision Cable High School football game of the week. This being our swan song mark for the 1991 season, Kiwanis Suncoast Bowl. Clearwater with a 1st and 4 on the 1st and goal on the 4-yard line. Jackson pitches back to Reagan Gregory, eludes one tackle in the backfield, and then he's brought down from behind. A nice job coming up and making the play by Rhett Dixon.
Rhett Dixon gets Reagan Gregory down on the ground on this play, but again, we see that famed number 22, Antoine Allen, coming up and forcing this play, making Reagan Gregory cut back inside, and a nice tackle pulled down there by Dixon.
Antoine really seems to be in on almost every play. Defensively, at least getting an arm or a shoulder or something on the ball carrier and slowing that person down. That pushes them back 4 yards. They lose 4, so it's 2nd and goal from the 8-yard line now. Harris is the lone back. Jackson looking to pass. Throws into double coverage over the middle, looking for Leonard Hayes. That one is incomplete.
Jay Jackson didn't see the free safety on this play. He read the receiver. Leonard got a step. Leonard Hayes got a step on his defender, and he threw it right into the free safety's hands, but he was unable to hold it. I think that was number 4, Travis Finkhausen, who couldn't actually hold on to the ball.
Get one more look at it from the low angle. And you are exactly right, Mark. That was Travis Finkhausen who came across, and he was the guy who Jackson did not see. Another senior member of this Plant team. They are very senior-oriented. Lone setback is Harris. Jackson looking to pass again. Tries to zip it out in the flat to Reagan Gregory, but a nice job coming up defensively by Gerald Cogman.
Gerald Cogman did an excellent job here closing on the ball. That's what you have to do as a defender. And he comes up and he sees the ball, gets a hand in there, and just knocks it away. Pretty play there in that flat against Reagan Gregory.
Nice job by Gerald. And again, a senior. This Plant team is dominated by seniors, and that's kind of the way that Coach Acosta likes to run the program. You kind of earn credits as you go along, and seniority is very important. Chad Kay's on to attempt the field goal. It'll be a 25-yarder. Snap is down, kick is up, and it's good. That gives Clearwater a 1-point lead, 10-9, with just over 11 minutes left to go here in the 4th quarter of tonight's game. So the big play by Reagan Gregory turns into 3 points for Clearwater.
Chad Case just drills this one right here. He says, hey, I missed one early in the game, but I'm going to get this one in. And he gets it in. Came a little bit close to the upright, but actually got it in there for the 3-point conversion.
It's such an advantage, and we've talked about this over the course of the season, Mark, for a high school football team to have a kicker that the coach really has faith in. There's several of those teams here in Pinellas County. At Countryside, they have an excellent kicker in Case Corpin. Here at Clearwater, they have Chad Kays, and that really makes a difference when, you don't feel like you have to go for it on the 4th down.
That's a good point, George. It's a good time. Chad's been very successful throughout the year. It's good to see him put that one through the uprights.
So he is 1 of 2 tonight on the field goal attempts, and he drills that kick. That'll go out of the back of the end zone. And Tampa Plant will start at their own 20-yard line. Down by a point. First time Clearwater has led in the football game. And Chad Kays is responsible for 4 of the 10 so far tonight. You got to remember, too, Mark, that the extra point, he kicked it the first time, but they got the penalty, and he had to kick what really was almost a 25-yard extra point. Scoring summary, 7 plays, 30 yards, 2 minutes and 43 seconds, the time of possession, and the 3 points put on the board by Chad Kays with that 25-yard field goal. Handoff comes out to the near side of the field, breaking a couple of tackles and picking up substantial yardage is Dante Williams. Nice run by Williams, and we really got to look at his speed on the outside. 16 yards on the play.
We talked about Dante Williams' speed to get outside, and here's this sweep play again. Both guards pulling again. No surprise where this play is going. It's going outside, and Dante Williams is going to use his speed. He breaks a couple tackles, one by Jay Jackson there, and here comes Philip Nash to knock him out of bounds, and he gives old Philip a shot on that play.
In the volume of information that our producer Andy Pollock gives us for all our football games, he's done a great job all year. He's told us that the sweep was their bread and butter. And they run it again, this time off to the left side. And once again, it's Williams. And that one picks up 4 yards, and a flag comes flying in rather late.
This seems to be a tight game here, and some tempers are flaring on the field. A few penalties, some mistakes, things are happening. You have to get your poise and make sure you don't lose this one because of mistake. Make another team beat you.
Personal foul on Clearwater, and that hurts. That really, really hurts. Tom Bostic's team is just making a lot of those little errors on the field tonight, Mark, and that's something that, unfortunately, we've seen them do it several times this year. It's a team that plays very emotional football, and at times that's cost them some. Dante Williams, 12 carries, 90 yards, and the touchdown tonight, the lone touchdown on the board for Tampa. Plant their 2 points coming from a safety back in the first half. Nice penetration in the backfield, but Williams able to break the tackle.
That was Elijah Davis shooting through the gap and making a big play in the backfield to slow that run down on that play. But you can see that the excellent leg drive, the good quick feet that Williams is able to use right here and get back upfield.
Dante Williams just couldn't wrap him up. He came and hit him kind of high, but a great job to just slow him down and, you know, throw his rhythm completely off on that play. Ends up being no gain. It's 2nd and 10 for Tampa Plant. This time the handoff. And once again, Elijah Davis coming in and making a big hit in the backfield. That time on Dante Williams, and he didn't miss that time, Mark.
Elijah Davis says, hey, fool me once, but not a second time. He gets in this gap and really just stands up Dante Williams on his play, knocks him back, and also getting a little help there by number 80, Dan Hoffman.
So it seems like Tom Bostic has found a defensive scheme that he enjoys here in the second half, as Tampa Plant has been far less successful rushing the football. Quarterback Wakefield back looking to pass. He gets hit as he gets rid of the football, and that one will drop incomplete.
Who do you think hit him again? George, it was Elijah Davis shooting through there and really putting the pressure on Brad on that play, on that actual pass.
We'll get another look at the outstanding play of Elijah Davis.
That's a good hit there, and that what Coach Tom Bostic is doing, he is sending those linebackers. He's going to put some pressure running the ball and passing the ball against this Panther offense.
That forces Wakefield to drop back into the punt formation. He gets the kick away. A heavy rush by Clearwater. This one bounces a short kick. It will roll sideways towards the Tampa Plant sideline, and Clearwater is going to start with excellent field position. Just 16 yards on the punt for Wakefield, and the ball will be spotted at the 35-yard line. So Clearwater, Mark, getting the ball in excellent field position to start. You see Coach Bostic talking to Elijah Davis. He's getting some high fives and some pats on the head from his teammates, as he made several big defensive plays on that last series for the Tornadoes.
Seemed like you had 3 Elijah Davises on the field, because he was all over the field, George.
Makes a defensive coach feel good. Now we'll see if they can get the offense going. Reagan Gregory goes to the far side. Now he cuts it back to the near side. What a block by Jay Jackson. Sam Watson out there too. Reagan Gregory straddling the sideline. We'll have to see where they call him for stepping out of bounds over there, but he cut it back, and Jay Jackson just played a vicious block on one of the Tampa Plant players, and that really sprung Reagan Gregory. Let's take another look at it.
This is a lot of just individual effort here by Reagan Gregory. Sheds a tackler off in the flat. He reverses his field here. Now here's Jay Jackson. Come on around here. Why don't you get around here, Reagan? And he makes a killer hit here on a Plant defender. And then Reagan Gregory gets outside. Doesn't quite wait for his block here by Sam Watson, but he says, my speed is enough to get me down this sideline. And there he is, taking off. A 24-yard run on that play.
Nice job there tiptoeing down the sideline, too. Gets the ball close to the Tampa Plant 40-yard line. See Reagan's stats on the night tonight. Just over the 50-yard mark with that rush. Handoff goes to him again, this time the left side on the inside. He's stacked up. And a lot of pushing and shoving going on there. You see the flags flying, and I think we're going to have a late hit on Tampa Plant.
If you notice on that play, George, Reagan Gregory didn't allow the Plant defenders to put him on the ground. He just kept standing up there and shows the strength that this guy has in his legs. And right at the end of the run, he gets thrown back down. Okay, look at that. Another shot there by our guy right there, Antoine Allen, number 22. And Reagan Gregory says, I'm not getting on the ground. And then a little extra pushing and shoving on the field, which caused a personal foul against the Plant Panthers.
Coach Roland Acosta over on the sideline, and then not a very demonstrative guy on the sideline. He's no Mark Wizawati by any stretch of the imagination, but he hollers some things out to his players. He wants those guys to keep things under control. Don't need those kind of penalties, and a timeout has been called now by Tampa Plant. One of the assistant coaches is going to come out and probably give the defensive players a little talking to here and say, hey, guys, don't want to lose your head now. They're doing a pretty good job moving the football on their own offensively, and we don't need to help many, especially to the tune of 15 yards of penalty.
This isn't a bad time to have a timeout like that. A couple players getting out of sync a little bit. Want to remind them what the situation is. Stay in there and say, hey, we're down a point. We got to keep them from scoring any additional points. Don't let them get 7 points. Don't let them get it out of reach or make them force them to go for the 2-point conversion if they have to come back and score. So a lot of important things are being talked about defensively out on the field right now, and that's what they need to be done. And I like that move by Coach Acosta to get his assistant out there to help calm his guys down.
And Mark, we talked in the open about this being a fun game for both teams. Nobody really had a lot of time to prepare. We're playing on Wednesday night right before Thanksgiving. Both of these teams played last Friday. So that's a tough thing to try and get everybody together. We talked about fun, but how easy really is it when you get on the field to really have fun in a game like this? You're too competitive as an athlete, I would imagine. You want to win.
Maybe it starts out fun, but as the game goes along, you get knocked around a little bit. Hey, it kind of hurts out there. You just want to get out there and deliver a couple blows and have the fun by winning at the end of the game.
Tampa Plant trailing in the penalty department 10-5 to Clearwater so far, but they've had a couple of big ones here. And the ball's on the ground. The ball is loose, and it looks like Clearwater was able to recover it. The ball popped out of Reagan Gregory's hands. Out of Ben Harris's hands, excuse me. And one of the offensive linemen there for Clearwater able to fall on it.
Ben Harris almost broke this one for a touchdown, but he almost broke without the ball. The ball squirts out there and it bounces, and all of a sudden a heads-up play there by number 61, Bill Lutton, to jump on the ball. Now, we never really talk that much about offensive linemen, and they don't get much play there, but all of a sudden the center jumps on that play and makes a big play for Clearwater.
Get a look there at Bill Luton. Looks like Harris ran into Ezra Wise, and that's where the ball came out. They run the same play again right up the middle, and Harris just powering his way down towards the goal line. He's down to about the 3-yard line, and you got a good look at the strength and leg drive of the fullback, Ben Harris.
We've seen him all year long make big plays like this, and here again, Ben Harris just knocking players over left and right. I mean, people can't even come up and stop him. There's Rhett Dixon trying to get up and pull the ball out, but Ben Harris wasn't going to let the ball go this time.
That's something that we've seen Tampa Plant do as we go along. They're really trying to strip the ball defensively and make things happen. 6 carries, 42 yards for Ben Harris. Handoff goes to the fullback again, and he's in for the touchdown. 6:42 to go in the football game, and that puts Clearwater up 16-9.
Ben Harris gets in the ball, gets in there again, and I mean, this is just good leg drive, getting into the end zone, and he almost walks into the end zone here. This is a kind of a decisive score on this play. I think it takes a lot of the air out of the Plant defenders when he was able to walk into the end zone like he did.
Give some credit to the right side of that offensive line, too. Coach Boss decides to go for 1 here. Not going to mess around trying for 2. K's kick is up, and it is through the uprights. That'll make it 17-9. Take one more look at the touchdown, Mark, and you got to give some credit to the right side of that offensive line as well for the Clearwater Tornadoes. Ezra Wise and Ryan Leon over there. Nice job just clearing out a little bit of room for Big Ben.
Oh, Ezra just pushed the line back over there. Looked like he kind of had a little grab there of Williams. We don't say anything about that. He got the job done, pushed him into the end zone, and there was Ben Harris following his block, blocking excellently and just getting in the end zone.
In a little bit of an interesting situation here, Mark. It's an 8-point lead now for Clearwater. If you're Tom Bostic, I know Case is a very reliable kicker, but do you think about going for the 2 maybe? And that way, even if Tampa Plant can come down and score a touchdown and get the 2-point conversion, you're still up by 1. Are you hoping now that your defense can make a stand here?
That's a tough call, but Tom Bostic obviously is happy about his defense. He thinks his defense is making some remarkable plays the second half, and he's really putting a lot into the defense. You like to see that as a defender, that your coach shows so much confidence in you.
See Elijah Davis make some big plays. The ball bounces there on the ground, picked up and taken back out to about the 20-yard line by Tony Hernandez. And Ben Harris, the guy who just scored that last touchdown, heading in. There's your scoring summary. 6 plays, 65 yards. Nice job of moving the football down the field by Clearwater. 2 minutes and 13 seconds is the time of possession on the drive, and then Ben Harris punching it in, and I mean punching it in from 2 yards out for the touchdown to make it 17-9. 1st and 10 now for Tampa Plant. Wakefield looking to pass. He throws the ball deep downfield. And I'll tell you what, on that crazy looking play, Antoine Allen almost ended up with the football, and if he had got his hands on that thing, he would have been gone. 80 yards for the touchdown, Mark.
It was a strange looking throw here. You can see right at the end of this play here that Jay Jones thinks he has an interception here, but then just the ball gets touched right at the last second. Actually, that's now number 32, Dante Williams, and if he'd have caught that ball, it would have been one of the strangest happening plays we've seen all year, George.
I think several people at once there maybe looked at the other guy and was wondering who was going to catch it, because the ball went through a couple of people's hands. But as you said, Dante would have been off to the races if he had hauled that thing in. You see Brad Wakefield's stats for the year passing, and as we talked about, this is a running football team, and they go back to the run and hit in the backfield, and then finally brought down as Pat Jolly. So Coach Acosta going to his bench and bringing in some different players here on the offensive side of the football, Mark.
Well, Pat Jolly comes in and he sheds some tacklers in the backfield. It's tough to running this sweep play if you have defenders in the backfield before it actually gets started, but he shakes off defenders here. He runs through a couple of other tacklers there, but finally pulled down there. It looks like by Ben Harris.
Ben Harris in on the tackle along with Jay Jackson. And I believe that's Philip Nash down on the field once again. Philip in there plugging away defensively. Actually, Philip's got his helmet off. I think that's Jay Jackson down on the field. They both wear the red visor. There's the red shoes. That is Jackson. They both have that tinted visor. But it is Jackson who is down on the play. And with that injury, we will take a quick timeout. Be right back after this. Clearwater up 17-9. We're in the 4th quarter.
There's something special about Hialeah Park and horses. Very special. And Hialeah has something special for you. Great jockeys riding great horses. If you can't be at Hialeah to enjoy the racing, you can...
Back here at Jack White Stadium, a little screen pass over the middle by Wakefield to Dante Williams. Dante out close to the 1st down on that 4th down play. Or on the 3rd down play, excuse me. That'll bring up 4th and about 2, and now it's decision time for Coach Roland Acosta. About 5:10 left to play in the football game. And they look like they're going to go for it. And Elijah Davis has come up big on several different occasions tonight defensively, especially here in the second half. Let's see what he and the rest of his fellow Clearwater defensive teammates can do. This time the run off the left side. That by the big fullback, Greg Thomas. He's been quiet here in the second half, but that's enough for the 1st down. Big pickup on the 4th down play, Mark.
Greg Thomas, you have to go to your money man, and he's the money man, and I tell you, that's a big play. 4th down, the game could have almost virtually been over if they hadn't made that 4th down, and Greg Thomas got upfield, kept his legs moving, and got the 1st down.
Head coach Roland Acosta making a gutsy call there on 4th down. He knows with time winding down here in the 4th quarter, he's going to make something happen. This time the handoff goes to the left on the counter action. Dante Williams on the carry.
Looked like on that play, Philip Nash came through and made the tackle on that play, but, you know, another little counter crisscross inside. And receiving the ball and getting up there is number 33, Ricky Graves, getting up inside again, making another run. This is a powerful running offense, and they should really try to continue this offensive scheme.
Wakefield looking to pass. He has a man open. Broken up by Philip Nash. Nice defensive play by the junior.
That play looked like it came wide open. It was a well set up play, and running down the seam here. Nice throw by Brad Wakefield in this play, and there's Dante Williams again, and broken up again by Philip Nash. He looked like he saw 6 points on this play. It could have almost been one of those plays if he'd have been able to hold on to it.
That ball was a little bit high, but you got to give credit to Philip Nash coming up from his defensive back position there at free safety and breaking that play. It brings up a 3rd and 5. Williams in motion. Wakefield back to pass again. He's got plenty of pressure. They throw over the middle to Williams, and he's brought down immediately by Leonard Hayes, and he will be short of the 1st down by about a yard. So that brings up another 4th and short situation for Tampa Plant.
Well, this is a different looking play we haven't seen all day long. They went to it. It's a passing formation where they motioned Dante Williams out the backfield, then actually threw him the ball. He came up short on this 4th down. Now Plant has to put all their eggs in the basket again and try to go for a 4th down again.
Plant, very uncharacteristic throw several times here in this drive. It's 4th and 2 now. Thomas and Williams in the backfield, and the handoff goes to Thomas, and he breaks through for a big gainer brought down by Elijah Davis, but that gets across midfield down to about the 43-yard line of Clearwater, and a 1st down for Tampa Plant.
This is poised coaching here by Acosta, because he's going to the man who really got him here this year. 1,300 yards on the ground, Greg Thomas, and I mean, he came through with another big 4th down effort to get a 1st down.
6 foot, 225-pound fullback. He's a senior. All 3 of those guys in the backfield, Wakefield, Thomas, and Williams, all seniors. But that's kind of the way Coach Acosta does it. Brings those guys along, and a lot of seniors on his team. Once again, the handoff goes to the big guy, Thomas. He breaks it to the near side, and that's close to another 1st down. Just when it looked like they were getting ready to get away from what they do offensively, Mark, they've gone right back to the run and giving it to the big guy, Thomas.
That's where their strength is offensively, is to run the ball and have to kind of stick with that. Now you can see Thomas has over 100 yards already running the ball, and I mean, a couple big runs his past few runs. I think that they need to stay within their game plan. They have plenty of time left to get down the field and run, and Philip Nash on the end of this run here makes a hit, and looks like he's hurt on this play.
Take another look at Thomas's run, and plenty of running room off to the right side there offensively. Philip coming up and making the big hit. He is down once again. You see him grimacing there, and it's just, that's rough when that shoulder's hurt, Mark, and you know about that. You hurt your shoulder this year in the preseason. That's why you were unable to play this year with the shoulder surgery, and that's going to be tough when that's sore like that, and you're in there because obviously that shoulder's a very important part of your tackle.
Well, Philip Nash is going to have to probably get this shoulder looked at the end of the season. He may have some type of operation or something, because if he's having this much problem with it, there's something wrong internally in there where his shoulder's slipping around a little bit and, you know, causing him problems. It's the sad thing. He's a very dynamic player, and he's been hustling out on the field courageously, making a lot of plays, but it's tough for him to stay in there and take all these licks.
Fellow quarterback and defensive back Jay Jackson looking on as once again Nash gets up oh so gingerly and walks off the field. But Mark, I would not rule out him coming back out and maybe taking another snap or getting back in his defensive back position at free safety. Handoff goes once again to Greg Thomas, and he busts over the middle for a pickup of about 8 yards on that carry, and all of a sudden the ground attack is really starting to click once again for Tampa Plant as they drive with about 2:15 left to go here in the fourth quarter of tonight's Kiwanis Suncoast Bowl at Clearwater High School. Second down and 2. The handoff goes to the big guy again, and he's pretty close to the first down. I will take a gamble and say that he has gotten it. Another first down for Tampa Plant, and they are just methodically moving on downfield here. Clock stops at 2:02 to move the chains. It starts right back up again.
Some great execution out there by the line, by the offense in general, of making some holes and making something happen out there. I mean, and Greg Thomas is really doing it all out there by making some big plays for his team.
Could be the final offensive drive of the season. Handoff goes to the inside. Spinning forward is Dante Williams, but they do a nice job there plugging that one up. Plant has one timeout left in the football game. Clock at 1:30 now, and rolling.
Plant used up a couple vital timeouts as the game early started in the second half, and it could hurt them towards the end of this game, George.
8-point lead for Clearwater. 1:15 left to go. Wakefield holds it down, and now he's going to get hauled down in the backfield by Ben Harris. Fake the handoff, put the ball in his hip, drop back to pass, and Ben Harris came busting through, hauls him down for a big loss on second down.
Brad Wakefield saw about 4 different Clearwater jerseys right up in his face, and Ben Harris grabs on him with the hands, pulls his jersey, and gets Brad Wakefield on the ground.